Chapter 1201. Roar! Roar! The extinction dragon rushed out. Yi Wushuang, at all costs, poured his last trace of strength into the dragon. While both were powers of extinction, there was a great difference between the Sword Gang and the extinction dragon. In other words, the extinction dragon was superior to the Sword Gang. After all, Yi Wushuang had been practicing the way of extinction for 500 years. Even with Yi Chen's formidable talent, it was difficult to make up for that gap. However, just as the extinction Sword Gang was about to collide with the extinction dragon, the Sword Gang, under Yi Chen's control, veered to kill many Huang family guests who were watching the battle. Among the dozens of powerful experts from the Huang family present, the most renowned was Huang Tian, a fourth-generation elder in the Emperor realm. "No! You bastard, how dare you!" Huang Tian erupted with a powerful aura, his hands spreading open a blood-colored protective shield, glowing with a sanguine flow. It was the secret technique of the Blood Spirit clan, the Blood Spirit Shield. Bang! The Sword Gang shattered the shield, its myriad forces erupting. Thunderous light killed 3 of the Huang family's Emperor Realm experts. The power of immortal flight slew 4 Huang family experts. Finally, the Sword Gang, imbued with the power of extinction, struck Huang Tian, carving a massive bloody gash across his chest. Pfft! What a vicious little beast! Huang Tian stumbled back several dozen meters. Glancing into the distance, he saw Yi Chen evade Yi Wushuang's uncontrolled extinction dragon, which then smashed into 3 other Huang family Emperor Realm experts and 7 or 8 powerful members of the Yi family's main branch. With a single blow, Yi Chen killed 7 Huang family Emperor Realm experts. And with the aid of Yi Wushuang's combat assault, he killed 11 Emperor Realm experts in total. 18 emperors had now fallen, all from the Yi and Huang families who had vowed allegiance to the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen's actions were targeted. He did not kill indiscriminately, nor did he slaughter everyone. Subduing the Yi and Huang families was good, but it was not complete. The most active insurgents had to be eliminated. If these individuals were left alive, even forcefully sealing their souls would not make them genuinely aid Kunlun Void. Without sealing them, they would remain ticking time bombs, bound to explode one day. Bang bang! Bang! Several claps of thunder resounded overhead. It seemed something had shattered. For sounds echoed in succession, meaning 60% of the experts within the 4 embryonic forms had fallen. Moreover, these were individuals who embodied prototypes of special great Daos, such as Yi Wushuang's way of extinction, others the way of the blood demon, and so on. Heaven informed the world that practitioners of special Daos had died. Vast amounts of spiritual energy and Tao would be fed back to the world, making it easier for those who followed the same paths. Pfft! Huang Tian could not help but spit blood. The Sword Gang wound on his chest contained the power of extinction, exceedingly difficult to dispel. He had no choice but to withdraw, immediately sitting down to expel the energy. If not eliminated promptly, his life force would be extinguished, his longevity exhausted, and he would be as good as dead. Even while healing, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it! This time, we must inform the ancestors to contact the lords of the Blood Spirit clan. Have them come immediately, or we may be unable to suppress this." Having practiced the secret methods of the Blood Spirit clan, the chi and blood power of his Emperor realm had qualitatively transformed. Though not at the peak of the Emperor realm, his combat power was close to the 9th layer of the Emperor realm's heavens. Yet he was severely wounded by Yi Chen's single sword strike. Moreover, that sword contained only the power of extinction. Other forces within it had slain others. If it had contained the fierce thunder, Huang Tian would have been left with but a single breath, if not dead already. "Yi Chen! You cowardly bastard, you dare kill my Huang family colleagues! You brute, you are disgusting!" Yi Fudong was pale, affected by the earlier extinction dragon, but he raised the Patriarch's token and addressed all Yi family disciples and elders. "By the order of the Patriarch and the clan rules, I hereby announce. Even if Yi Chen passed the 3rd trial, our Yi family must still slay this demon." He turned, looked at Yi Chen, and declared, "Now, whether you submit or not, you must die." Even if you pass the third level, hundreds of elders and Dharma protectors of our Yi family will execute you. You have shattered the alliance between the Yi and Huang families. By arbitrarily killing fellow Huang family members and Yi family elders, your crime is unforgivable. You are the great devil of Kunlun Void, a demon who kills without blinking an eye. I hereby sentence you to death. Whether you submit or not, if you escape today, I, the Patriarch, will personally offer an apology. As always, Yi Fudong stood upon the heights of morality, condemning and punishing others. Of course, Yi Chen had evaded the extinction dragon earlier, causing it to strike Yi family Emperor Realm experts. However, the 7 Emperor Realm experts who died because of Yi Chen were all Yi Fudong's trusted subordinates. Now, more than half of Yi Fudong's loyal Emperor Realm elders were dead. The authority of this main branch's patriarch could be said to have been half crippled by Yi Chen. Yi Fudong raised the patriarch's token and shouted, "Hear my command. Deploy the 7-night distraction array. Kill Yi Chen." Wait. I haven't done anything. What are you worried about? An old man in green robes approached from the distance. A faint aura of extinction surrounded the green-robed elder, as if he were a walking corpse. He advanced step by step, each stride covering dozens of meters. With his movement, surrounding plants withered, even the ground turning to scorched earth, like a god of death, leaving no life in his wake. He slowly arrived at the center of the crowd, gazed at Yi Chen, and said with a smile, "Are you the leader of this generation of the Yi family?" "Good, good. Under 30 years of age, at the 7th heaven of Tao Source." Of course, this cultivation level alone is not particularly exceptional. But your combat power is at least on par with the 7th heaven of the Emperor Realm, and that may not be your limit. Hearing the old man's words, Yi Fudong's expression turned icy, his eyes flickering. He knew who this man was. A 4th-generation elder from the Yi family's 2nd branch, all from the first 3 generations had naturally died of old age or fallen in battle. He could be considered one of the Yi family's ancestors. The Yi family had 4 ancestors. First, the 2nd-generation elders of Yi Fudong's main branch, powerful emperors who had lived over 2,000 years. Second, the 1st-generation powerhouse from the Yi family's 3rd branch, who had lived nearly 4,000 years. Third, another secluded powerhouse who had lived over 2,200 years. Fourth was this old man, a 4th-generation elder from the Yi family's 2nd branch. He had lived 1,900 years, having been in seclusion for millennia, and his name was Yi Wudi. Yi Wudi had comprehended the power of death and the way of death. Originally, his longevity had been greatly reduced, but he achieved unexpected success. Comprehending the way of death allowed him to absorb the lifespan of plants, land, and even people to sustain himself. In terms of combat power, it might not match the way of extinction, but in draining an enemy's longevity, he was undoubtedly number 1 in Kunlun. Chapter 1202. Moreover, his combat power is no worse than Han Yun's 2nd ancestor. Yi Chen is a devil. Shut up. Yi Wudi directly scolded Yi Fudong, saying coldly, "Dare to say another word, and I will revoke your position as patriarch. I want you, patriarchy, deposed." Another powerful figure slowly emerged, as if a devil from the abyss, stepping out from the Yi family's secluded grounds. He was the 2nd-generation elder of the main branch, Yi Jianshuang, and the most formidable in the way of heavenly fire. Yi Jianshuang looked at Yi Wudi and sneered, "Since you can't wait and don't want to continue fighting, you other 2 old bastards, come out. My Yi family is not a clan that can be disturbed by any disciple at will. Don't blame the mulberry for the locust. Old bastard, do you think your combat power is high?" A short, fat elder emerged from the depths and landed beside Yi Chen. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, kid. I sense a familiar aura from you. I believe you belong to my lineage, though I don't know what conflict is happening now. But I, Yi Feng, will not let the descendants of my own line die for no reason." Yi Chen looked at the fat elder before him, never expecting that an ancestor of the Yi family would actually stand on his side. However, between the brows, the elder seemed somewhat similar to his deceased grandfather. Back then, Yi Chen had seen his grandfather's shadow in Huaxia. His grandfather had schemed for so many years before his death, and this entire situation was linked to the Yi family in Kunlun Void. Could this old man be the key to his grandfather's plans? Yi Feng, the short, fat elder, clasped his hands and looked at the crowd with a sneer. His name and figure were mismatched. Suddenly, he glanced at Yi Jianshuang and said, "You old bastard, you sure know how to talk. You think just because you let Yi Fudong seize the patriarch's position decades ago, I am not qualified to depose him?" He looked at Yi Chen and said with a smile, "Back then, Yi Fudong used the clan rules to drive away your grandparents and parents. At the time, I had nothing to say. After all, it was a done deal. I had to prioritize the overall situation of the Yi family. Moreover, Yi Jianshuang and Yi Kuang colluded. Because of this, I fell from the main branch to the 8th branch. But that's not a big deal. However, since Yi Chen has returned today, it seems that according to the clan rules, either Yi Chen or his father, Yi Tianjing, should be the current patriarch of the Yi family, correct?" "Nonsense." Another powerful old man also emerged, the first-generation elder of the Yi family's 3rd branch, Yi Kuang. Thus far, the 4 ancestors of the Yi family, Yi Wudi, Yi Jianshuang, Yi Feng, and Yi Kuang, had all appeared in succession. It seemed each harbored hostility toward the others. Some wished to support Yi Chen, while others wanted to kill him. Having fought to this point, Yi Fudong, the family patriarch, wanted to mobilize all Yi family elders to kill Yi Chen. These 4 old bastards could no longer hold back. Especially since the 3rd trial arranged by Yi Fudong was Yi Wudi, an old guard powerhouse of the Yi family and one of its ancestors. Earlier, Yi Fudong hadn't wanted Yi Wudi to kill Yi Chen directly. Unexpectedly, this move provoked all 4 old bastards. Yi Fudong's position as patriarch, and who should be patriarch, will be discussed later. Yi Chen. Yi Wudi gazed at Yi Chen and asked, "Yi Fudong told me that you are a devil from outside. You have tarnished the reputation of our Yi family, wantonly killed our Yi family's disciples, and even attempted to eradicate our Yi family. Is that true? Answer me truthfully." He glanced at Yi Feng and continued, "If it is true, no matter who blocks me, I will kill you." Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed, knowing his next words were crucial. The so-called devil is merely Yi Fudong's slander. Everyone I killed wanted to kill me. That's not excessive. Not excessive. Yi Wudi nodded slightly and looked at the disciples approaching from afar. He asked, "I have been in seclusion for a long time and know nothing of the outside world. Do you all think Yi Chen's words are false? You should know the price of lying. I want only the facts now." Yi Wudi's voice was extremely cold, carrying a trace of pressure that made everyone on the scene dare not breathe. With such a threat, who would dare lie? To be honest, every action Yi Chen took seemed to have no fault. Grand Ancestor, it is not false. As far as we know, Yi Chen has never attacked and killed unrelated people without cause. Ancestor, Yi Chen has always been the one pursued. It is reasonable for him to defend himself against his own clansmen. Many disciples of the Yi family, as well as those from the Mo and Wang families, all spoke up, stating what was true. Yi Chen did not kill indiscriminately. A disciple of the Han family, which was a branch family and had marital ties to the Yi family, stood up and said, "Yi Wudi, I am Han Wu of the Han family. Currently, my ancestor has formed an alliance with Yi Chen. If Yi Chen killed innocents indiscriminately, my ancestor would never have agreed to an alliance with him." Correct. Another Han family disciple said, "Yi Chen is the most arrogant individual in Kunlun Void. He has never disgraced the reputation of the Yi family. However, the Yi family does not acknowledge him. It even refuses to allow his grandfather's memorial tablet into the ancestral hall, making it seem as though the Yi family has deliberately suppressed him." After listening to the words of the various families, Yi Fudong wanted to speak but was directly silenced by Yi Wudi, whose gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen. Yi Wudi asked again, "Have you killed Yi family disciples? I mean innocent Yi family disciples. Those who deal with you are not included." "Never." Yi Chen responded with full conviction. He had never killed innocent Yi family descendants. Even those Yi family disciples killed earlier were incited by Yi Fudong to insult him, forcing him to violate the clan rules. That was not killing innocents. You lie. The Yi family disciples you killed just now, were they not? Yi Jianshuang's expression turned icy as he said, you just killed Yi family disciples who provoked you. Were they not innocent? They didn't actually attack you. Moreover, according to the clan rules, killing fellow clansmen without authorization is a capital offense. Even if Yi Fudong didn't take the lives of your parents and grandfather, he only dealt a heavy blow. As for you, you were also protected by the clan rules, otherwise, you would have died long ago. Old bastard, get lost. Yi Chen blasted out a fist, forcefully knocking Yi Jianshuang back dozens of steps. He looked at Yi Feng and Yi Wudi and declared, those who incite others against me are targeting me, seeking to kill me outright. Kill or be killed. This is Yi Chen's stance. No one can change that stance. Chapter 1203. Of course, Yi Chen also knew that in asking him these questions, this ancestor Yi Wudi was a person of reason, otherwise, he would not have asked so much. Clearly, he wanted to distinguish who was right and who was wrong between him and Yi Fudong. Do you harbor the intent to eradicate the Yi family? Yi Wudi finally asked this question, but his gaze fell upon Yi Tianzheng and his wife. More precisely, upon the two demons beside Yi Tianzheng and his wife. Those two supremely powerful demons were worthy of his attention. Yi Chen took a step forward. Master Yi, although I am a member of the Yi family, the people of the Yi family have never regarded me as one of their own. Yi Chen's tone was plain, yet it gave people a feeling of incomparable strength, like a king narrating events. He said, do you know who I am? The 10th generation disciple of the Yi family. A disciple of the original main lineage. According to inheritance, you should be the patriarch of the Yi family now. Yi Wudi paused for a moment before continuing, back then, the person in charge of affairs violated the clan rules, that was your grandfather, and was demoted to the 8th branch. My identities are more than just those. Yi Chen said indifferently, I am the master of the Hall of Light and the master of the 100 Schools Alliance. He beckoned his parents and the elders Bai Zhan and Qing Jian over. Elder Bai Zhan snorted coldly. Temple Master, why must you be so verbose? As long as the Temple Master gives the order, your humble servant will surely return to the Hall of Light. The commander of 500 elders and tens of thousands of demon clansmen will come and raze the Yi family lands to the ground. Presumptuous. Yi Wudi's aura erupted like dragons and serpents. He intended to attack and kill Elder Bai Zhan. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. If he had not been unable to break into the divine realm, he would have already reached the middle or late stages of the divine realm. How dare you? Cease! Elder Qing Jian's aura also erupted. A green dragon, like a demon god, clawed at the dragon serpent phantom unleashed by Yi Wudi. He looked at Yi Wudi and said, my master commands tens of millions of demon clansmen. If he truly wished to destroy your Yi family, why would he come alone? Moreover, the tens of thousands from our demon clan are but a single great force under the Temple Master. Let me tell you old bastards this, the Hall of Light under our master has absorbed 12 major sects, including the Kunlun sect, the Dao sect, the Blood Leaf sect, the Azure Sky Gate, and so on. The number of powerful Emperor Realm experts is countless. More than 200 smaller sects have formed the 100 Schools Alliance. With hundreds of emperors, destroying your Yi family is but a single command. Do you truly believe my master came here today merely to get himself killed? That's right. If Yi Chen wished to destroy the Yi family, it would require but a single word. Regardless of his own family ties, besides, the position of Yi family patriarch is also rightfully his, which is why he brought only Bai Zhan and Qing Jian. If not, he would have led an army of 10 million demons and the forces of the Hall of Light to attack. Elder Qing Jian, the demon emperor's words stunned and shocked everyone. Only then did the crowd realize that the two servants they had ignored were actually from the demon clan. And key from their auras, they were absolutely not ordinary demons. Since when did Kunlun Void have such monsters? The key is that such powerful monsters were willing to serve as Yi Chen's attendants. What level of strength must Yi Chen possess? Many Yi family disciples, including those from the Han family, were whispering among themselves. It seemed that only now were many people truly seeing Yi Chen's status and power clearly. Yi Chen was not a lone wanderer. Behind him stood a great many emperors. Though not present now, Yi Chen was undoubtedly an overlord of Kunlun Void. Looking across Kunlun Void, apart from the Huang family resisting Yi Chen, it seemed no other family had formally declared war on Yi Chen. Including the Yi family and other families, they were only assisting the Huang family against Yi Chen. Yi Wudi looked around, listening to the many voices, and his expression gradually changed. This kid before him? He is of the Yi family. Has he really developed to this extent? The overlord of Kunlun Void. The leader of 3 top forces had reached this level. How was he any different from Yi Fudong? Good boy. Well done. Yi Feng patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and laughed heartily. After all, this was a descendant of his own line. From the momentum and the expressions of the people present, he had some understanding. He said, "What happened to your grandfather back then? Because of the clan rules, I could not intervene. But today, since it is our own ancestor worship ceremony, I will take you into the ancestral hall and place your grandfather's memorial tablet there." Good. Accompanied by Yi Feng, Yi Chen and Yi Tianzheng, along with Bai Zhan and Qing Jian, walked into the ancestral hall under the gaze of all. Yi Chen took out the memorial tablet and respectfully placed his grandfather's tablet at the highest position within the Yi family ancestral hall. Regardless of whether Grandpa had any merits, he had the final say. His grandfather's memorial tablet must be at the highest level. Even the founding ancestor of the Yi family could not be placed higher than his grandfather. Yi Chen. The memorial tablet. Finally, some people wanted to shake their heads in objection. But Yi Chen's strength meant he had the power to look down upon many of the Yi family ancestors. Even if they were unhappy or resentful about their ancestors' tablets being placed lower, what could they do under his grandfather's tablet? Uncomfortable? Unhappy? Bear it. If you don't want to bear it, die. After Yi Chen and Yi Tianzheng and his wife finished paying respects to their ancestors, they walked out of the ancestral hall and saw thousands of Yi family elders gathered outside. Among them were many emperors and hundreds of Dao Source realm experts. The remaining elders were also at the virtual king realm. Now, the Yi family's 9 branches were divided into 2 camps. Yi Feng led the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th branches in supporting Yi Chen. Yi Wudi commanded the 2nd branch. Yi Kuang and Yi Jianshuang led the main branch and the 1st and 3rd branches, which were hostile to Yi Chen and wanted to eliminate him. The vast Yi family. From the moment Yi Chen arrived, it was split into 3 factions. No matter how large a family is, it is not one person who has the final say. Many supported Yi Chen, and many were hostile to Yi Chen, including those who had attacked Yi Tianjing back then and were later suppressed by Yi Fudong using clan rules. Other elders from Yi Jianshuang's lineage supported Yi Chen, including the deceased Yi Nantian and Yi Wushuang. Yi Feng, as Yi Chen's ancestor, was also extremely powerful. With a single sword strike, he sent an elder at the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm flying, saying, "Can't you see the trend? My junior Yi Chen has already united the vast majority of forces in Kunlun Void to resist the Blood Spirit clan. Are you all going to turn traitor later? Are you going to betray humanity? Do you truly want Kunlun to become a ruin? Damn it!" Back when the Yi family turned to the Blood Spirit clan, it was mainly because he was focused on cultivation and disliked power struggles. He lost. The family council vote to Yi Jianshuang. Helpless, he could only watch as the Yi family completely turned to the Blood Spirit clan. He knew the Yi family had already taken a road of no return. He simply entered seclusion to cultivate and stopped interfering in Yi family affairs. But now, the appearance of Yi Chen let Yi Feng see a glimmer of hope. Chapter 1205. But by the order of the Temple Master, we will do our utmost to win over the powerful Yi family emperors. Hundreds of Emperor realm beasts roared in unison. These monstrous beasts and 100-foot-tall plants responded in human language with immense momentum. The 7 elders led 100 Emperor realm elders. Each was a demon clan member of at least the 4th heaven of the Emperor realm. Among them were even powerful experts at the 7th and 8th heavens of the Emperor realm. They were the elite of the demon clan brought by Yi Chen. So powerful. Even destroying the Kunlun sect and Dao sect would be no problem. Yi Jianchuang's expression changed rapidly. He looked at Yi Chen, never expecting this little bastard could truly command so many subordinates. The key was, they were all demon clans. The demon clan is ferocious, fearless in battle, and relentless until their goal is achieved. They are different from human emperors. Once the demon clan takes action, it's a fight to the death. To think there are so many monsters. Yi Kuang's face was extremely grim. At this moment, these monsters were standing on the opposing side. Once fighting begins, at least 20 emperors would be killed instantly. They could slay more than 3 Emperor Realm demon clans at most. The physical bodies of demon clans are generally far stronger than those of humans. How formidable! So many monsters. It would be easy to destroy any faction. No wonder Yi Chen has the courage to resist the Blood Spirit clan. With so many demon clan subordinates, this is his greatest asset. Many disciples of the Han family and Yi family whispered amongst themselves. They had thought Yi Chen would fight a bloody battle today. Never did they imagine Yi Chen's men would arrive, not the forces of the Hall of Light, nor even the 100 Schools Alliance, but this group of immensely powerful demon clans without borders. Even against the Huang family, this group of demon clans could slaughter many of their Emperor Realm experts. Good boy. Impressive indeed. Yi Feng patted Yi Chen's shoulder, filled with admiration. He was overjoyed to see his own descendant so capable. Good. Today's battle, you are doomed. Yi Chen, give the order to attack. I've been displeased with these bastards for a long time. No need to worry. Yi Chen stepped forward, spreading his hands as he said, how about it, Yi Kuang and Yi Jianchuang? Who destroys whom now? What qualifications do you have to fight me? I am the supreme king in the land of cultivation. I command the strongest monster races, the dragon and phoenix clans, all under my orders. The 12 major sects of Kunlun, and over 200 minor sects, are all under my dominion. What are you? Even if I fight the Huang family today, I can emerge victorious. Yi Jianchuang. You must be in charge of setting up the checkpoints. Yi Chen looked at the other Yi family emperors and said with a smile, however, I'm not going to prepare any levels for you. Just take action directly. Astronomy, you and the others, capture those of the 3 branches. Kill any who resist to the death. Those who surrender may be spared. Ancestor Yi, please keep an eye on Yi Wudi and Yi Kuang. As for Yi Wushuang, leave him to me. Following Yi Chen's order, the Emperor Realm demon clans suddenly attacked. In an instant, over 30 Yi family emperors were severely wounded. They were only at the 1st or 2nd heaven. How could they resist the ferocious assault of demon clans at the 5th or 6th heaven of the Emperor Realm? Once defeated, they were immediately thrown to the rear. Bang bang! Crack! In a flash, both sides erupted into battle. Dozens of Emperor Realm experts from Yi Kuang and Yi Jianchuang's 3 branches were captured in the blink of an eye. Each of the other, more powerful Yi family emperors faced attacks from 3 to 5 demon clans of the same realm, separated and dragged to other battlefields. Whoosh! A blazing flame pierced through Yi Jianchuang's chest. He turned his head in shock. Yi Wudi, what are you doing? Nothing much. Yi Wudi pulled out his sword, blood flying as he said, I choose Yi Chen. He struck twice with his sword, sending Yi Jianchuang flying toward Yi Chen. Good, come then. I will kill you myself. Yi Chen suddenly severed Yi Jianchuang's arms with a killing blade, then smashed down with several fierce punches, directly beating the heavily injured Yi Jianchuang to the brink of death. Although Yi Jianchuang had cultivated far longer than Yi Chen, he was seriously wounded by Yi Wudi just now. How could he fight against Yi Chen, who was on the verge of rage? Immediately, Yi Chen stepped on Yi Jianchuang's face and said, Old bastard, it was you who instructed Yi Fudong to harm my grandfather and parents all those years ago. Today, I will let you taste the feeling of wishing for death more than life." Yi Chen pinched a seal with his fingers, a drop of essence blood shot onto a silver needle. The silver needle seemed to turn into an ice spike, mystical power stirring. In a flash, a force of ice shot into Yi Jinshuang's body. The extreme cold force caused Yi Jinshuang's blood to coagulate and quickly recede. In less than 10 seconds, the cold air surged again. Freeze for a few seconds, recede, then return. In just a minute, Yi Jinshuang had been tortured until his entire body trembled, shaking his head violently and screaming, "Kill me! Yi Chen, you brute, kill me if you have the guts!" Bang! Yi Chen slapped him across the face. "Kill you? That would be too lenient." He waved his hand and grabbed Yi Fudong. Following the same method, he trampled them underfoot. "Back then, you were so arrogant. Dared to insult my grandfather and my parents. Today, this temple master will insult you." Although Yi Fudong was the family patriarch, in terms of strength, how could he be Yi Chen's match? The next moment, Yi Chen dislocated the jaws of both men, condensed long blades from his qi and blood, pierced through their collarbones, and shattered all their meridians to prevent them from committing suicide. What you did back then. Today, it will be repaid in kind. My Yi Chen's parents and grandfather are not people you can afford to offend. Dare to provoke. Death is a luxury you cannot hope for. Just endure it like this, forever and ever. Ah! Ah, Yi Chen, you brute, kill me. Yi Chen, I beg you, kill me, kill me. Yi Fudong and Yi Jinshuang writhed on the ground, their bodies convulsing. They were at times extremely cold, at times extremely hot, the heavens alternating between ice and fire. Yi Jinshuang, a powerhouse of the Emperor realm. Originally, he would not have ended up so miserably. But Yi Wudi secretly attacked him. A sword pierced through his heart and dantian, depriving him of the power to mobilize his qi and blood source. Shattered by a stomp, he was already severely wounded. Yi Chen, bolstered by malevolent qi and blood energy, fiercely beat Yi Jinshuang. If he hadn't deliberately preserved Yi Jinshuang's body, perhaps only a skeleton would remain of Yi Jinshuang now. Even if you are an ancestor of the Yi family, offend Yi Chen, and this is your end. You cannot live, you cannot die. As for Yi Fudong, at the initial stage of the Emperor realm, he couldn't withstand even a single move from Yi Chen. In his agony, Yi Fudong suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, "Yi Chen, you can't kill me. Only I know where your two little lovers are. Otherwise, you'll never find them in your lifetime." This was Yi Fudong's last straw. Sure enough, upon hearing Yi Fudong's words, Yi Chen halted. His eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. So, the disappearance of Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue was indeed related to Yi Fudong. Chapter 1206. Where are Xia Ruoxue and Ji Xiqing? Yi Chen stepped forward, coming before the injured Yi Fudong. His voice was icy cold, devoid of even a trace of warmth. Yi Fudong was the patriarch of the Kunlun Void Yi family, but before Yi Chen, he was no different from a mole or an ant. Yi Chen's violent pressure was like a flood, making Yi Fudong pale and shocked to his core. Who could have imagined that the little beast the Yi family once disregarded would have grown to this extent? If you don't speak, I'll make you understand what it means to wish for death more than life. Yi Chen continued, his eyes at this moment were filled with rage and killing intent. Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue were his scales. No one was allowed to touch them. Even if they were hurt, he would personally come to claim their lives. At this moment, Yi Fudong suddenly laughed, utterly unscrupulous. Yi Chen, Yi Fudong, have done many things I regret toward you, but all of it was under the orders of the Blood Spirit clan. I am merely a puppet. If you think of our blood ties, let me die a clean death. Now that you know what happened back then, you should also know that a meteorite fell upon the Yi family in ancient Kunlun. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. The shadow left by his grandfather had indeed mentioned this. And the Samsara cemetery also came from that meteorite. If not for his grandfather taking that mysterious stone and leaving it for him, he would not have grown so quickly. Get to the point. What does this have to do with Xia Ruoxue and the others? Yi Fudong struggled to stand up. When the meteorite fell from the sky, it changed everything for the Yi family, transforming it from a minor clan into a top-tier family in ancient times. The meteorite contained countless mysterious energies, which could be called primordial qi. The powerful experts of the Blood Spirit clan came to the Yi family for this very reason. It's a pity we never understood why that meteorite could not be taken away by outsiders. We could only study it together with the Yi family. After many years of research, the ancient Yi family arrived at only one conclusion: your name is Yi Chen. It was foretold within the meteorite that a young man named Yi Chen would become the supreme demon lord, even destroying the Yi family and annihilating the Blood Spirit clan. This is also why our Yi family never gave any descendant that name. The words Yi Chen became a taboo of the Yi family. But I was wrong. Your grandfather left the Yi family for Huaxia. He broke the rules and named you Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. I already know all that. What exactly are you trying to say? Yi Fudong's smile suddenly vanished as he said, you are only in your 20s now, yet you've grown so quickly. I want to know if everything you have now is related to your grandfather. Or related to something your grandfather took away. At that moment, a trace of killing intent arose in Yi Chen's eyes. The Samsara cemetery was Yi Chen's greatest secret. No one was allowed to pry into it. If Yi Fudong knew anything, he must die. Seeing Yi Chen's killing intent, a flash of greed even appeared in Yi Fudong's eyes. If he could obtain it, his achievements would surely surpass Yi Chen's. But what could he argue with Yi Chen about now? Yi Fudong, I will give you one last chance. Where have you hidden Xia Ruoxue and Ji Xiqing? Yi Chen's patience was exhausted. A cold sword rested against Yi Fudong's neck. Yi Fudong trembled, looking at the cold gleam before him, and said, swear to heaven that you won't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. I promise. Yi Chen did not hesitate. Hearing this, Yi Fudong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he lived, there would be a chance. Yi Chen, those two girls are not in the Yi family at all. But I know they are in Kunlun Void. Back then, the injured Ji Xiqing left with that Chinese girl. Although our Yi family Emperor Realm experts pursued them, we lost track of them at a certain coordinate in Kunlun Void. The key is that all the Yi family experts who went there vanished from the world. And there is a powerful aura of force surrounding that area. I suspect a formidable expert took them away. Yi Chen stared into Yi Fudong's eyes. The other party didn't seem to be lying. Where are the coordinates? Yi Chen said coldly. Yi Fudong glanced at the bloody battlefield, hesitated for a few seconds, then said, that place is near Kunlun Void's legendary formation. I suspect they may have entered the Spirit City. Spirit City? Where? Why have I never heard of such a place in Kunlun Void? Yi Chen was skeptical. He even thought Yi Fudong was making it up just to deceive him. Yi Fudong swore to the heavens, Yi Chen, in my current state, there's no need to lie to you. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. As for the Spirit City, I don't know much. It's a place of legend within the Kunlun Void Yi family, extremely mysterious. Even I, as the patriarch of the Kunlun Void Yi family, am not qualified to enter it. It is said this place is the connection point between Kunlun Void and the outside world. Many external powers and forces stay here after passing through Kunlun Void. The Blood Spirit clan lords came here back then. Though this place has always been a legend, unknown to most, I feel those two are inside. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? Yi Fudong looked at Yi Chen excitedly. He hadn't lied, every word was true. When a man faces death, his words are sincere. Yi Chen naturally saw this was accurate information. He nodded, sheathed his sword, and turned to walk toward the battlefield. It seemed he had let Yi Fudong go. Watching Yi Chen's departing back, Yi Fudong exhaled a turbid breath, but a flash of killing intent passed through his eyes. As long as he didn't die, he could bide his time, wait for the Blood Spirit clan to arrive, and a year later, Yi Chen and everyone around him would die without a burial place. However, at that very moment, a cold light flashed by. Yi Fudong felt as if his body had been torn apart. He looked down only to find a cold, evil spear piercing through his body. Looking up, holding the spear was a young man. Yi Chen. Yi Fudong's eyes widened. You swore to heaven you wouldn't kill me. You broke your oath. You will die a horrible death. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted into a pitiless smile as he said lightly, the heavenly Tao? What is the heavenly Tao? What you did to my grandfather destined me to kill you. Even if the heavenly Tao comes, what right does it have to stop me? I, Yi Chen, am the master of the Samsara cemetery. Bang! The evil aura of the nine nether sky-killing spear erupted, and on the spot, Yi Fudong turned into a bloody mist amidst terror and shock. Dead beyond dead. Spirit City? Who took Xia Ruoxue and Ji Xiqing away? Is the other party friend or foe? Or do they intend to use these people to threaten me? Yi Chen murmured, walking toward the other battlefield. Chapter 1207. It's not over yet. Yi Fudong was just a minor interlude, the real threat hasn't been resolved. In another battlefield, blood radiance shone everywhere and dragon scales splattered. Several of the most powerful experts fought a brutal battle, smashing buildings one by one, pulverizing the ground into deep ravines. Yi Feng, Yi Wudi, and a powerful demon. 3 powerful experts joined forces to attack Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang's strength was terrifying to behold. However, no matter how strong he was, it was difficult to face 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses of similar strength. Yi Kuang was finally wounded, his body already drenched in blood. Yi Chen paid him no mind. He had just broken through, his qi and blood were unstable, so he didn't join the fray. The outcome was the same regardless. He looked to the other side. 100 demon clans and 30 experts besieged the remaining 9 people, victory was at hand. The Yi family, this is almost settled. It's taken. At this moment, no one can intervene. Blood spirit summons. I must. Yi Kuang took out a mirror, seemingly able to contact the blood spirit clan. He had only spoken half his words, not knowing if they were transmitted, when it was directly shattered by Yi Chen's sword strike. Old bastard! Must I kill you myself? Yi Chen looked at the other 2 people and the demon, shaking his head as he said, killing should be done this swiftly. He struck at Yi Kuang with a single blow, his qi and blood erupting completely. He mobilized the power of heaven and earth, launching a single fist seal like a Buddha kingdom. Thousands of silent Buddhas flew out one after another from the fist seal. Like points of light, they struck the injured Yi Kuang in rapid succession. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow landed on Yi Kuang. 10,000 layers of attacks descended, Yi Kuang was nearly shattered. Finally, the fist seal arrived, accompanied by a bursting sound, countless blood rain flew down. Yi Kuang, an ancestor of the Yi family, had completely fallen. Although he was severely wounded, he was ultimately killed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen's true strength was not comparable to Yi Wudi's and Yi Feng's. Soon, over half of the other Yi family members were killed, all the rest surrendered. Temple Master. Killed dozens, captured 40. All are Emperor Realm. Elder Astronomy led many demon clans, pressing the captives forward. Yi Chen sighed, waved his hand, and released them. Facing everyone, he said, everyone, joining the Blood Spirit clan is truly wonderful. Every time the Blood Spirit clan comes, they kill many people. Kunlun Void grows weaker and weaker. Do you truly believe that if you are valued by the Blood Spirit clan, you can go to other powerful realms in the future? The gap between high martial levels and Kunlun is too vast. Looking at the captured Yi family members, he said, Yi Nantian and Yi Wushuang, who truly go to the Blood Spirit clan's territory, might be beaten by a 7- or 8-year-old child. For the Blood Spirit clan, you are merely dispensable pawns. Moreover, when they want you to attack others, you're just cannon fodder. You'd better resist the Blood Spirit clan than die at the hands of those supreme experts, at least you won't be branded traitors. Alright, I've finished speaking. Those willing to fight the Blood Spirit clan, come to me as the new Yi family patriarch. Many Emperor realm experts from Yi Feng's line immediately declared, I am willing to fight the Blood Spirit clan. I also wish to offer allegiance to you as our patriarch. Such a young patriarch, with such high strength, why not? Soon, Yi Feng and Yi Wudi, dozens of emperors, and hundreds of elders, including those originally from Yi Kuang's and Yi Jianshuang's 3 branches, had completely surrendered to Yi Chen. But obviously, some of those captured were not convinced. Yi Chen, you're seeking your own death. Yi Chen, the Blood Spirit clan is too powerful, you're courting death. Yi Chen. Swish. With a technique, Yi Chen directly wiped out the lives of these people. They turned into bloody mist. These people could not be kept, they were useless. Loyal to the Blood Spirit clan and the Huang family, they had to die. Ahem. I, Yi Feng, pay respects to the patriarch. Yi Feng patted his robes and clasped his fist in salute to Yi Chen. Yi Wudi also sheathed his sword and clasped his fists, saying, Yi Wudi, leading the Yi family, pays respects to the patriarch. We all pay respects to the patriarch. All 10,000 Yi family disciples knelt to welcome the new patriarch. Good. Yi Chen nodded and said, from today onward, the Yi family will be merged into the Hall of Light, forming an independent branch pavilion. The Yi family belonged to Yi Chen and was wholly incorporated into the Hall of Light. With dozens of emperors approaching, Yi Chen took all the combat power he could obtain from the Yi family. Yi Chen sent them to Kuan-gu to fight the Huang family. Simultaneously, Yi Chen instructed Elder Qing Jian to take his parents back. With Qing Jian's skills, unless someone of Han Yun's and the Huang family ancestors' level intervened, no one could stop him. The reason Yi Chen did not accompany them was that there was a more important matter at hand. On one hand, he had many insights from this battle and needed to cultivate. On the other hand, he had to find out where Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue went after disappearing. The spirit city mentioned by Yi Fudong, does it not exist, or does it truly exist? Meanwhile, somewhere in the void of Kunlun, a deep vortex slowly formed, gushing endless blood. A middle-aged man slowly emerged, surrounded by endless blood mist, like a ghost god rising from a sea of corpses and blood. The blood mist condensed into rich blood and fell into the valley below. Bang! Everything before them suddenly shattered. A single drop of fresh blood could not achieve this. This man's skill could be called the highest level, likely, even Han Yun and others could not match it. The middle-aged man glanced at the dozens of people before him, all disciples of some minor sections. Then he snorted coldly. Immediately, a massive force of blood erupted, blasting the 15 people before him into bloody mist, which lingered around him. He surveyed the surrounding situation, to think I'd have to come to this trash low-level plane, Kunlun Void. People of Kunlun Void dare to kill my clansmen, truly have the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. It was nothing major. I never expected the master sense that Blood Spirit clansmen were killed here. 6 lowly clansmen fell in battle. I don't know who was capable of such a deed. No matter who it is. They must die anyway. Elder Wei. Elder. From behind, a group of blood-robed youths slowly stepped into Kunlun Void's territory. This group was very young, yet each radiated an extremely strong murderous aura, like a group of killing war puppets. Each had at least tens of thousands of lives on their hands, a team of demons. Moreover, their realms, even the lowest among them could rival Han Yun. They were the true pride of heaven. The oldest among them was likely only 30. Elder Wei. A young man with an aquiline nose and a blood-colored robe stepped forward and said, Elder, 6 clansmen were killed this time. There must be some reckless fools wanting to rebel. If they wish to rebel, why not just slaughter them all? What do you think? Chapter 1208. We haven't had a good fight for a long time. He grinned evilly. My hands are getting a bit itchy. Wei Jian, at the 3rd heaven of the spirit realm. With his strength, it was no surprise he could sweep through Kunlun. He simply wanted to destroy another faction. Just to absorb a great deal of blood for cultivation. I'll see then. Elder Wei's expression was cold. He sent shockwaves through everyone within 100 li and said, "Go. First, head to the Han family. Han Yun, that little bastard, I think it must be him causing trouble." Back then, he was skinned and dismembered, yet still didn't learn his lesson. "This time, I'm going to crush his bones to ash." After that, Elder Wei waved his hand, summoning a mass of blood clouds. With the 5 young men, they all charged toward the Han family. Since joining the Hall of Light, most of the Han family's powerful experts were still at the hall. Only a few remained at the Han family to handle affairs. The highest cultivation among them was no more than the 3rd heaven of the Emperor realm. Han Wu, the new head of the Han family, was reading in his study when suddenly he felt suffocated by an oppressive, bloodthirsty aura. He stood up, but the next moment, he was forced to kneel on the ground, crying out in pain, "It's the Blood Spirit Clan, the Blood Spirit Clan." Impossible. It's not yet the year, the Blood Spirit Clan. The Blood Spirit Clan has arrived early. What? What can this lowly one do for you, my lords? My lords. Intermittent sounds accompanied the bursting of Han family members' bodies. In just a few seconds, over 100 Han family members at the Dao Source and Virtual King realms had been exploded by the blood chi, turned into masses of flesh, transforming the vast Han family into a purgatory. Elder Wei descended from the sky, his cold gaze sweeping over the Han family guards who had come to pay respects. He paid them no mind. A bunch of trash. With a wave, endless blood mist transformed into sharp swords, slaying the 100 Han family Dao Source realm guards. He stared coldly at Han Wu, who knelt on the ground, and asked darkly, "Where is your ancestor?" "That scum Han Yun. So he's not in the Han family lands?" "My lord. Your honor." Han Wu's blood vessels were ruptured by the blood chi pressure. He turned to see the Han family filled with corpses. His heart ached, and he could bear it no longer, but said furiously, "You brutes, my ancestor has already formed an alliance with the Master of the Hall of Light. The day of your demise is not far off." Bang! A burst of force erupted. The Han family head at the 3rd heaven of the Emperor realm was crushed into a bloody mist on the spot. Elder Wei's face remained icy. He waved his hand and shook his robe. The blood-colored robe suddenly flew out, expanding infinitely. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Han family. Then he looked westward and stepped into the void, arriving at the nearly collapsed Blood Spirit secret realm. His brow furrowed slightly. He gently reached out and touched the Blood Spirit secret realm, murmuring to himself, "Those 6 should have been stationed in the Blood Spirit secret realm. Their aura has vanished. It seems they died within the Blood Spirit secret realm, not in Kunlun Void. However, there's no trace of Han Yun's aura inside." He pinched a blood-colored seal with his left hand and struck the Blood Spirit secret realm, extracting several strands of original aura from within. He carefully examined the auras in his hand, thinking, the combat auras of those 6 faded quickly. I couldn't capture their origin, but there are origins of others here. He captured 3 strands of original aura. 1 belonged to Yi Chen. 1 belonged to Ruoyu. 1 belonged to Enuo. 3 auras. 1 is familiar, seemingly connected to our Blood Spirit clan. The other 2 should be the bastards who killed those 6. Judging from the origin, they are very young, even younger than Wei Jian. Elder Wei sneered twice and dispersed the 3 original auras. To think this Kunlun Void still has such arrogant people? Under 30, yet should be at the 9th heaven. Interesting, interesting. This is how Kunlun Void has been oppressed. Can it still produce such youths? Good, this will be fun. I'd like to see what kind of young man this is. Torturing him might be even more amusing. Wei Jian, inform Huang Kunming. Tell him to come see me within 5 minutes. If he doesn't, the Huang family will be annihilated. Elder Wei ordered Wei Jian to notify the Huang family ancestor. He walked to the Han family ancestral hall. A flash of killing intent appeared before his eyes. He waved his hand, destroying the massive ancestral hall. All the memorial tablets were pulverized. Then he turned to look at the Han family members. They all knelt, not daring to move. He couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Ants, mere ants," without even the thought of resistance. But Han Yun has formed an alliance with the Master of the Hall of Light? This Hall of Light is interesting. To take the word of light, they regard our blood spirit clan as darkness. In that case, I'll let you ants feel what true darkness is. 5 minutes passed. A yellow figure came flying at extreme speed, leaving no shadow behind. The old man quickly landed at the entrance of the Han family mansion. He wore a dragon crown, a yellow robe, and had a yellow sword at his waist. If not for the dragon robe, others might have mistaken him for a supreme emperor. This old man was the ancestor of the Huang family. Huang's ancestor hurriedly entered and knelt down, kowtowing several times in succession. Then he rose and looked at Elder Wei respectfully, saying, "Elder, you have arrived. We could not hold on much longer these past days." Bang! A stream of blood chi sent the old Huang family ancestor flying. Elder Wei slowly turned around, his gaze cold as he said, "Waste. Your Huang family has occupied Kunlun for 3,000 years, yet you cannot fully control it. To have this elder handle the aftermath, you truly have some nerve. If not for the great contributions your ancestors made 3,000 years ago in servitude. Today, this elder would kill you. Thank you for your mercy." Huang's ancestor scrambled forward, kowtowing and expressing gratitude. Having stood in Kunlun for thousands of years, he was like a servant, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Even Han Yun, seeing this scene, would tremble physically and mentally. An elder of the Blood Spirit clan. Elder Wei. A powerhouse at the fifth heaven of the spirit realm, unmatched in Kunlun. Truly invincible. These past years, Kunlun has undergone some changes. What is this Hall of Light about? Furthermore, someone killed 6 members of my Blood Spirit clan in the Blood Spirit secret realm. Who is this person? Elder Wei sat on a bench, looking down arrogantly at Huang's ancestor, just as an emperor looks upon a slave. Also, when did the Han family dare to rebel? You, speak quickly. Dare to omit half a word, and I will annihilate your Huang family. Yes, yes, yes. Huang's ancestor had beads of sweat the size of beans on his forehead. He swallowed hard, both fearful and excited in his heart. Chapter 1209. Yi Shitian. Yi Chen. The lords of the Blood Spirit clan are here. Soon, it will be your time to die. You dare to be so insolent. None of the families or sects that dared to oppose the Huang family have managed to last more than a year. The Huang family ancestor lay prostrate and said, "The young man who killed your lords in the Blood Spirit secret realm is named Yi Shitian, a powerful youth who suddenly appeared. Currently, his master is unknown. It's just that Han Yun has formed an alliance with him. Furthermore, according to the information I have obtained, Yi Shitian's skills are not low. After appearing in Dan Void Town, he subdued many monster races in the body refining land. He commands hundreds of Emperor Realm experts, and together with Han Yun and his younger brother Yi Chen, he formed the Hall of Light. It was Yi Shitian who killed the 6 Supreme Lords." He paused for a moment and pondered. As for Yi Chen, he is a member of the Yi family. He was abandoned by the Yi family in Huaxia, but his talent is not bad. He fought his way from Huaxia to Kunlun Void. Later, in Chenjua City, he took over 12 sects including Azure Sky Gate, Kunlun Sect, Dao Sect, Blood Leaf Sect, Green Luan Sect, etc. The head of the Blood Knight Sect calls him Young Ancestor. He seems to be the inheritor of Blood 7 Knights. The disciple of Blood 7 Knights? Elder Wei snorted coldly, no wonder. Blood 7 Knights, that old thing, must still have some divine thoughts left in Kunlun Void. To teach this disciple is one thing, but it's not enough to overturn the sky for my Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen. Your master, Blood 7 Knights, is imprisoned in that place. What kind of waves can you, a mere disciple, make? What else? Explain the specific situation of the Hall of Light. Elder Wei said slowly, I know the Yi family joined my blood spirit clan 2,000 years ago. It was that old waste Yi Jianshuang who advocated for it. Last time, he took Yi Nantian to test the waters. Anyway, all the families are trash, so there might be a few worth looking at. Yi Chen and Yi Shitian both come from the Yi family. Why hasn't the Yi family dealt with them? My lord! The Huang family ancestor clasped his fists and said with slight worry, the Yi family has been destroyed by Yi Chen, who led hundreds of Emperor Realm demon clans. He was worried Elder Wei might kill him in a rage, so he hesitated and said, Yi Jianshuang and Yi Kuang of the Yi family have been killed by Yi Chen. Along with more than 30 Emperor Realm experts of the Yi family, they all died at Yi Chen's hands. The others were taken by him into the Hall of Light. They are currently fighting my Huang family in the Kuangu lands. Although Yi Chen is only 30 years old, his cultivation progresses extremely fast. Half a year ago, he was at the Virtual King realm. Now he's at the 7th heaven of Dao Source. However, he can contend against Emperor Realm powerhouses. He is very sinister. We don't even know the true extent of Yi Chen's combat power. With these words, the Huang family ancestor lay flat on the ground, not daring to move. But in his heart, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yi Chen, you can finally be dealt with. The lords of the Blood Spirit clan have arrived early. Otherwise, if we waited another year, I'm afraid the Huang family would have suffered greatly. Interesting. Elder Wei suddenly became interested and said, truly interesting that a mere ant from the 7th heaven of Dao Source can defeat Yi Kuang and Yi Jianshuang of the Emperor Realm. His gaze suddenly fell upon a few Blood Spirit clan youths and he said with a smile, Yi Chen's combat power seems even stronger than yours. So what? I can still kill him, a slightly plump Blood Spirit youth said slowly. A kid from Dao Source? Can he compare to the 9th heaven? I can fight into the Divine Realm. That kid is over 10 minor realms behind me. If we fight, I'll crush him with a single slap. I understand. Yi Chen and Yi Shitian are the leaders of this matter. Wei Jian said slowly, as long as we eliminate these two, the other sects will naturally disband. Of course, I suggest slaughtering all the sections. But that is also fitting. It will be easier for us to cultivate by absorbing their qi and blood. To kill is to kill. But, Elder, I'm also interested in them, another woman in blood-red robes said with a smile, he can kill top experts while at the Dao Source realm. Why not let him fight Chen Peng? Let's see if Chen Peng can crush him to death. If he can't, I think he can make up the quota for this year. Bullshit. The slightly plump blood spirit youth immediately turned cold. He was Chen Peng. He had planned to use the quota for this year's blood ginseng fruit to exchange for a 4th-grade immortal artifact to break through. If he has to make up the quota, how can he break through? Elder Wei said with a smile, you are all fighting. Alright, I'll summon those two beasts. You can fight them one by one from lowest to highest. Whoever performs the worst will give up their quota. As for the other 4, if there's one more share this year, perhaps their strength will increase significantly. It's amusing to crush ants to death. We of the Blood Spirit clan made a trip here. It would be too boring to return immediately. Suddenly, Elder Wei stood up directly. Endless blood qi erupted. Yi Chen. Yi Shitian. These two little bastards dare to oppose our Blood Spirit clan. Elder Wei's entire body was enveloped in a bone-chilling cold, freezing the ground inch by inch, even the air was filled with cold. The Huang family ancestor shivered from the chill. He closed his eyes, and a stream of blood light pierced the sky, transforming into a phantom 1,000 feet tall. The 1,000-foot phantom instantly caught everyone's attention. He released a mass of blood clouds. The blood clouds surged into the sky like a curtain of rain. Crackling. Bang bang bang. In an instant, tens of thousands of martial artists fell, directly blasted to pieces by bloody lightning. Such divine power, even the natural calamities of Kunlun Void were far inferior to the arrival of this demon. The remaining people fell to the ground, not daring to move. The weak thought a devil had come and prayed for mercy. Those slightly stronger, Some martial artists knew it was a powerful expert from the Blood Spirit clan. At this moment, they also half knelt on the ground, fearing to invite death. Of course, isn't it supposed to be another year before the Blood Spirit clan comes? So they are coming now. And still so terrifying. Can Yi Chen and their Hall of Light stop them? Just as they were shocked, the bloody phantom opened its mouth. I am Wei Wucheng of the Blood Spirit clan. We are aware of the killing of our Blood Spirit clan ants in Kunlun Void. Now, we set a deadline of 10 days to judge Yi Chen and Yi Shitian. By this order, they are to come to Chenjua City for trial within 10 days. If they do not come, I will slaughter all members of the Han family and the Hall of Light. The powerful voice spread like a demonic sound, lingering for a long time. Even those thousands of miles away could hear it clearly. Soon, the bloody phantom dispersed. People got up, but all were in a panic. Chapter 12:10. The Blood Spirit clan has arrived. The Hall of Light seems unprepared. What to do if this continues? And they want Hall Master Yi Chen to go to Chenjua City for trial? What can be done? Some virtual King Realm martial artists rushed out to spread the news. They lived within the Han family's territory. The Han family had decided to resist the Blood Spirit clan, so inevitably, the people in the territory had already resolved to fight the Blood Spirit clan. Naturally, they wanted to deliver the news to their own patriarchs and sect leaders as soon as possible, so the leaders could pass the message to Yi Chen and the others. We must inform them immediately. Inside the Han family's great hall, Elder Wei stood up slightly. Let's go. Head to your Huang family first. Tell me about the situation in Kunlun Void in recent years. He left with all the others, waving his hand and slapping down, instantly wiping out hundreds of thousands of people across the vast Han family lands. The Han family, one of Kunlun Void's top families. This is their fate facing the Blood Spirit clan, utterly unable to resist. Of course, this is the situation with the Han family's elite not present. Even if all the elite were here, with Han Yun and several other Han family emperors at the 8th heaven, at most they could resist for a while, but they would still be slaughtered. Over 100,000 people, men, women, old, and young, none survived. Elder Wei left with the Blood Spirit youths and the Huang family ancestor. It was like stepping on a pile of ants as he departed. He ignored the cries below, even enjoying them. The cries of mole ants only proved the strength of the powerful. A group of martial artists stared dumbfounded at everything before them until Elder Wei and the others were far away. Zhou Yan, who had befriended Yi Chen in the Blood Spirit secret realm, happened to be working in the Han family's territory. As a 7th Heaven Dao Source realm expert, he stepped forward to see a blood-soaked ruin-like crater and swallowed hard in secret, hundreds of thousands of people. Over a dozen Emperor realm experts. More than 300 Dao Source realm experts died just like that. Once Han Yun finds out, he'll go mad. Looking around, Zhou Yan was now the highest cultivation expert here. He took a deep breath and said, "Rescue, no, try to preserve the remains of the Han family and prepare for the funeral." At this moment, rescue was impossible. 15 emperors were all crushed to pieces. How could anyone else survive? At most, they could only try to keep the hero's remains as intact as possible. Wang Cheng. Take my token and go to Kuan-gu to inform the temple master of what happened. Zhou Yan took out his token and solemnly said, "Remember, don't listen to anyone who tries to stop you along the way. Now that the Blood Spirit clan has arrived, all sorts of ghosts and monsters will emerge. As a messenger, be especially careful. Also, tell the temple master that if he cannot defeat them, run. The farther, the better. If he can defeat them, please crush those Blood Spirit clan beasts." He solemnly sent Wang Qing off, watching the distant figure of the other, his heart cold. "Temple master, I hope you can win. I hope you slaughter those beasts. But if you can't, you must run. As long as you live, revenge will always be possible. I'll handle the Han family's affairs for now." After the Blood Spirit clan's arrival, the attention of both the Hall of Light and the major families will fall on Kuan-gu and Chenjua City. Zhou Yan could only deal with the Han family's remains. As Zhou Yan's confidant, Wang Cheng's cultivation at the first heaven of the Dao Source realm was not weak. Personally carrying Zhou Yan's token, he arrived at Kuan-gu that evening. Using the token, he entered the mountain. At that moment, Han Yun, Yi Lingtian, Xue Qi, Yi Luo'er, Duan Huaiyan, Elder Bai Zhan, and others had all gathered. "Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the Han family's side?" Yi Lingtian asked. "I've heard some rumors, but don't know if they're true. Did you come to report this news?" Elder Wei's Thousand-Zhang phantom spreading the trial proclamation had already spread like wildfire across Kunlun Void in a single day. However, Yi Chen was still in seclusion, and they hadn't dared to send anyone to verify the news, waiting for confirmation. Wang Cheng was the fastest. As the first messenger, he had already arrived at Kuan-gu's mountain. Seeing so many important figures, he knelt and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Blood Spirit clan has arrived. 6 in total. 1 middle-aged man, the one who transformed into the phantom, and the other 5 are young people, all seemingly around 30. The middle-aged man called himself Wei Wucheng, Elder Wei. With one hand, he wiped out the Han family lands, burying over 100,000 Han family members. Furthermore, he ordered the temple master and Yi Shitian to go to Qianju, a city, for trial within 10 days. Wang Qing quickly took out Zhou Yan's token to verify his words. "This is helmsman Zhou's token." After the incident, the helmsman ordered his subordinate to come. "I dared not stop, rushing for 8 hours to report the news and confirm it for all lords and the hall master." These words spoken, everyone felt as if struck by thunder. The Han family, gone. Over 100,000 Han family members died by Wei Wucheng's hand. How? How could it be so fast? Weren't they supposed to arrive in a year? Why are they early? Yi Lingtian sighed and turned to look at Han Yun, saying, "Senior Han, I'm sorry. Most of the Han family's elite are here." As soon as he finished, he suddenly snapped to attention and shouted at Blood Sword, Black Yao, and the others, "Go quickly. Gather all Emperor Realm experts. All Dao Source Realm and Virtual King Realm, regardless of level, assemble. Form the Ancient Demon Protection Array with the Emperor Realm experts to cover those below Emperor Realm and prevent accidents. Activate the Ancient Demon Protection Array above to avoid attacks from the Huang family or the Blood Spirit clan." At this moment, the usually steady Yi Lingtian had become a frightened bird. The Blood Spirit clan had always been cruel and murderous. Who knew if they would attack tonight? This place had many Emperor Realm experts. Even if they formed an array, they should be able to block the Blood Spirit clan. However, that man named Wei Wucheng killed over 100,000 with one hand. Even the 9th heaven of the Emperor Realm couldn't do that. He was definitely a Spirit Realm powerhouse. Moreover, definitely not early Spirit Realm, likely mid or even late Spirit Realm. Early precautions were necessary. No need. Yi Lingtian, Blood Sword, Black Yao, all of you stop. Han Yun seemed to have aged again. His descendants were dead, casualties heavy. Fortunately, most Emperor Realm experts were here. He took a long breath and said, "The one who came is Wei Wucheng. I know him. 500 years ago, he came to Kunlun Void. At that time, he was at the 5th heaven of the Spirit Realm. 500 years later, I don't know if he's made progress. The only thing I know is that there is a qualitative change after entering the Spirit Realm. Especially a mid-Spirit Realm powerhouse, not someone we can fight." Chapter 12:11. Han Yun looked carefully at the crowd and said, "The best course of action now is to disperse the people of all families. Gathering in one place is just waiting to be exterminated. Wait for Yi Chen. Yi Chen will emerge from seclusion in 3 days. We'll decide then." At this, Black Yao looked confused and asked, "Senior Han, why is that?" "Yes," Ruhan also said, "we have so many emperors. Even at any cost, we can kill Wei Wucheng. Can't we kill one person if we all go together?" "You don't understand." Han Yun sighed. However, Elder Bai Zhan said, "Indeed, a mid-spirit realm expert has mastered the power of the ascending immortal. He is virtually immortal. Ordinary attacks are useless against him. Moreover, in the mid-spirit realm, you can use soul attacks. He glanced around the valley, secretly shook his head, and said, no matter how many Emperor Realm experts there are, those who haven't cultivated soul secret techniques can't resist soul attacks. The moment they encounter one, they die. We have many emperors. If we could resist Wei Wucheng's soul attacks, we could wear him down. But no one can do that. Let's disperse. He paced a few steps and said, before the Hall Master emerges from seclusion, it's best to disperse. And the people who have come to Kunlun Void this time are too strong. Before, every 100 years, the Blood Spirit clan would send 7 people to Kunlun. The strongest were only at the 2nd heaven, who could be overwhelmed and killed by emperors. But the 5th heaven of the spirit realm is impossible, so disperse. He looked at Han Yun, Duan Huaiyan, Yi Wudi, and Yi Feng and said, disperse. We must disperse. Now, restricted by Wei Wucheng's might, the Huang family can launch a large-scale attack. Once we are defeated, it's possible that the entire Thousand Ju city territory will be surrounded and annihilated. No choice. Yi Chen is in seclusion. It will be a few days before he emerges, and then we can decide whether to fight or withdraw. How to fight? We need Yi Chen to decide. If we misjudge, we might be wiped out. If we disperse, let the Hall Master figure it out. Good. I'll discuss with the 100 lords. For now, let's disperse the people and have them return to their respective places. Duan Huaiyan nodded and quickly led his disciples down the mountain. Han Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, my forces won't disperse. I'll stay here. We're not dispersing either. Elder Bai Zhan said, the Hall Master's cultivation ground is in the body refining land. If we disperse, we might be slaughtered before we can regroup. But spread out as much as possible within the mountains. Have the 12 sects disperse, especially the Sacred Herb Hall and the Luo family, the 2 alchemy sages, etc. Hide them first. See what choice the Hall Master and the others make. After that, Elder Bai Zhan went down to command all the demon clans. The sudden arrival of the Blood Spirit clan was unexpected, they could only disperse as much as possible. This way, these forces could avoid being destroyed by the Blood Spirit clan. As Yi Chen's war puppet, the Green Sword Demon Emperor, though only a separated soul with a trace of intelligence, said, the Hall Master is undergoing a physical transformation and will emerge in 3 days. When the time comes, we will fight the Blood Spirit clan. Time flies. 3 days later, the outside world was in a state of terror. With over 200 sects dispersed, people were panicked. Some sects had already defected to the Blood Spirit clan, and even more minor sects were preparing to submit. From the initial vow to resist the Blood Spirit clan, the situation had suddenly changed. Some even agreed that Yi Chen was as good as dead. Bang! A stone burst open. Yi Chen slowly walked out of the secluded place, glanced at the people before him, and said, I already know about the Blood Spirit clan. He slightly gripped the sword in his hand and said contemptuously, trial? Want to fight me one by one in an arena? Fine, I'll kill them one by one. The 5th heaven of the spirit realm is nothing. At this, Han Yun said worriedly, although your talent is exceptional, you are not ready yet. You haven't fully grown. Wei Wucheng has been famous for thousands of years and has cultivated for over 5,000 years. You don't have to fight him now. Wei Wucheng has cultivated for over 5,000 years. His cultivation time is nearly 200 times that of Yi Chen. Yi Chen has no need to fight Wei Wucheng now. Moreover, it's not just Wei Wucheng, there are also 5 Blood Spirit clan youths. The weakest among them all have combat power at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. One slap from them sent the Huang family ancestor flying. The enemy is so powerful, Yi Chen shouldn't go. Even though Han Yun wants revenge, he thinks Yi Chen can't go. Hall Master. It's better not to go. Yi Ling Tian had also learned the strength of these Blood Spirit clan members and truly felt Yi Chen couldn't go. Elder Bai Zhan said, Lord, you cannot go. We can leave through the teleportation array. Elder Bai Zhan, Han Yun, Yi Lingtian, and others did not want Yi Chen to go. How can the seventh heaven of the Tao Source Realm defeat the Blood Spirit Clan's Spirit Realm experts? Even with Yi Chen's ability to fight above his level, he cannot bridge the gap between the Divine Realm and the Spirit Realm. The difference is like heaven and earth. No matter how powerful the Green Sword Demon Emperor is, holding a second-grade immortal artifact, with cultivation at the peak of the ninth heaven of the Emperor Realm, he can only be on par with the first or second heaven of the Spirit Realm. At most, he can resist 2 heavens. This time, the Blood Spirit Clan has sent such a powerful expert at the 5th heaven of the Spirit Realm. Go? Doesn't that mean death? The Blood Spirit Clan arrived early. I'll just kill them and save a year of waiting. Moreover, what's so great about the 5th heaven of the Spirit Realm? Yi Chen's words were plain: I could fight Emperor Realm experts while at the Virtual King Realm. I can slay the 8th heaven of the Blood Spirit Clan while fighting above my level. Now I'm at the 7th heaven of Tao Source, about to enter the Emperor Realm. Why should I fear them? Blood Spirit Clan? What the hell? An elder who has entered the Spirit Realm dares to summon me for trial. Fine, I'll go, but I'll be the one judging you, not the other way around. If you want to test your disciples in the arena, I'll kill them one by one. How dare you act so arrogantly? The next moment, Yi Chen's body radiated a bloody golden light and a golden phantom appeared. The golden phantom was like Panga creating the world, majestic, piercing through layers of clouds. It looked down upon the Huang family emperors and the people from various major families and sects who had come to gather information, saying, in 7 days, I will go to Thousand Jew City. At that time, the Blood Spirit Clan will be destroyed. That Blood Spirit Clan elder is called Wei Wucheng, isn't he? Tell him to wash his neck clean. I will avenge the grudges between the Blood Spirit Clan and Kunlun Void, and I will cut off his head then. The voice, empowered by qi and blood, spread thousands of miles, lingering in the sky, not dispersing for a long time. Accepting the challenge. Yi Chen is prepared to fight. These words echoed in people's minds. Some spread the news back to their families. Chapter 12:12. Some people even despised Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen was powerful, he was definitely no match for the Blood Spirit Clan. Yi Chen would die. This was just his final madness before death. Many people shook their heads, stared at the golden phantom, and smiled disdainfully. The golden phantom vanished. Yi Chen's gaze swept over everyone and he said, Don't say I am certain I can kill them. Even if I'm not certain, I will still go. Is my Kunlun Void something the Blood Spirit Clan can insult? The hatred of thousands of years must be settled. They will be slaughtered without a doubt. Once these words were spoken, many of his subordinates had mixed emotions. But Han Yun wanted to dissuade him, secretly thinking, perhaps the senior behind Yi Chen has a backup plan. Yi Chen truly is a son of destiny. Under such circumstances, he could still build such combat power. No matter what, we must not let him fall into the hands of the Blood Spirit Clan. In that case, I will go with you. Han Yun slightly clasped his fists, his eyes filled with determination as he said, From the ancient war until now, I can bear it no longer. At worst, I'll kill the enemy by self-destructing. Looking at Yi Lingtian, Qing Jian, He Yao, and the others, he said, as Yi Chen said, if we don't fight back this time, I'm afraid we won't even have the strength or opportunity to fight back in the future. This time, I will do my utmost to assist Yi Chen. Victory or death. If not, we die. I don't care anymore. Anyway, now that the Blood Spirit Clan has arrived and learned the current situation, the Han family will be destroyed, and the 12 major sects will also be destroyed. Rather than being slaughtered like lambs, it's better to follow Yi Chen and fight back. Hall Master. How do you plan to deal with them? Han Yun patted his chest and said, I have made thorough inquiries. There are 6 members of the Blood Spirit Clan, 1 elder and 5 disciples. The elder, Wei Wucheng, is at the 5th heaven of the Spirit Realm. As for the 5 disciples, one is at the peak of the Emperor Realm, half step into the Spirit Realm, 2 are at the first heaven of the spirit realm, 1 is at the second heaven of the spirit realm. I can hold off 1 at the first heaven of the spirit realm. I can too. Elder Baijan said, the green sword and I together can block another first heaven and second heaven disciple. Yi Feng, shaking his stout body, stepped forward and said, we are prepared to fight to the death at any time. Yi Wudi and I can join forces to hold off that half-step spirit realm disciple. But what about the fifth heaven of the spirit realm? No. Originally, if the Blood Spirit clan charged all at once, I might need you all to step forward. But since they choose to fight one by one, I will kill them one by one. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. I'll kill the 5 disciples first, then we'll join forces and kill the elder. What are these Blood Spirit clan disciples? I'll kill them one by one. Finally, we'll finish off the old bastard. The reason Yi Chen intended to do this was mainly because, at the spirit realm, the destructive power was too great. He didn't want those around him to be affected, especially Yi Luo'er and the others, whose combat power couldn't withstand the aftershocks. Alright. You don't have to worry too much. They came for me, so I will deal with them first. Yi Chen's gaze swept over many people, looking at Yi Feng, He Yao, and the others, and said, you can set off soon. In 7 days, just arrive at Thousand Ju City. Yi Chen began to move here. The entire Kunlun Void was in an uproar. The 12 major sects were still sealed by Yi Chen, so they couldn't rebel. However, almost all the other sects turned with the tide, especially the over 170 minor sects of the 100 Schools Alliance. Each family was discussing how to please Elder Wei Wucheng. Some forcibly confined their most talented disciples and sent them to the Huang family. Some wantonly searched for beautiful women and sent them to the Huang family. In short, they did everything possible to please the powerful Blood Spirit clan members residing in the Huang family. At this moment, in the Qin family's lands, the Qin family head sighed. Sitting in the master's seat, he glanced at the many elders, sighed again, and said, what should we do now? Back then, although we didn't directly join Yi Chen, we still assisted the Han and Yi families. Now, the Blood Spirit clan has arrived. The Han family is gone, and the Yi family is almost the same. Undoubtedly, both the Han and Yi families are doomed. What should we do? Although the Qin family hadn't formed an alliance, they had at least made some effort. Now the entire family was hesitant. The family head looked as if he had swallowed a mouse and sighed, afraid that Elder Wei Wucheng would come and wipe out the Qin family with a single slap. Family head. Since things have come to this, why don't we attack the Yi family? We should try our best to capture people from the Yi family and the Hall of Light and present them to the Blood Spirit clan ancestor. Perhaps we can survive? Mo Nan, an elder of the Qin family, suggested. Moreover, after hearing Han Yun's order, the 12 major sects are in hiding. It seems they've been sealed by Yi Chen and can't stand on the side of justice, they can only follow the devil Yi Chen. Why don't we capture people from the 12 major sects and dedicate them to the Blood Spirit clan lords? Maybe the lords will spare our entire family if they see how hard we work. Another elder, Qin Jinquang, stroked his beard and said, I have already sent men to capture hundreds of disciples from the 12 sections. They can be escorted to the Huang family. As for Yi Chen, that little bastard, I heard he was in seclusion. I don't know the specifics yet. I estimate Yi Chen and Yi Shitian will flee at the first opportunity. For the future of our Qin family, I suggest we start by capturing disciples of the medical god sect, especially Duan Huayan. We must. He took a sip of tea, then said, this way, we can convert our achievements to offset our crimes and save our lives. Capture Yi Chen's master. Capture Yi Chen's parents. Or, we could find out Yi Shitian's sect and capture the people around Yi Shitian to present to the Blood Spirit clan lords. That would work. Yi Chen and Yi Shitian can't be touched, their strength is too great. But the people around them can be moved and captured. Family head. Elders. A young disciple rushed in, panting and out of breath. He said, Yi Chen has emerged from seclusion. He manifested a golden phantom and has provoked Elder Wei Wucheng. He said he will go to Thousand Jew City and slaughter the Blood Spirit clan in 7 days. Bang! Bastard! Is he in a hurry to die? The Qin family head slammed the table, stood up, and roared, "Damn it! He doesn't want to live, but I still do." He quickly looked at the elders around him, swallowing his saliva as he said, "Hurry! Go and take out all the Qin family's treasures for me. I will personally deliver them to the Huang family. Quick, quick, quick!" Chapter 12-13. When he saw the 2 elders quickly leave, he let out a long sigh and sat down, saying sadly, "Yi Chen, this bastard, can't you just die obediently? Why must you challenge the lords of the Blood Spirit clan?" With this, once the Blood Spirit clan lords become enraged and find out that our Qin family supported the Hall of Light in the early days, we too will face the disaster of clan extermination. Take out the 10,000-year Ganoderma and 10,000-year blood ginseng from our clan treasury. Together with over 100 disciples from various sects, all our Emperor Realm elders and I will personally deliver them to the Huang family to beg for forgiveness from the Blood Spirit clan elder. Wait! The Qin family head suddenly stopped the departing elder and cautiously said, "Go and prepare some of Kunlun Void's beauties. All must be virgins. Go now. Family head. This." The elder broke into a sweat and said, "In such a short time, where can we find them? It takes time to recruit beautiful women of certain value to sell their bodies to serve as tributes for us. But this time is too short." Bang! The Qin family head slapped the elder across the face, saying angrily, "Capture them. I give you half a day to capture 500. Then follow me to present them to the Blood Spirit clan ancestor. This matter concerns the life and death of our Qin family. Go quickly." "Yes, yes, yes." The elder left with his head bowed. Every time the Blood Spirit clan arrives, we have to prepare beautiful women for them. It's just that this time, it's too rushed. How many can we capture? In any case, we must prepare the tribute as soon as possible. This was still the case with the Qin family. Other major families, knowing the Blood Spirit clan was angry, directly took out their family's wealth. Additionally, they captured large numbers of disciples and beautiful women, rushing to the Huang family to offer them to the Blood Spirit clan. They hoped that through these treasures and beauties, they could quell the Blood Spirit clan's anger. The Blood Spirit clan's rage is unbearable. In the past, they wiped out several major sects. Now, it would be easy for them to exterminate 100 or 200 minor sects and your top families. Rely on Yi Chen. I'm afraid Yi Chen won't survive 7 days. You still have to rely on yourselves. The most important thing is to save your own lives first. As for whether you can live well in the future, that's secondary. Huang family territory. Many beautiful women dared not resist as they were abducted from the mountaintop. No matter who they abducted from, even if they raided families like the Dao sect and Kunlun sect, the other party had to lie down and die if they dared speak out. The younger generation of the Huang family had been wiped out. Currently, it was basically the youth of the previous generation, mainly Huang Niqiang. This disciple in his 70s was still considered a young man. Having just reached the Emperor realm, he killed everywhere in the streets. No one dared to stop him. The beautiful women he captured were thrown into prison carts, ready to be taken back for enjoyment. He was intercepting several Han family disciples when he encountered the Qin family. "Huang Niqiang. Don't go too far. You've already taken the money and spirit stones. If you try to abduct our junior sister, don't blame us for fighting to the death." A Qin family disciple, gripping a sword, shouted furiously with his neck flushed. "Fight to the death?" Huang Niqiang sneered, "Do you think Yi Chen can support you? Ridiculous. Want me to help you?" He directly raised his sword, summoning thunder from all directions, transforming it into divine thunder. He swiftly slaughtered all the enemies on the scene. However, he saw the Qin family head and others had already arrived. "What's the matter, Lord Qin? Come for revenge?" Huang Niqiang squinted at the Qin family head, looking down on him. With a sword strike, he killed a Qin family woman on the spot. He spread his hands and said, "Behind me is the Blood Spirit clan. Want revenge? Come on then." "I wouldn't dare." "No, I wouldn't dare." The Qin family head said with a smile, "This time, I've come to offer tribute to the Blood Spirit clan lords. At the same time, I've captured some disciples of the Hall of Light. I want to present them to the Blood Spirit clan ancestor and beg for a way to survive." Huang Niqiang squinted at the long line of 600 to 700 people, both men and women. As he turned to look, he suddenly saw the Wang family and the forces of the Luan Spear sect and asked, "Are you also here to deliver tribute?" "Brother Huang. We are also here to offer tribute to the Blood Spirit clan elder." The Wang family head gestured to his team and said, "We've also captured over 300 disciples of the Hall of Light, as well as beautiful women, to dedicate to the Blood Spirit clan ancestor. Please show us the way." "Brother Huang." The Luan Spear sect master smiled, took out a heaven and earth ring, and handed it to Huang Niqiang. He said with a smile, "This is for you. I've also captured many people, dedicated to the Blood Spirit clan ancestor. Please lead the way." Since Yichen wiped out the true transmission and core disciples last time, the Luan Spear sect had directly withdrawn. They were not accepted by Yichen. This time, the leaders and masters of the Luan Spear sect, Tianhai sect, Linghai sect, and so on came with a large amount of gifts and people. All gathered here at once. There were over 1,000 or 2,000 Hall of Light disciples alone, though most were inner and outer disciples below the fifth heaven of Tao Source. The true disciples and core disciples of the 12 major sects were all deeply hidden. They hadn't been captured for the time being, but the other disciples had suffered heavy losses. Good, good. You should have realized this long ago. Huang Niqiang inspected several heaven and earth rings in his hand. There were many treasures inside. These sect leaders used such things to bribe him. It seemed they had made a fortune this time and didn't want to be destroyed. He said with a smile, "Let's go. The Blood Spirit clan lords are all in Thousand Ju City." "Let's go," he said, just in time for Yi Chen's trial. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a yellow lion mount, leapt onto it, and led the crowd toward Thousand Ju City. His expression was full of contentment. Some called him a dog of the Blood Spirit clan. But they didn't know that such a dog was not something ordinary experts were qualified to be. As for Yi Chen and Yi Shitian, they probably weren't even as good as dead dogs. At this moment, Kunlun Void was in an uproar. Thousand Ju City had changed hands several times. It originally belonged to the Huang family. Later, it was occupied by the Hall of Light, and then taken by the Blood Spirit clan. Currently, the Huang family head, ancestors, and the clan's beauties were all accompanying the 6 members of the Blood Spirit clan, enjoying the pleasures. Ancestor. The Qin family, Wang family, Chen family, Luan Spear sect, Tianhai sect, Linghai sect, and 6 other major forces request an audience. They have gifts for the Blood Spirit clan elder. Huang Quan stood outside the door with clasped fists. The leaders of the 6 major forces also stood with him. They didn't dare to utter a word, their hearts in their throats, fearing to make any mistakes. "Enter. You've come quite quickly." Wei Wucheng's voice came out, and the door opened. Chapter 12-14. He pushed aside the beauty beside him, glanced at the 7 people who entered, and said with a smile, "Not bad that you've prepared these things." With one glance, he saw through the items brought by each family head and sect master. It's hard work, all ready for the table. Of course, this is not enough to make up for your crime of ignoring Yi Chen's rebellion. Moreover, there are even some families who aided the Hall of Light and Yi Chen. Thump. Thump. Instantly, the 6 humble masters knelt down. The Qin family head kowtowed and exclaimed, "Lord, I will exterminate the remaining evils of the Hall of Light." "Lord, so will we." "Lord, we will definitely exterminate those remnants and atone for our crimes." "Lord." In the past, these great figures, family heads, and sect masters knelt like slaves. Facing absolute strength, they were nothing. Good. People of Kunlun Void truly have backbone. A smile curled at the corner of Wei Wucheng's lips as he said, "Rise. After I have judged Yi Chen and Yi Shitian, it will be up to you to destroy the Hall of Light. Remember, I want the so-called 12 Kunlun sects and the Han family, not a single chicken or dog left. As long as one person lives, I will annihilate your families. If more than 2 survive, I'll make you understand what it means to wish for death more than life." His icy voice was as sharp as midwinter frost. The 6 masters and leaders were too terrified to move, only able to shout, "We understand." "Good." Suddenly, Wei Wucheng's gaze turned to the north. A powerful, bloodthirsty evil aura radiated from him. A smile touched the corner of his mouth. Hall of Light. He stood up, walked to the balcony, gazed at the dark shadow in the distance, and said with a smile, "Some mole ants have come to accept judgment. I have to consider whether it's better to extinguish their souls and spirits entirely or to preserve their flesh and blood after 1,000 cuts." The great power of the Blood Spirit clan had sent him personally to Kunlun Void to handle this matter. Wei Wucheng had no choice but to deal with it. The 5 disciples behind Wei Wucheng were growing restless. Chen Peng licked his lips, extremely bloodthirsty. He stepped forward, staring coldly at a young man within the dark shadow, and sneered, "That kid from the Dao Source realm is the legendary Yi Chen. His cultivation is truly low, no wonder he can only be strong here in Kunlun. Elder, such trash can be killed with a single strike." Wei Wucheng did not answer. Instead, he had his 5 disciples stand on the balcony, waiting for Yi Chen and the others to descend to the square. After some time, the shadow halted. Several figures emerged from within. Yi Chen, Han Yun, Yi Lingtian, Bai Zhan, Qing Jian, Yi Luo'er, etc. Only a small number of people came. Duan Huaiyan, Yi Tianzheng, Yi Feng, Yi Wudi, and others did not come. Presumably, they were lurking nearby. After all, dealing with Wei Wucheng at the 5th heaven of the spirit realm, it wasn't wise to reveal all their cards from the start. "Yi Chen? Are you Yi Chen?" Wei Wucheng jumped down, examined Yi Chen, and said with a smile, "On the 10th day of judgment, I don't intend to list your crimes. In any case, opposing my blood spirit clan is a capital offense. It's just that this time, all 5 of my disciples wish to fight you. They want to experience what it's like to torture a prodigy of Kunlun Void. You'd better stay alive long enough for them all to have a turn. Perhaps then we can be merciful and spare your family. And why haven't you knelt upon seeing me?" A powerful pressure enveloped Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, clearly feeling a trace of pain. A spirit realm expert was truly extraordinary, he couldn't resist the pressure alone. The next second, he took a step forward. Blood coagulated, killing intent enveloped him, and his entire body was wrapped in countless lightning bolts. The thunderous killing intent was like an ethereal blade, directly slashing at Wei Wucheng's pressure. The next second, the pressure was torn apart on the spot. This scene caused Wei Wucheng's expression to change slightly. He was very clear that his own pressure could crush an Emperor Realm expert, yet this Yi Chen, a mere Dao Source Realm ant, had shattered his majesty. With just one step. How was this possible? Before Wei Wucheng could react, Yi Chen took another step forward. His icy voice seemed to echo through the 9 heavens. "I, Yi Chen, do not even kneel to the heavenly Dao. You are nothing but a barbarian." Wei Wucheng had never expected that the mole ant named Yi Chen would be so arrogant. He glanced at all the major families and clansmen around and said coldly, "In my life, I've seen many madmen, but it's ridiculous to be arrogant like a mole ant from a trash land. If I deal with you, a single breath could suppress you, but I won't let you die so easily. I want you to be tortured to death by my disciples one by one. What do you think? I'll give you another chance. If you want to live, kneel and beg me now." His speech was very plain yet filled with immense self-confidence, as if dealing with prey, devoid of any other meaning. He simply looked at an ant, yet held absolute authority. He thought Yi Chen would kneel, but he never expected Yi Chen to take another step. Yi Chen said in a loud voice, "Wei Wucheng, have you ever heard a saying from my Huaxia?" Wei Wucheng frowned and subconsciously said, "What?" A cold smile appeared on Yi Chen's face as he took a fourth step. This step seemed to split the ground. Yi Chen's killing intent. Endless evil chi seemed to transform into a cloak behind Yi Chen. Those who offend Kunlun, though far, shall be punished. These simple words came from Yi Chen's mouth, yet they resonated throughout all of Kunlun Void. This was Yi Chen's stance. Facing the powerful Blood Spirit clan, he showed no fear. Upon hearing this, Wei Wucheng shook his head helplessly. I hope you will still have this momentum when facing my disciples later, a mole ant ignorant of life and death. Yi Chen took a fifth step, reached out his hand, and pointed at the 5 people behind Wei Wucheng. Those 5 are your disciples? In my eyes, they are nothing but trash. Yi Chen's words completely silenced everyone present. People of Kunlun Void knew Yi Chen was strong, but they didn't know he dared to be so strong before the Blood Spirit clan. Everyone looked at the 5 Blood Spirit clan disciples, each one's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Bastard! Yi Chen, you dare to be so arrogant. I'll be the first to come out and tear you apart. Chen Peng trembled with rage, stepping forward with a great axe. He glared at Yi Chen and said, "Today I'll make you understand who is trash." He was about to cleave with his axe, but then remembered something and said coldly, "Humph. Why are you alone? What about Yi Shitian? You, Yi Chen, still dare to come and die, but he, Yi Shitian, doesn't even dare to show his face? A fake king of the body refining land? Bah! Nothing but trash." Whoosh! A figure flashed by, launching a killing strike. It was Yi Chen. Chapter 12-15. Chen Peng swiftly swung his axe, splitting downward. Qi and blood transformed into a tiger-like force that flew out along the ground. Bang! An explosion erupted. Yi Chen stepped back 2 or 3 steps, while Chen Peng retreated 3 or 4 steps. Just now, they were evenly matched. Yi Shitian? He's here. Yi Chen looked at everyone and snorted coldly. Gradually, 2 dark yellow glows covered his face. A special mask appeared. A cold, resolute aura enveloped the 1,000 square. What? The aura of Yi Shitian? Yi Chen's mask is that of Yi Shitian. Is Yi Chen Yi Shitian? The heads of the Luan Spear sect, Tianhai sect, and others changed expression, looking at Yi Chen with great astonishment. The Qin family head swallowed and said, "Yi Chen is Yi Shitian? Yi Chen and Yi Shitian are the same person. All along, it's been one person." Upon reaching this conclusion, the people from hundreds of minor sects watching the battle were shocked. Yi Shitian, who slaughtered the Huang family in the Blood Spirit secret realm. Yi Shitian, who subdued numerous monster races in the body refining land. Yi Chen, who single-handedly opposed dozens of top sects in 1,000 City, were they all one person? What a great deception! Kunlun Void's 2 most outstanding prodigies, one disturbing each faction, the other subduing them, one revealing, the other concealing, one a heroic figure, the other a traitor, were actually 2 identities of the same person. No wonder they are martial brothers, they're the same person. Huang Nichang snorted coldly and said, 2 people, 1 person. He's going to die today anyway. Yes, he must die today. The Wang family head said coldly, I was also worried that Yi Shitian was hiding and would seek revenge in the future. But since they are one person, as long as Yi Chen dies, the so-called threats and revenge cease to exist. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered that Yi Chen, as Yi Shitian, had once killed a Blood Spirit clan expert at the 8th heaven of the Emperor realm. Back then, Yi Chen was still weak and small, yet so terrifying. Fortunately, Yi Chen must die today, otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have few peaceful days ahead. 2 identities, 1 person. Fine, it's you I'll torture anyway. Wei Wucheng waved his hand and said, Chen Peng, go ahead. Don't kill him. Leave some chances for the ones behind you. Kill him. Yi Chen said with a smile, are you afraid I'll kill Chen Peng first? If you can kill Chen Peng, I won't execute you and will let Luo Fen handle you. Wei Wucheng didn't believe Yi Chen could kill Chen Peng at all. He casually spoke and then flew up to the balcony like an immortal to enjoy the battle. The other 4 Blood Spirit clan members also returned one after another, leaving Chen Peng standing alone on the arena, his blood-colored eyes and crimson fingers looking extremely ferocious. "All of you, step back." Yi Chen said one sentence, then carefully observed the Chen Peng before him. It seemed there weren't many blood traces on his skin. Within the Blood Spirit clan, he should be considered to have a low-level bloodline. "What about your bloodline?" He had observed Yi Luo'er's bloodline, which seemed far superior to Chen Peng's. If cultivation levels were disregarded, it would likely be at the royal level. "What bloodline? It can still crush you." "Blood tiger soaring sky." Chen Peng roared, swinging his axe. A blood-colored whirlwind appeared. His bloodline within the Blood Spirit clan was indeed low, but the bloodline of Trash was higher than any expert in Kunlun Void. How could he bear being described like that by a mole ant? It made him furious. Anger transformed into killing intent. Chen Peng stood at the center of the vortex. As he brandished his axe, he continuously absorbed the blood within the whirlwind, his body filled with blood energy. All sorts of terrifying murderous auras spread out, like a turbulent tide, giving people a suffocating feeling. Whoosh! Suddenly, the battle axe flew through the air, transforming into a blood tiger. With its blood-colored wings, it resembled a sky tiger. As the blood tiger roared and moved, the ground cracked inch by inch, the power of qi and blood surging. Behind it, qi and blood formed blood sea waves. Endless blood waves stacked layer upon layer, raising the attack power to its peak. This strike. I'm afraid it could match the most powerful attack of a demon king. Moreover, the battle axe was a second-grade immortal artifact. Fist seal of Buddhism. Yi Chen murmured, the way of extinction floating behind him. A dried-up river gushed out, enveloping his right hand. As the fist seal poured forth, a Buddha kingdom appeared within the solitary fist's strength. Tens of thousands of Buddhas chanted scriptures simultaneously, countless scriptures pouring out with the power of extinction. The power of extinction. It had the ability to consume vitality. Yet it also possessed such terrifying lethality, considered one of the most powerful attacks below the divine realm. The fist seals wrapped in thousands of Buddhist scriptures struck the blood tiger. The Buddhist scriptures collided with the blood waves, causing shockwaves that directly destroyed the facilities around the arena and cracked the ground like a spiderweb. Bang bang bang! Under the impact of the Buddhist force, the blood tiger began to crack, its strength weakening. The power of extinction could also dissipate the opponent's power. The massive fist seal, several zhang in size, pressed down on the blood tiger's body. With a single cry, the blood tiger's phantom shattered, and the half-broken blood-colored sea waves impacted the fist seal. Whoosh! 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 Around the fist seal, thousands of silent Buddhist texts were born again, intersecting and scattering, hoping to annihilate the blood waves. With the sound of the Tao breaking, the tens of meters wide blood waves shattered, turning into bloody crystals. The extinction fist seal, wrapped around the battle axe, flew back, like the god of death from the abyss, pressing down on Chen Peng. Damn it! Heavenly rock spreads its wings. Chen Peng murmured, and 2 pairs of blood-colored phantoms appeared behind him. The blood-colored phantoms were harder than spirit tools, intersecting to protect Chen Peng's front, forming a protective shield. The second-grade immortal artifact was repelled by Yi Chen. If he didn't use his bloodline power, he'd be in even greater danger today. Chen Peng's bloodline, in fact, was that of a statue of the heavenly rock. The bloodline could transform into 2 blood-colored phantoms, which could resist attacks and sometimes become swords. Clang! 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 The fist seal, wrapped around the battle axe, collided with the blood shadow. The battle axe spun against the blood shadow, scraping out a shower of sparks, then immediately erupted with astonishing qi and blood. A dead blood tiger appeared, and a powerful aura swept in all directions, shaking people's hearts and lungs. Bastard! You're using my battle axe. Chen Peng was so angry he could barely speak. The battle axe he had just thrown out was captured by Yi Chen. Yi Chen even used its special ability to replicate his previous attack and turn it against him. Damn it! Immediately, an extreme surge of chi and blood appeared in his chest, struggling to block. He didn't want to be killed by a mole ant. Once his defense was broken, the power of the second-grade immortal artifact was enough to destroy his body. But the violent power from the opposite side made him more and more frightened. What kind of monster was Yi Chen? He hadn't even stepped into the Emperor realm. I don't know what kind of trash bloodline he has. But at this moment, he felt a trace of fear. Yes, it was fear. It seemed like the fear a lower martial realm feels toward a higher realm. A mole ant from a low martial plane was actually making a high-level expert feel afraid. How could this be? Chapter 12:16. Though Chen Peng was shocked, Yi Chen was also slightly startled. Before facing the experts of the Blood Spirit clan, he had estimated their strength. But now, the true strength of the Blood Spirit clan was even more terrifying than he had previously imagined. This is the true expert of the Blood Spirit clan. Very strong. But still far inferior to me. Yi Chen observed secretly, his hands continuously unleashing fist seals. Each fist carried the power of extinction. He wanted to crush Chen Peng to death with a single strike. At the same time, the blood of 7 knights within the Samsara cemetery reminded Yi Chen, boy, this is the power of the Heavenly Rock. No, he doesn't possess the full Heavenly Rock bloodline, he's just a remnant branch. But this little bit of bloodline is enough to block attacks from those who have just entered the Divine Realm. In this way, it only contains 30% of the Heavenly Rock bloodline, which can only be considered lower third-tier blood. One can imagine how strong the upper third-tier veins of the Blood Spirit clan are. And what kind of bloodline is passed down in Yi Luo'er? Both were extremely astonished. Luo Fen looked on contemptuously and said coldly, Chen Peng, at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm, was actually beaten by someone at the 7th heaven of the Dao Source realm. He could watch no longer. Shaking his head, he said, truly worthy of his bloodline. Such a high realm, yet being bullied by a lower realm like this? It's like an adult hitting a baby. I don't know what the elder was thinking, bringing such trash out. He won't last much longer. Lower 9th tier bloodline is indeed garbage. It's Yi Chen. His attack power is quite impressive. Another Blood Spirit clan member, Chen Ping, could also no longer bear to watch Chen Peng's performance. Is this the peak of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm? Worse than those who have just entered the Emperor realm, utterly worthless trash. While they were still discussing, an explosion occurred. Then, blood filled the sky, and a powerful surge of chi and blood erupted again, like a continuous ocean. Pfft! This. Chen Peng spat blood, looking in shock at the battle axe embedded in his chest. This is my immortal artifact. He fell directly to the ground, never expecting to die by his own immortal artifact, his meridians shattered. In the next moment, the power of extinction enveloped his entire body. Soon, he transformed from a youth into an old man with tattered clothes and cracked flesh. His white hair and mottled cheeks were filled with an expression of disbelief, his soul was destroyed in an instant. It was the power of extinction. It devours vitality and destroys both soul and all meridians throughout the body. It is your honor to die by the power of extinction. Yi Chen stepped on his body, pulled out the axe, looked down at the Blood Spirit clan members and the many sect members, and said, I just said, the Blood Spirit clan are trash. Why won't you believe it? Blood Spirit clan experts? Ridiculous, what the hell? One strike kills, such experts are simply trash to Yi Chen. One strike, instant kill. Looking around the arena, people were shocked and speechless. It was the peak of the 9th heaven. Not only did he win, but with one strike, crushed, and then killed. Phew! Victory in the first battle. Han Yun let out a long breath. Seeing today's scene, he knew the battle today was promising. The peak Emperor realm expert of the Blood Spirit clan was so weak. It seems it's better to be in the spirit realm than to go up there. truly worthy of Yi Chen. Kunlun Void's #1 prodigy, slaughtering the 9th heaven like butchering dogs. Brother Yi is so strong. Yi Luo'er almost jumped up, exclaiming excitedly, Brother Yi, go on, kill them. Go, Hall Master. Yi Lingtian also clenched his fists tightly, filled with fighting spirit. He only regretted his own strength was insufficient. Otherwise, he would surely stand on the arena with the Hall Master and wantonly slaughter the Blood Spirit clan members. Let these Blood Spirit clan members who enslave Kunlun Void see, can anyone bully us? Hall Master. So strong. Elder Baijian took a deep breath, gazing at Yi Chen on the arena who was like a god of war, and nodded slightly. He is much stronger than before. No wonder he has the courage to resist the Blood Spirit clan. Such a hero is truly worth following. The other day, the Hall Master could only contend with the 7th or 8th heaven of the Emperor realm. Now, he can slaughter the 9th heaven like dogs. In a few more days, it will be effortless to even kill those who have entered the divine realm. Bang! Wei Wucheng slapped the table, causing aftershocks that forced Yi Chen to step back several paces. His deep eyes stared at Yi Chen. He truly hadn't expected Yi Chen to possess such combat power. He does have some strength. Behind him, there must be support. We should capture him today. Wei Wucheng turned to look at the 4 youths. His entire body radiated a cold aura, his eyes like December frost as he said, the glory of the Blood Spirit clan cannot be tarnished. Glory, since it was taken by the young Yi Chen. And you, as the youths of the Blood Spirit clan, are of the same generation as Yi Chen. Now, bring back the glory for me. Starting with the half-step divine realm, fight him one by one. If the 1st heaven of the divine realm can't do it, then go up to the 2nd heaven. If you still can't, bring back the glory for me. Otherwise, I won't execute Yi Chen first, I'll execute you first. The glory and dignity of the Blood Spirit clan cannot be taken away. Since glory has been lost, I want you to reclaim it. I won't interfere. Although Yi Chen will ultimately be executed. However, the glory and honor lost to Yi Chen must be reclaimed. To tell all the people of Kunlun Void, the younger generation of our Blood Spirit clan is the strongest. Otherwise, every 200 or 300 years, some talented individuals would think of challenging our Blood Spirit clan. How can we suppress Kunlun Void? Yes, Elder. Luofen stepped forward, clasped her fists, and said, I will surely defeat Yi Chen. I will skin him and pull out his tendons. As the only female among the 6, she was born with an aura of sinister charm, like a poisonous snake, a venomous serpent with evil and shade. Once she strikes, she will bite the enemy to death, leaving no vitality. At the same time, she is also a half-step divine realm expert. Logically, her combat power surpasses the peak of Kunlun Void. Even old experts at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm, like Yi Wudi, Yi Kuang, and Han Yun, might not necessarily be her match. Luofen jumped down, landing on the arena. Her chi and blood bloomed, and a blood-colored python materialized behind her. The blood-colored python, tens of meters long, gradually solidified. Its scarlet scales and 2 snake heads were extremely terrifying. Especially the 2 scarlet eyes were like abyssal caves, filled with killing intent and bloodlust. Chapter 12-17. Bloodline power manifested. Not much better than Shinpeng's Heavenly Rock bloodline, it seems it should be an 8th tier bloodline. It's still lower 3rd tier. Yi Chen casually kicked Shinpeng's corpse and gazed at the blood-colored python. A blood python bloodline, a disciple of the Blood Sword clan. He had also learned something about the Blood Spirit clan through Blood 7 Knights. Bloodline was the main criterion. It was divided into upper 3rd tier, middle 3rd tier, and lower 3rd tier. This did not refer to 9 specific bloodlines but indicated the strength of the bloodline. For example, Shinpeng possessed the Heavenly Rock bloodline, which was not weak, but his bloodline power wasn't high, so he could only be considered lower 3rd tier. He was also a person of low status within the Blood Spirit clan. Otherwise, his combat power wouldn't be inferior to Han Yun's. An 8th-tier bloodline is enough to kill you. Die obediently. A sinister smile curled on Luofan's lips. A blood dragon python whip appeared in her hand, crafted from the scales of a blood dragon python, inlaid with 18 scales. With a casual whip strike, even an expert at the half-step divine realm might have their flesh torn. It could even directly break a golden body. It was a 3rd-grade immortal artifact. It seemed members of the Blood Spirit clan wouldn't easily break into the divine realm unless they obtained 4th or 5th-grade immortal artifacts. Kill! Luofan gave a low shout, brandishing the blood dragon python whip. The whip lashed out, swift as a dragon or serpent. The power of chi and blood erupted, and the blood python phantom behind her moved in unison. It was equivalent to 2 giant python venomous snakes attacking each other together. Hiss! Hiss! The blood python spat out a mouthful of light yellow venom as the python's forked tongue flickered. Yichin quickly dodged, drew his killing blade, and slashed at the blood python. The spot where he had just stood was corroded by the venom, emitting all sorts of black smoke. The 100-meter-high arena was eroded down by dozens of meters, and the corrosion even spread outward. The arena was made of spirit tools, yet before the venom, it corroded as easily as wood. The corrosiveness was too terrifying. The venom cannot be struck. Even if it hits, I'm afraid a golden body couldn't withstand it. Yichin swiftly evaded, avoiding several globs of venom, leaving the arena pitted and uneven. He unleashed a fist, the Buddhist Kingdom Strike. The blow clanged against the scales of the blood python. The power of extinction within it caused the blood python phantom to waver slightly. After all, it was condensed from blood force. As long as the dispersed life force was occupied by the phantom's life force. Swish! The blood dragon python whip swept past Yi Chen's head. The scales with blood lines looked ferocious. With the explosion of Dao force, it struck another part of the arena, sending stone fragments flying. Luofan whipped the blood dragon python whip again, attacking almost with a sweeping momentum, frenziedly assailing Yi Chen, yet she couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Her hands overflowed with blood, pouring out a blood mist as if thousands of blood snakes were swimming. Each blood snake likely possessed the power to kill experts at the 5th or 6th heaven of the Emperor realm, all attacking Yi Chen together. 2 venomous snakes can't kill you. Fine, 1,000 venomous snakes. Let's see where you run, Yi Chen. How fast can you be? I'll confine you within the arena. Let's see how long your chi and blood can sustain you. Bang bang bang. Crack. Crack. The sound of breaking Dao force erupted. A lot of snakes doesn't mean you can win. Against others, perhaps you could win. But against me, you cannot. Yi Chen crushed over a dozen blood snakes with a single stomp. His chi and blood soared to the sky, his entire body glowing crimson like a god of war. With a backhand slash, his blade cut into the belly of the blood python, exploding with countless sword energies that crisscrossed and entangled the blood python. Seizing the moment, he leaped up. A flash of lightning flowed from his palms and fingers. Instantly, Luofan was eclipsed, the arena trembled. The blood python phantom was severed by the sword force. The huge snake head fell onto the arena, its forked tongue flickering. Before it could react, it turned Luofan into powder. Pfft! Yi Chen, you bastard! Luofan spat blood, her body thrown back several meters, her face pale. The blood python was connected to her bloodline, the most direct manifestation of her bloodline power. Now that it was shattered, she was directly severely wounded. I still don't believe it. I'm at the half-step divine realm, yet I can't kill you, a mere 7th heaven Dao source realm ant. Today, even if I exhaust my foundation, I will destroy you. Luofan erupted a sea of chi and blood, covering most of the arena. Red and black spirits lingered, falling upon the blood python's severed tail. Instantly, it was restored to its original state. Coordinating with the sea of chi and blood, it was like a sky cover. The sea of chi and blood transformed into blood clouds, the blood rain was as dense as a curtain, falling and turning into countless, densely packed, massive blood snakes. The onlookers were appalled. How disgusting! These snakes! Yi Luo'er tried not to vomit but dared not look at the dense blood-colored mass, thinking, the fighting style of the Blood Spirit clan is different from ours. It's completely different. Han Yun frowned slightly and said, we directly contend with Tao force, the embryonic forms of Tao, or Qi and blood and flesh. He saw Yi Chen manifest the sword gate again and said, the Blood Spirit clan mainly fights with bloodline power, venerating bloodline. A powerful bloodline can even transform into thousands of forms, just like these blood snakes. If they were fighting elsewhere, this Luofen would be no match for Yi Chen at all, but within the arena. Yi Lingtian, Bai Zhan, and others sighed inwardly upon hearing Han Yun's words. Within the arena. Space was limited, the arena was only 100 meters by 100 meters, restricting movement. And this Luofen had transformed into 2 giant pythons and thousands of blood snakes, occupying nearly half the arena space. She was clearly forcing Yi Chen into a decisive battle. However, the snakes formed this way were highly venomous. One couldn't be struck or severe damage would follow. This time, it would be difficult to handle. Moreover, she was still at the half-step divine realm. What was the half-step divine realm? The physical body had begun to qualitatively change, though not completely. These individuals were several times stronger than the peak of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm and could be considered quasi-divine realm experts. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen will die this time. Right, he must die, he must die. The Wang and Qin families breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. If Yi Chen didn't die, given that they had captured many of his Hall of Light disciples, they probably couldn't escape Yi Chen's retribution. Yi Chen's treatment of traitors, to a certain extent, was similar to that of the Blood Spirit clan. The Luan Spear sect, Tianhai sect, Linghai sect, and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chen, that brute, slaughtered our sect's true transmission and core disciples. His crime is unforgivable. The Luan Spear sect master said slowly, he should have died long ago. If this demon doesn't die this time, I won't be chapter 12:18. Yes. The best outcome is for him to die miserably, to relieve the hatred in our hearts. The Tianhai sect master clenched his fists, his frenzied eyes filled with excitement. Good, good. Yi Chen's sword aura is about to stop the blood snake attacks. Perfect, he must die this time. My 8 sect's true transmission and core disciples all died by Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen, this devil's life will finally be taken by the Blood Spirit clan predecessors. On the arena, the blood snakes desperately attacked Yi Chen. While dodging, Yi Chen controlled the sword gate mark on his chest, releasing sword chi to resist the blood snake assaults. No, I can't keep dodging, or I'll be dragged to death by her sooner or later. Her defense isn't strong. Kill her directly. The next moment, Yi Chen dispelled the sword gate, fully revealing his body. His entire form glowed crimson gold, chi, and blood erupting. The chi and blood of the killing blade in his hand and the purple sacred veil also burst forth. His chi and blood reached a peak, with a free movement, he could step off the arena. He circulated the Jumia blade technique. The sun and moon marks on the hilt flew out. Sun and moon sever the void. Sun and moon sever the void. After all, the Jumia blade's technique was immortal. It would bring forth some special martial skills, triggered by chi and blood or true chi in times of crisis. Yi Chen injected his own chi and blood, standing on the arena as if he were the god of war who benefited heaven and earth. His black hair danced, golden light overflowing, like a golden-bodied war god descended from ancient times. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sun mark transformed into a black dragon, its dragon roar shaking the 9 heavens. It bloomed with blazing radiance, dispelling the blood clouds. The moon mark transformed into a phoenix, its phoenix cry echoing the 9 netherworlds. The path cleared and bright, erasing thousands of blood-colored entities. Luster overflowed the arena. Sun and moon combined. Dragon and phoenix auspicious, just like the bright moon in the sky. The 2 divine beasts joined to kill. Magnificent chi and blood enveloped the arena. The black dragon phantom smashed the blood python. The phoenix phantom blew away the blood dragon python whip. Then they flew left and right, their bodies shooting out thousands of strands of Dao Qi, locking down the entire arena. Yi Chen killed with the Zhumya blade, cutting through all of Luofan's defenses, and with a single slash, cut Luofan's shoulder. Pft! Blood spattered. Luofan's pale eyes were filled with disbelief, as if she had forgotten the pain of the shoulder wound. How can you? Why? No reason, because my bloodline is stronger than yours. Yi Chen's left hand twitched, his palm splitting open. Bright lightning enveloped Luofan, purple thunderlight, white thunderlight, red thunderlight, etc., exploding continuously. Bang bang bang. Boom. Boom. Dao force roared. A bloody figure flew out from within, rolling onto the ground, hovering on the brink of death. It was Luofan, ragged, scarred, with shattered meridians, severely wounded. 10% of her strength. At least 90% had been knocked out. Fortunately, as a half-step divine realm expert, her body had begun to qualitatively change. Otherwise, facing this strike, she would have died without a whole corpse. Your qi and blood. Why, so strong? Luofan lay on the arena, looking at Yi Chen incredulously. Aren't you at the seventh heaven of the Dao Source realm? Why is your body so strong, your qi and blood so powerful? Why? Why is that? Even though my status is low within the Blood Spirit clan, it's still a high martial plane at least. I can accept being low status in a high plane. But why, when I come to a trash place like Kunlun Void, do I get blasted away? Why? I don't understand. I said, no reason. If you must ask, it's only that your master is too trashy. Yi Chen stepped forward and, with a slash of his blade, severed Luofan's neck, wiping out her soul. He had no intention of showing mercy or cherishing beauty. Luofan was too murderous, having killed at least tens of thousands. She was also a female demon, better to destroy her. Immediately, the next moment, Yi Chen dispelled the sword chi blockade. His black hair danced wildly. Handsome, with thunderlight enveloping his entire body, he looked at Wei Wucheng like a war god and said, "Old bastard of the Blood Spirit clan, dare you send someone else down? Are your Blood Spirit clan disciples so useless? I think even people of Kunlun Void are superior to them." After that, he kicked Luofan's corpse, which burst into pieces mid-air. This scene left everyone breathless. Half-step divine realm. Luofan of the 8th tier bloodline. Dead. She died under Yi Chen's command, the battle lasting only 10 minutes. Yi Chen finished the counterattack and killed Luofan. The 7th heaven of the Dao Source realm, slaying a half-step divine realm expert while fighting above his level. Such an achievement could be recorded in the annals of history, serving as a model for future generations of youths. This is too strong. The Qin family head covered his cheek and sighed. The Wang family head, Luan Spear sect master, and others all fell into collective silence, never imagining Yi Chen had reached such a level. But it still wouldn't work. Yi Chen would still die under Elder Wei. But hopefully, Elder Wei's anger would be vented entirely on Yi Chen, not us. Bang! Elder Wei's palm slammed onto the armrest again. His strength was immense, he had already broken the seat, but his qi and blood wrapped around it, preventing collapse. His calm cheek was filled with rage. His icy gaze fell upon another youth in blood-red robes and said, "You are at the divine realm. Go! Kill Yi Chen for me, or I will kill you." Wei Wucheng was furious. Though he wanted to kill Yi Chen himself, as a top expert, easily killing a mole ant would only make the Blood Spirit clan despised by these trash. This wasn't just a grudge between Kunlun Void and the Blood Spirit clan, it was a struggle of the younger generation. After clasping his fists to Wei Wucheng, the youth took a step forward. His figure was like a dazzling light, arriving at the arena in an instant. His name was Chen Ping. Though his name was ordinary, his strength was not. Divine realm. Such an expert could be considered a god in Kunlun Void. Many of the surrounding masters took a sharp breath. A divine realm expert would take action. Yi Chen must die. There was no chance of escape this time. Even if Han Yun and the others joined forces, they would die together at the hands of the Blood Spirit clan prodigy. The great trouble in their hearts could finally be calmed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Bright sword chi wrapped around a sword as it flew out. The power of the ascending immortal overflowed, startling the sect masters who were watching from afar. It was a 4th grade immortal artifact. The sword was 3 feet 2 inches long and 1 inch wide. One side depicted the sun, moon, and stars, the other depicted mountain peaks. The immortal essence sword spirit descended, twisting the ground inch by inch, cracking the lips. 100-meter-long immortal sword path appeared, carrying endless killing intent. This sword. It is called the Zhuge sword. You should be honored to be killed by this sword. Yumin. Chapter 12-19. Chen Ping held the dragonskin-wrapped sword hilt, and a stream of immortal essence power flowed into his body, filling his 4 limbs and 100 bones. His body had already transformed into a blood-red hue, having undergone a golden transformation. He was a physical cultivation expert at the 7th or 8th level of the dominating body stage. With such physical strength, the aura he emitted now surpassed Yi Chen's peak qi and blood. He pointed his sword at Yi Chen and said, "Originally, I intended to let my junior brothers and sisters train with you. Unexpectedly, you dared to kill Chen Peng and Luo Fen. In that case, since you have some strength, you need not be tortured. Say how many moves you wish to die within. I can help you. I am in the divine realm, mighty as heaven. Killing you, a mere Dao source realm ant, is easy. But seeing you have some strength and decent talent, I'll let you choose how many moves after which to die. I've already shown you great honor. If you want to kill me, you can't. Divine realm, fine. Today, I'll see how strong the combat power of the divine realm is." Yi Chen's qi and blood enveloped the Zhumya blade. The blade emitted a light qi and blood, like vigorous energy. A 2nd-grade immortal artifact couldn't contend with a 4th-grade immortal weapon. To prevent the immortal artifact from breaking, it must be wrapped in qi and blood. This was the first time he fought against a divine realm expert. There was anticipation, but also excitement. Yi Chen wanted to see what the gap was between himself and a divine realm martial artist. Or rather, the divine realm was nothing special. The next moment, Yi Chen's body moved forward slightly, flying out like a beam of light, reaching extreme speed. The Zhumya blade slashed wildly at the Zhuge sword, bursting out a series of bright sparks, but could only slightly shake Chen Ping. Your qi and blood is useless. Even at the half-step divine realm, you'd be at the peak among experts. But you can't bridge the gap between the divine realm and the half-step divine realm. Chen Ping's qi and blood erupted, forming a 1,000-meter blood cloud in the sky. Blood rain fell, every drop possessed intimidating power. As his arm shook, he forced Yi Chen back. Holding the sword with one hand, his arm gleamed with bright radiance, transforming into multicolored sword aura that flew out with the sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Strands of bright sword qi sliced through the night sky, attacking Yi Chen one after another. Yi Chen's body trembled faintly, on the verge of cracking. No good. His qi and blood is too strong. Simple attacks can crush me. Use the power of extinction. Yi Chen quickly changed his attack mode. His right hand gathered most of his qi and blood onto the Zhumya blade, drawing the sun and moon marks, conjuring dragons and phoenixes to tear through the sky. His left hand clenched into a fist, continuously gathering the power of extinction. Roar! Caw! The cries of dragon and phoenix shattered the sky. The phantoms of one dragon and one phoenix rushed toward Chen Ping against the blood rain assault. Chen Ping circulated his sword body. The bright sword aura shot from the sword tip was as thick and powerful as a waterfall, attacking the dragon and phoenix divine beasts one after another. Without any pressure, he said, killing you is so easy. Is this your strongest attack? After unleashing this strike, you'll stagnate, your life force and blood sharply reduced. The sun and moon severing the sky seal seems to have been bestowed upon the demon clans by my blood spirit clan. Since you obtained it and used this blade to kill Luofen and Chenpeng, I'll grant you death. Kunlun Void's most dazzling prodigy. Fine, but he will fall by my hand today. I'll let him know what the divine realm is, what a divine realm martial artist is, not to be offended. Killing Yi Chen is easier than killing a chicken. Oh? Grant me death? Then I'll grant you death first. In an instant, Yi Chen appeared behind Chenping. With a left fist strike of the Buddhist kingdom, it eroded Chenping's entire body. Ah! You son of a bitch! This is the power of extinction. Chenping struggled to resist. At this moment, his entire body was immobile. His vitality was rapidly consumed. His thick black hair gradually thinned, even producing strands of white. Soon, once his hair turned completely white, his 10,000-year lifespan would be entirely depleted. You beast, how dare you! You! The ghost-killing sword in his hand still fell spiritually. Then his whole body trembled. His lifespan was consumed by thousands of years per second. No! No, no! My lifespan cannot be consumed. If this continues, I won't be able to break through to the second heaven. I must use my bloodline foundation. Yi Chen, you forced me. My bloodline power cannot be used lightly. Once used, it damages my foundation. But if I don't use it, I'll die. Blood of the 9 infants. Go! Chenping suddenly burst into a trance, his body trembling. 9 heads appeared behind him, 18 blood-colored pupils opened simultaneously. A surge of qi and blood that could shake the ages erupted completely, lifting Yi Chen away like a vast ocean. He stood trembling, his meridians rapidly breaking. In less than 3 seconds, the 9 heads separated from each other, positioned behind him, forming a 30-foot phantom of the 9 yin. It even gradually solidified, as if 9 infants of an ancient great demon were being born. A cold, resolute killing intent filled the entire 1,000 Jew square, as if everyone were being watched by an ancient giant demon, unable to help but feel terrified. Yi Chen, I originally wanted to grant you death. But you forced me to do this. To kill me, I had to use my bloodline power, damaging my foundation. Without 1,000 years, I cannot recover at all. Now, if you want to die, I won't allow it. Chenping roared hysterically, advancing step by step. With each step, the 9 infant troll phantom grew more solid. The bloodline of the 9 infants, an ancient great demon, was far stronger than the heavenly rock bloodline. Judging by the aura, it was at least 2 or 3 times stronger. At worst, it should be a 7th-tier bloodline. It might even be a separated lower 3rd-tier bloodline that wasn't inferior to middle 3rd-tier status within the Blood Spirit clan. The 9 infants, 50 feet in size, had a layer of crimson scales. Looking carefully, some resembled the 8-branched serpent in the beliefs of the island nation. However, the 8-branched serpent wasn't qualified to kneel before the 9 infants. In other words, the 9 infants' phantom more closely resembled a 9-headed dragon. Yi Chen, Yi Chen. You truly seek death. Chenping slowly walked out, surrounded by crimson blood energy that wrapped around him like a descendant of the crimson dragon. He raised his hand slightly. The 9 infants' phantom behind him erupted with an extreme surge of qi and blood, transforming into a giant hand that grasped the sky, shattering the power of extinction and smashing the Buddhist kingdom within the circle to pieces. His incomparable power shocked everyone. At this moment, he emitted a faint crimson glow, just like a demon. Possessing absolutely powerful strength. Possessing absolutely strong bloodline. This was the true foundation. Overwhelming the low-level plane with sheer bang! Chenping struck Yi Chen with one hand, as if hitting a child. Chapter 12:20. In an instant, his entire body flushed with crimson qi and blood, incomparably dense, shining with a scarlet luster. His left hand turned crimson and enlarged tenfold, like a giant's palm, yet crystalline and translucent. If this palm composed of blood crystals struck down, Yi Chen would be sent flying back and forth. Bang bang! Bang! Yi Chen's body flew around the arena, and each time he landed, he smashed a large crater into the ground. Up to now, the 100-meter-high arena had been battered down by 20 meters, reduced to a 70-meter arena. It was even continuing to sink. With Yi Chen's body flying about chaotically, the craters increased one by one, making the arena's height decrease faster and faster. At this moment, Chen Ping was at the Divine Realm. His combat power and bloodline power at the Divine Realm were extraordinary. Chen Ping struck Yi Chen with his blood-colored palms. Simultaneously, the crimson hue of his pupils deepened, as if using more bloodline power, causing increasingly severe damage to his foundation. He continuously attacked Yi Chen but frowned. Is his flesh so tough? A body cultivator? Still not dead? I want to see how many strikes from me your body can withstand. Damn ant. Low-level trash. If I don't kill him soon, my foundation will be completely damaged, extremely difficult to recover. Chen Ping's 9 infants bloodline, though a 5th-tier bloodline, was the noblest among the Blood Spirit clan members present. However, his was incomplete, that is to say, his bloodline was defective, with great flaws, which was why he was only at the Divine Realm in his 20s. Otherwise, 4 other Blood Spirit clan members with 5th-tier bloodlines, at his age, the worst cultivation would be the 7th or 8th heaven of the Divine Realm. And this made it difficult for him to use his true bloodline power. Once used, it would damage his foundation. Over time, it would even cause unspeakable harm to the meridians, bones, and soul of his entire body. In less than 1 or 2,000 years, it might not even be recoverable. However, after 1 or 2,000 years, others would be at the Divine Realm, even the Chaos Realm, while he would only be at the 1st heaven of the Divine Realm. The power of extinction had enveloped him for at least 5 seconds. 5 seconds. That meant 5,000 years of his lifespan. 1/6 of his 30,000-year lifespan, already consumed while at the Divine Realm. Therefore, Chen Ping now gathered all his strength in his arm, continuously bombarding Yi Chen to avoid using other parts of his body as much as possible, so as not to cause greater damage. Bang bang! Bang! Amidst the sound of Tao force bursting, Yi Chen's body flew everywhere. The surrounding spectators secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This demon, Yi Chen, was finally going to be killed. Yi Chen, even if your ability to fight above your level is extremely strong, so what? Can you bridge the gap between heaven and man? A Divine Realm martial artist. You simply cannot resist. Just die. Otherwise, you might come after us in the future. Hall Master. Hall Master. Yi Lingtian watched Yi Chen, almost crying. His eyes were moist, fists clenched, his whole body trembling as he said, "Senior Han, let's go. Even if it costs our lives." Senior Han. Yi Luo'er also stepped forward, saying anxiously, "Let's go." She wiped her tears, saying urgently, "Tell the other Yi family ancestors and the other 12 sects to act. As you discussed before. The 3 of you and the ancestors of the 12 sects are responsible for dealing with Elder Wei. Elders Bai Zhan and Qing Jian, deal with the other 3 people. Take action." Yi Luo'er took a deep breath to hold back the tears. Take action, don't delay any longer. The Hall Master is about to. The Bai Zhan elders were also very anxious. Everyone could see that Yi Chen could barely hold on, almost being crushed. If not for his physical strength, he would have likely been beaten to pieces by now, already slain in battle. Now, we still have the strength to fight. No, wait. Han Yun's eyes were sharp, his deep pupils seeming to perceive something. He raised his hand, signaling the crowd to stop. He said, "Lord Yi will not die in battles so easily. I can see that Lord Ye's origin is still intact, only his body is suppressed. He'll be fine for a short while." Yi Lingtian and Yi Luo'er had to pause momentarily. The other elders, including Astronomy, Phoenix Elder, and others, as well as a Demon Beast Elder of the 9 infants, all stopped. The 9 infants Elder was a true 9 infants, but his strength was as high as that of the ancient great demons in Kunlun. However, he didn't pay the Blood Spirit clan any mind. Yet he knew the origin of the 9 infants and said, "There's something wrong with his 9 infants' bloodline. I sense it is incomplete." The 9 infants have 9 heads, representing 9 different powers. They are metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. His power is not pure. The 9 infants' elder, a middle-aged man named Emosher, stopped the crowd and said, "Wait until the king orders us to go up before we act. Don't interrupt the king's battle. The king, the supreme king, will not be defeated so easily. The Blood Spirit clan has trump cards. Does our supreme king lord not have trump cards?" Hearing this, their unease gradually subsided. Yi Chen at the virtual king realm could slay the 8th heaven of the emperor realm. How could he not have? But, what about his and trump cards? Why not use them? On the arena, storms raged everywhere. Yi Chen was bruised and battered, seemingly on the verge of collapse. However, Elder Wei on the platform frowned, looking at Qin Ping, wanting to stop him. Elder Wei gazed at the 9 infants' phantom behind Qin Ping, thinking to himself, "It truly is the 9 infants' bloodline. This kid is very secretive." This time, after executing this animal, Yi Chen, perhaps upon returning, I can restore him. A 5th tier 9 infants' bloodline is not weak. Maybe after his recovery, I can give him some resources to let him rush to the 4th or 5th heaven of the divine realm. Then in the Sect's Disciple Grand Competition, he could make the top 10. This way, I could obtain many resources when my disciple ranks in the top 10. The elder resource allocation in the Blood Spirit clan differs from that in Kunlun Void. All are allocated based on Disciple Grand competitions. Elder resources are distributed according to the rankings of the disciples they teach. Elders who teach good disciples receive more resources, enhancing their own strength. Compared to Kunlun Void Disciple Grand competitions, the Disciple Grand competition rankings have no connection to the sect resources obtained by the elder. It's easy to see the disciples of the chief elder, but they dare not be ordinary disciples. Thus, Elder Wei had already been cultivating Qin Ping. Chapter 12:21. One person beside him also noticed some clues and said, "Senior brother Qin Ping's skill is not bad, but this time, using his bloodline power has indeed harmed his foundation somewhat. You might consider giving him 2 blood ginseng fruits upon returning to compensate for the foundation loss. Second, as a reward for killing Yi Chen. This way, in 3 years at the Foreign Disciple Grand Competition, he's sure to get a good ranking." Good. Elder Wei nodded slightly. The blood sword was deep within his heart. Speaking up now was timely and appropriate. He said, "After he finishes off Yi Chen, I will take him as a true transmission disciple and teach him some Taoist methods." He stared at the arena. Qin Ping was still crushing Yi Chen, but he felt uneasy. How long has the battle lasted? He also needs to concentrate all his strength in one hand to avoid greater injury. What a waste of time. Qin Ping is doing well too. It's just that Yi Chen was so rampant earlier, but now he's being beaten like a dead dog. Trash. Another Blood Spirit clan member looked disdainfully at Yi Chen. He said, "This kind of trash has some arrogant skills, but he shouldn't have offended us in the first place. In Kunlun Void, no one can stop him. But in our Blood Spirit clan, this level of strength, in a slightly bigger place, anyone could smash Yi Chen's body with a single punch." The 7th heaven of Tao Source? What is that? What is that compared to the half-step divine realm? When he truly encounters a major clan, forget the younger generation crushing him, even youths with strong bloodlines could beat him like killing a dog. On the arena, Yi Chen blocked Qin Ping's fist, exploding back several tens of meters. The armor formed by the evil chi was on the verge of bursting the next moment. "Kid, do you feel the contempt?" Qin Ping smiled from a position of superiority. He waited for Yi Chen's plea for mercy. However, Yi Chen had no intention of begging for mercy at all. At this moment, Yi Chen laughed loudly. He stood tall like a green pine, his eyes shooting cold light. Bloodthirsty. Extinction. He raised his head and roared, "Please my ass." As the words fell, the way of extinction suddenly materialized behind Yi Chen. Clang! 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 The sound of metal collision erupted. The way of extinction, 100 meters in size, was like dragons and serpents, stretching to 200 meters. The Tao power had entered the second stage. Boom! Yi Chen erupted with a transcendent aura. His powerful qi and blood shattered the crystalline palm pressing down on him. His aura ascended, reaching the 8th heaven of Tao's source. That's right. Under Chen Ping's pressure, the way of extinction had advanced to a higher level, entering the second stage. Simultaneously, his realm had also stepped into the 8th heaven of Tao's source. Chen Ping, thank you very much. You helped me break through in realm. But now, your death has arrived. Yi Chen murmured, Blood Dragon. Little Huang, lend me your power. What if he uses his bloodline power? I'll smash him directly with qi and blood. Understood. Little Huang responded and plunged into Yi Chen's body. With a surge of majestic qi and blood, it pierced through the starry night, blooming with brilliant radiance. The blood dragon phantom emerged without a word. Another peak of power infused. Whether it was Little Huang or the blood dragon phantom, they had accompanied Yi Chen all along. They were part of Yi Chen's body. Naturally, he could borrow their power. Little Huang came from the bloodline of a great power in the Samsara cemetery. Naturally terrifying. And the blood dragon, the great power of the Samsara cemetery, once said it would become Yi Chen's greatest trump card. It might even crush any member of the blood spirit clan. How could it be trash? Clang! 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 Inch after inch of metallic luster transformed into golden scales, thousands of pieces lingering around Yi Chen. The next moment, the golden scales adhered to Yi Chen's body, turning into a suit of golden armor. There was also a vortex of qi and blood approaching. It was the killing blade. Yi Chen held the Zhumya blade, wore the golden holy armor, and possessed the power of the blood dragon and Little Huang. He erupted with a murderous aura, like an ancient god of war, filled with endless luster. Simultaneously, he emitted a cold, frightening breath that made people shiver, even their souls tremble. Overnight, winds and clouds changed, the four directions fell into fearful silence. A great Tao divine might surged, blessing Yi Chen. The way of the eternal sword, the way of killing, and the way of extinction. The power of the three Taos was evident. They seemed like three long rivers suspended in the air. The surging river water transformed into holy generals, their indestructible nature softened, the power of killing fury and extinction uniting to slaughter the 9 infants phantom together. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air explosions erupted. Hundreds of divine generals surrounded the 9 infants phantom, fiercely attacking its 9 heads with war spears. Chen Ping! You think you can beat me? Fine, today I'll kill you completely. Let's see how you resist. In this land, I, Yi Chen, reign supreme. Yi Chen brandished the Zhumya blade to kill, but it was blocked by the Zhuge sword. The blade immediately released a force of extinction. Like light waves, it enveloped Chen Ping, crisscrossing with withered yellow waves, circulating throughout Chen Ping's body. Now! The power of extinction could dissipate 1,500 years of the opponent's lifespan every second. I don't need to kill you directly. As long as I wear you down for some time, you'll have to die. A lifespan of 30,000 years? That's just 20 seconds. Yi Chen! Yi Chen, you brute! Yi Chen, let go of me, let go of me! Chen Ping screamed hysterically. At the same time, he bombarded the extinction light waves with his right hand. He gripped the ghost-killing sword with his left hand, erupting with all his qi and blood, trying to blast Yi Chen away. Now, regardless of foundation problems, in less than 2 seconds, he had many white hairs. If this continued, his lifespan would be exhausted. Bang bang bang! Bang bang! The blood-colored fist struck within the extinction waves, seeming to have no effect, only causing empty explosions. As for the 9 infants phantom, it was completely entangled, unable to help its master resist the extinction light waves. No! Chen Ping held the Zhuge sword in despair. He felt himself getting weaker and weaker. His handsome cheek had become bloated. After 5 seconds, his lifespan had passed away. You bastard, let go! Let go, let go! Chen Ping's shrill screams spread quickly as his lifespan weakened. In the blink of an eye, his body was emaciated, extremely weak. Yi Chen still ignored him, still controlling the Zhumya blade to attack the Zhuge sword. His eyes were crazy and bloodthirsty. If someone paid attention, they would find Yi Chen's eyes had changed. One pupil had a blue light, like the eyes of death from hell. The other pupil was scarlet blood light, like the master of reincarnation. Chapter 12:22. And so it was. Chen Ping withdrew his sword, wanting to force Yi Chen back, but Yi Chen would cut him down first. The power of a 4th-grade immortal artifact was undeniable. In terms of power alone, it was more than 8 times that of a 2nd-grade immortal. If Yi Chen hadn't relied on the power of extinction to resist part of the attack and controlled the way of killing and indestructible power to resist the other half, he likely would have been blasted away first. If Chen Ping didn't withdraw his sword, he would be enveloped by the extinction light waves. Within 20 seconds, he would surely die. No matter what. Chen Ping, at the divine realm, was doomed to die. As for the 9 infants phantom, it was completely trapped by the power of the 3 Daos and couldn't transmit power to Chen Ping. As a result, his original bloodline power was severed, and Chen Ping could only rely on his own qi and blood strength. In an instant, the handsome youth's face became mottled and aged, his cheek telling of his unwillingness. He cried out feebly, "Yi Chen, I admit defeat. Let me go. You've already consumed over 10,000 years of my lifespan. If you let me go back, I won't be able to accomplish anything. Let me go. I beg you." At this moment, Chen Ping was completely different from the arrogant devil he had been. In his heart, he even regretted, why did I come out on this trip? Just to suppress a low-level martial plane? Just to get some blood for cultivation? Why? Why did I have to encounter a warrior who cultivated the power of extinction? In less than a quarter of an hour, he had suffered heavy losses. His future, his prospects, were ruined. He was unwilling. Fine, if I lose, you'll let me go. Accept death obediently, you scum. If you want to kill me, Yi Chen must be prepared to die. Extinction light, shatter. Accompanied by Yi Chen's voice, the extinction light waves suddenly shattered into fragments, turning into deadly pieces that stabbed into Chen Ping's body like sharp swords. Yi Chen erupted and shot back, then beat back the 9 infants phantom. Whoosh! A cold wind blew, the 9 infants phantom directly turned to powder. Chen Ping stood blankly on the arena, white-haired, his skin wrinkled all over. At this moment, he looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. The next step was likely stepping into the coffin, his candlelight about to expire. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood! He looked down at his entire body. There were small fragments of extinction within his flesh and blood, rapidly disappearing. His remaining lifespan was no longer able to recover. He probably wouldn't last more than a few seconds. I knew I shouldn't have come here. Coming here is the biggest mistake of my life. Chen Ping glanced at all the people around and said with a bitter smile, 25 years of arduous cultivation, wanting to soar into the heavens and dominate the world. Never expected to come to Kunlun Void. But this is the end of my destiny. Time flies, less than 30 seconds, fleeting. He gazed at Yi Chen, who was like a god of war, and said with a sinister tone, "You have a cruel heart. For a young man, it's better to kill him outright than to let him die quickly and powerlessly." For Chen Ping, feeling his lifespan deplete hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times faster was a great torment. Yi Chen was more terrifying than a devil. But this was the cycle of heaven. In the martial world, there is no right or wrong, only strong and weak. Cruel? How cruel were you when you slaughtered Kunlun Void? Yi Chen dismissed it, saying, Today is just repaying the debt. It's all your own fault, blame no one else. Extinction light waves. Derived from the power of extinction. Possess the ability to consume the lifespan of humans or beasts. Such an ability was a terrible nightmare for any enemy. Warriors could accept being killed, but letting them watch themselves die in a short time, destroying all their dreams and hopes, was more vicious. But was Yichen vicious? No. He only applied this technique to those who sided with the Blood Spirit clan and the Blood Spirit clan themselves. That was because it was necessary to deal with traitors and demons. Against normal enemies, Yichen disdained to torture people like this. Whoosh! 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 The surroundings fell silent. Everyone stared at the arena, their eyes gradually becoming dull. Especially Han Yun, Yi Lingtian, Astronomy, Bai Zhan, and the others. So the Hall Master's trump card was so terrifying. In 20 seconds, it had consumed the lifespan of a Divine Realm expert. If used against Emperor Realm experts, I'm afraid the other party would turn to dust in a few seconds, right? Such an ability couldn't be described merely as fighting above one's level. Even if the opponent had the power to fight back, you could greatly deplete their strength. In less than a minute, the most formidable enemy would lose their combat power. Among them, the one with the clearest experience was Elder Bai Zhan. He had also cultivated the Way of Extinction. However, he hadn't yet comprehended the move, Extinction Light Waves, nor could he consume an opponent's lifespan so rapidly. At most, he could only consume a few hundred years of lifespan. The Hall Master's talent is truly terrifying. How long has he been cultivating the Way of Extinction? Elder Bai Zhan sighed to himself, counting carefully. It seemed less than a month. Within a month. Comprehending the power of the Way of Extinction to this extent. And cultivating to this degree. Only prodigies from major clans within the Blood Spirit clan could compare with the Hall Master. Bang! Another sound erupted, a figure fell. It was Chen Ping who fell. The moment he landed, his flesh turned to powder, floating in the air. Chen Ping! You killed Chen Ping! How dare you! Wei Wuqing was furious, regardless of glory or not. Yi Chen, you brute, dare to kill 3 of my disciples. Especially Chen Ping. You are utterly unworthy of matching his bloodline, you lowly thing. He waved his hand, gathering a bloody thunderbolt to kill. In an instant, it struck Yi Chen out of the arena's range. Do you know Chen Ping is a talented disciple who could have participated in the Outer Sect Grand Competition? By killing him, how can I possibly let you off easily today? Immediately, with one hand as a blade, he slashed out a rotating diagram in the air, sweeping through the void and shaking the ground to pieces. Even the massive arena built from 6 spirit tools was smashed into thousands of fragments flying out. The rotating diagram rubbed against the air, producing violent flames, leaving a long trail in the sky. Sun and moon sever the void. Yi Chen murmured, gathering chi and blood into the Jumia blade. He suddenly slashed out, and then dragons and phoenixes appeared, sun and moon marks manifesting. Chapter 1223. Whoosh! The dragon roars, the phoenix cries. With the sun and moon marks superimposed on its body, it rotates and flies through the air, colliding with the rotating Tao diagram. Bang! A powerful shockwave erupted, the weaker individuals were shaken away one after another. At the edge, Yi Lingtian was shaken until he bled, his body swaying. Just the aftermath had such power, capable of injuring an Emperor Realm expert. One can imagine how powerful this Tao diagram was. Clang! 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 The light faded, the aftermath shattered. People could clearly see the dragon and phoenix pounding against each other like 2 flaming golden wheels. In a flash, layers of aftershocks erupted and spread, smashing the vast 1,000-Ju square. Run! Retreat! Get out of here! The Qin family, Wang family, and Luan Spear sect's first thought was to retreat. Just that one aftermath had already seriously injured them. Facing several more aftershocks, they could be killed on the spot by the shockwaves. With the sect masters and family heads evacuating, others quickly left. Bang! An aftershock spread out. The massive 1,000-ju square burst with countless stones. The 1,000-year-old 1,000-ju square, covering hundreds of thousands of square meters, was destroyed. However, the Tao diagram erupted with bright golden light, seemingly dissolving the power of the dragon and phoenix. No good. If this continues, we can't stop it. Yi Chen's expression was extremely grim. With a grasp of his left hand, Chen Ping's fourth-grade immortal sword flew over. He held the sword in his left hand, the blade in his right. Qi and blood erupted from the sword tip and blade tip simultaneously, crisscrossing like waterfalls, sweeping with a heaven-shaking aura. Sword Qi and blade Qi blessed the dragon and phoenix, temporarily blocking the Tao diagram's attack. Is this the power of the fifth heaven of the divine realm? Such power from a casual hand-sword strike? No! The old man's bloodline power is very weak. The Tao diagram is supported by Qi and blood. Thus, the Qi and blood severed, the Tao diagram's power instantly changed. But his bloodline is weak. Even weaker than Luofan's blood python bloodline. It should be 8th or 9th tier, definitely low quality. Try using your bloodline power. You are of reincarnation lineage, the suppression of bloodlines should be enough to contend against him. Good. Yi Chen immediately nodded. Purple Qi and blood flowed from his arm into the sword. Sure enough, the sword Qi and Tao Qi increased several-fold. He hadn't fully awakened his bloodline yet, only using some bloodline power. Boss! Your bloodline is probably top 3 tier. Definitely surpassing the old man's. Xiao Huang's voice rang in Yi Chen's ears. The next moment, golden light dissipated. Then, a startling explosion erupted. All they saw was the dragon and phoenix phantoms burst, and the Tao diagram struck Yi Chen. In midair, a figure passed by, heavily crashing to the ground. Yi Chen staggered to his feet, bloodstains all over his body, extremely disheveled. After all, the gap was still too large. The opponent was a divine realm expert. If Yi Chen had stepped into the emperor realm, he could have resisted the divine realm. But now he was only at the Tao source realm. How to fight? So strong. Is this the true strength of the divine realm? Ignoring his injuries, Yi Chen swallowed several pills, struggling to stand. However, the second-grade killing blade was already covered in cracks, clearly unable to withstand the Tao diagram's power, beginning to shatter. As for the fourth-grade ghost-killing sword, there were several marks on the blade. Probably couldn't be used much longer. Fifth heaven of the divine realm. Indeed. Probably could easily break immortal artifacts. However, Wei Wuqing looked at Yi Chen with some surprise, seemingly astonished once more. He said with slight astonishment, "You're not dead. My Qi and blood power at this level could blow up someone at the fourth heaven of the divine realm without a problem. And only injured you. Even if you're a body cultivator, it can't be that exaggerated. Interesting that a trash-level warrior can be so strong. You are truly good, but a pity you're from Kunlun Void." He stood with hands behind his back, gazing at Yi Chen like an emperor with lofty ambitions, and said, "I want to see how many of my moves you can withstand. 5 moves? 3 moves? I think 1 move is about enough." Wei Wuqing pondered and said, "However, 1 move to kill you is letting you off too easily." The next moment, Wei Wuqing flew to the 1,000-ju square, ignoring the people around. He slowly waved his left hand, Qi and blood power flowing. His palm turned pale blue, like a crystalline palm. Clenching his fist tightly, his arm was surrounded by vigorous Tao wind, attracting bright flames, including purple, white, yellow, and black. The power of fire gathered in his fist. Bang! Wei Wuqing threw a punch containing all kinds of firepower. The fist force flew out with a ferocious face, as if an attack from hell. It emitted a terrifying aura that even made others tremble uncontrollably. This punch. Very strong. He looked down at Yi Chen, his eyes extremely ferocious. He knew very well that with Yi Chen's strength, he couldn't block this strike. This was the difference between a high martial plane and a trash plane. This punch contained his endless rage. Yi Chen had killed so many of his disciples. If that lord found out, he would surely die. Only by taking Yi Chen's head back to the Blood Spirit clan could he obtain that lord's forgiveness. Yi Chen raised his head, some bloodstains covering his eyes, his body trembling. The powerful pressure enveloped him, even making Yi Chen involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to communicate with the power of the Samsara cemetery but found the strike had sealed off everything. In other words, Yi Chen could only rely on himself to withstand it. But he was so severely injured, how could he withstand it? Damn it! Yi Chen cursed angrily. He knew very well this was the greatest crisis he currently faced. The slightest mistake meant certain death. He wanted to rely on the Samsara cemetery, but now Wei Wucheng's power had sealed everything off. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. He stared at Wei Wucheng, who smiled as if in control of everything. He had no choice. He took a difficult step forward. Regardless of the outcome, he would not retreat. However, at that moment, a beautiful figure flew in front of Yi Chen. To Yi Chen's surprise, it was Yi Luo'er. Yi Luo'er, what are you doing? Get away! Yi Chen roared. Chapter 12:24. But Yi Luo'er stood firmly in front of Yi Chen, a fearless smile curving at the corner of her mouth. Brother Yi, Luo'er has no father, no mother, no relatives. But since meeting Brother Yi, I know I have one more family. Luo'er is just a worthless life, but Brother Yi carries the future of Kunlun Void. Luo'er is willing to block this strike for Brother Yi. Yi Luo'er lightly pushed out a palm, sending the injured Yi Chen back several steps. Crystal-like tears flowed from the corner of her eyes. Brother Yi, as long as you remember me in the future. Yi Luo'er's eyes were filled with fearlessness. Since Yi Chen brought her out from the Blood Spirit's secret realm, she had always wanted to help Yi Chen, but her strength was too lacking. Every time she wanted to help, she couldn't. But this time, she could. She could do it. What are you doing? Luo'er. Yi Chen almost went mad, rushing forward to grab Yi Luo'er's hand but was shaken back by an aura. Wei Wucheng saw this scene and sneered, "Trash is trash. Do you think you can help this kid block it? Ridiculous. Today, all of you will die." He urged the strike toward Yi Luo'er. He thought Yi Luo'er would be shocked into a bloody mist by the aftershocks. But he never expected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A holy dragon's aura erupted from Yi Luo'er's body, immediately followed by an extremely dense blood mist. A massive flaming dragon head stretched out from within, dragon claws with fiery scales extended, dragon legs stretched out. Soon, the body also emerged from the blood mist. A 10-zhang-tall flaming holy dragon slowly emerged. A pair of profound dragon eyes were filled with a pure gaze. The holy dragon phantom faced the fist seal. It was the awakening of bloodline power. Yi Luo'er's bloodline power had thoroughly awakened. From the moment Ruo Zhong entrusted her to Yi Chen knew her identity was not simple. She was definitely an upper-tier member of the Blood Spirit clan. However, he never expected her bloodline to be so strong, far surpassing Chen Ping's 5th-tier bloodline, at least 2nd or 3rd tier. Otherwise, just the bloodline phantom wouldn't have such a powerful aura. Over 10 times stronger than the 9 infants phantom. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar resounded. The holy dragon phantom seemed to have no intention of attacking. It merely stood before Yi Luo'er's body, shielding her to resist the attack. How could this be? Wei Wucheng's eyes were wide at this moment. He stared at Yi Luo'er's body. Even more so, he stared dead at the flaming dragon. He had once seen this kind of bloodline phantom within the Blood Spirit clan. Only much more powerful. This was the bloodline of the Blood Spirit clan's Holy Dragon clan. How could it appear on a girl from Kunlun Void? Impossible. Impossible. Bang! The moment the fist seal struck the Holy Dragon phantom, countless bright flames erupted. 7 or 8 flaming streams flew out, the fist seal was directly shattered. Holy dragon scales splattered everywhere, the massive phantom also burst apart midair. Yi Luo'er was also struck by some of the force. Pht! Yi Luo'er spat blood, flying backward like a celestial maiden, her white dress dyed red with blood. She fell into Yi Chen's arms and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, Luo'er seems to be badly hurt. You go." She stroked Yi Chen's cheek. "Go quickly, hurry, if you don't go, it'll be too late. Brother Yi. This is all I can do for you. You must leave safely. I might fall asleep. But I won't die. I'll wait for you." The next moment, Yi Luo'er closed her eyes, severely wounded and unconscious, seeming to be in a state of suspended animation. "Luo'er! Luo'er!" Yi Chen held Yi Luo'er, glaring at Wei Wucheng with gnashing teeth. Wei Wucheng was greatly astonished. Looking at his fist, bitten by the holy dragon phantom, it had burst into pieces. He said, "Who is this girl? Since when did such a bloodline exist in Kunlun Void? No, it's not from Kunlun Void. This woman is a member of the Blood Spirit clan, a woman of the Holy Dragon clan who drifted to Kunlun Void. Damn it! Holy Dragon clan. A top major clan of the Blood Spirit clan. If they found out he had severely injured a descendant of their clan, then my blood sword sect would be completely annihilated. All the people here must not remain." Wei Wucheng immediately grew ruthless. A cold aura spread throughout his body, he intended to kill everyone present. Including Blood Sword and the other disciple, all must die. Only with them dead could the secret be preserved. Even if the Holy Dragon clan traced it back, he could claim that people from Kunlun Void had harmed her. If not traced back, even better. Wei Wucheng. You want to kill us all? You old beast, today, I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Yi Chen placed Yi Luo'er in a safe spot, having Bai Zhan guard her. His cold eyes were filled with endless madness. A demonic light appeared between his brows, seemingly an eye. Yes, a bloody demon's eye appeared. It was the demon's eye. The demonic eye from the depths of his heart. From the 9 netherworlds. Once in the Blood Spirit secret realm, it was the demon's eye that helped Yi Chen kill so many Blood Spirit clan experts. Yi Chen knew that the appearance of the demon's eye represented a turning point. He was enveloped in demonic light, his chi and blood climbing. He was furious as a ghost. Today, none of these Blood Spirit clan members would die easily, each would be skinned alive and have their tendons pulled out. Let everyone see, dare to touch Yi Chen, and death would be the greatest luxury. Within the Samsara cemetery, the Tomb Master's bloodline has awakened again. The demon's eye. Blood 7 Knights turned to look at Yi Luo'er and said, "This girl is quite devoted. A good girl. Yi Chen, I will give you all my strength to destroy Wei Wucheng." "Master." Yi Chen asked, "How is Luo'er's injury?" "Not bad." Blood 7 Knights was gathering all his strength, the Samsara cemetery was filled with blood. She is a member of the Holy Dragon clan of the Blood Spirit clan, one of the top bloodlines. Although she has just awakened, it's comparable to a second-tier bloodline. It's just that Yi Luo'er's cultivation is too weak, so she only has defensive capability and no offensive ability. But at least she won't die. It will probably take some time for her wounds to heal. Holy Dragon clan. Initially, I didn't know which clan this girl belonged to. Never expected her to be from one of the top forces of the Blood Spirit clan, the most mysterious Holy Dragon clan. Back then, there must have been internal strife within the Holy Dragon clan, otherwise, Yi Luo'er wouldn't have been exiled to Kunlun Void. However, since she was exiled to Kunlun Void and is my disciple, and she was severely wounded protecting my apprentice, she is a good girl. Chapter 1225. Yi Chen. Ready, this power will be immense. As Blood 7 Knights spoke, his form merged with the bloody light, flying into Yi Chen's body. At this moment, Yi Chen was like an ancient demon. 9 demonic lights turned on his chest, transforming into a pair of demon armor. His eyes revealed a spirit that looked down upon the world. He discarded the Zhumya blade and Zhuguei sword, intending to simply kill Wei Wuqing with his fists. Now! Due to the power of Blood's 7 Knights and the Demon's Eye. His chi and blood had reached a terrifying level, even demonic energy overflowing from his eyes. Far surpassing Wei Wuqing's, it was so pure it was comparable to a Chaos Realm expert. As a result, the Qin and Wang family heads burst apart in succession. Over 100 clan leaders and elders who had fawned over the Blood Spirit clan knelt down one after another. The Demon's Eye and the power of Blood's 7 Knights. The two forces unleashed a might terrifying to the extreme. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. Immediately, the bodies of minor sect leaders and supreme elders burst apart. It was like releasing fireworks, one by one, their souls were all wiped out in an instant. How could these ants from the Dao Source and Emperor realms withstand Yi Chen's aura? In an instant. Of the 170 minor sects that had turned to the Blood Spirit clan, thousands of people from patriarchs to elders spat blood. They couldn't bear it. The leaders of the Luan Spear sect, Linghai sect, and others, faces pale with disbelief. Yi Chen had completely erupted. So many Emperor Realm experts injured by mere coercion, thousands of Dao Source Realm experts destroyed. This was simply a supernatural demon. Bang! Bang! Dozens more spat blood, several mid-sized sect leaders like the Luan Spear sects gradually stained with blood. The Hall of Light disciples they had escorted had their shackles removed one after another. Thousands of disciples, holding spirit tools, worshipped Yi Chen in unison, saying, "We have seen the Hall Master. The Hall Master is so powerful. Rise!" Yi Chen didn't pay them much mind, his gaze falling on Wei Wuqing. He came before Wei Wuqing like a flash of lightning. Smashing the magic weapon in his hand, he reached out and grabbed Wei Wuqing's neck, lifting him like a chicken. His icy voice filled every corner of the world, "My people are never to be touched. You are not the first, nor will you be the last. But you will be the most miserable of them all. I promise." The next moment, Yi Chen grabbed him upside down, slamming him onto the ground, bombarding him with punch after punch. Each blow could shake the ground like an earthquake. Elder Wei's eyes were filled with panic. What was Yi Chen's origin? Why did it feel like a different person? Unbelievably strange. This kid's power seemed to have stepped into the Chaos Realm. Could it be that Yi Chen had a great power possessing him? This wasn't Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen didn't care about Elder Wei's fear. He tried his best to control the strength of his fists, not wanting to kill Wei Wuqing with a single blow. Bang bang! Bang! After dozens of punches, Wei Wuqing was already bloody, his hands and feet broken, yet he still wanted to resist. Such old men thought they might still have strength to fight. Bloodline power. Manifest. Wei Wuqing roared loudly, but before he could finish, he was struck by Yi Chen's blood-soaked fist. However, his meridians were quickly mobilized. Lavender blood behind him revealed the phantom of a heavenly tiger. The 10-foot-tall heavenly tiger was also the phantom of an ancient great demon, yet it was far inferior to the 9 infants, even less powerful than the heavenly rock bloodline. Undoubtedly. He was merely a 9th-tier bloodline, a bottom-tier character. Otherwise, how could it be that after thousands, even tens of thousands of years of cultivation, he was only at the 5th heaven of the divine realm? Roar! Roar! The heavenly tiger phantom roared several times, fiercely leaping up to bite Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen's arm shook, immediately sending the heavenly tiger flying. Low-tier bloodline, and you dare attack me? You! Wei Wuqing was speechless. He possessed the bloodline of an ancient demon. Yi Chen called it a low-tier bloodline. Come here. Yi Chen murmured, his left hand grasping a 10-foot-tall heavenly tiger. As his right hand closed, he tore the tiger phantom in midair. The two halves of the heavenly tiger phantom immediately burst, quickly turning into crystalline stones flying down. Pfft! Yi Chen, you are so cruel. What bloodline do you possess? Wei Wuqing spat blood again. With his bloodline manifestation destroyed, he was directly beaten into severe injury. Yi Chen's eyes were bloodthirsty as he roared, "What bloodline am I? Fine. I'll tell you. I am the bloodline of reincarnation." Hearing the words, reincarnation, Wei Wucheng was utterly bewildered. How could it be? Reincarnation was a legendary existence. How could it be on a low-plane trash? But Yi Chen's power made him realize this was the truth. He truly had comprehended it. Yi Chen couldn't be fought. Absolutely couldn't be fought. At least below the sixth heaven of the divine realm, Yi Chen couldn't be stopped. At this moment, Yi Chen's qi and blood power was not inferior to his, he had even touched the level of higher realm power. At such a level, it was easy to smash a martial artist at the third or fourth heaven of the divine realm. Having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he was no longer at his peak. How could he block Yi Chen? Yi Chen! Let me go. I promise you, when I return, I won't report you. How about it? Wei Wucheng was still in Yi Chen's grasp, unable to move, also unable to attack Yi Chen. Just now, he was like a demon, now he was like a weak woman. Let you go. Old man, are you so deluded? You hurt my Luo'er, and I'll stomp you to hell. Yi Chen was surprised that Wei Wucheng's train of thought couldn't see the situation clearly. Fine. You can't see the situation clearly. I'll make you see it clearly. Yi Chen's left hand grabbed Wei Wucheng's shoulder, his sword intent blooming. A stream of qi and blood flowed into Wei Wucheng's body, transforming into swords, handle after handle. They swiftly severed Wei Wucheng's meridians, pulling them out simultaneously. Ah! Yi Chen, you! How cruel, you beast! No! Wei Wucheng was sweating profusely, blood dripping. He could see the meridians being pulled out of his body everywhere. This kind of pain was several times more agonizing than 10,000 ants biting the heart. Having his entire meridians broken and turned to powder was one thing. But being pulled out alive was more painful than killing him. Old bastard! Comfortable? Back in the day, you tortured my Kunlun Void people, tortured Han Yun the same way. And you hurt my Luo'er, I want you to repay 100-fold. Today, you'll have a good time too. Yi Chen continued releasing sword qi, beginning to separate and extract the flesh and bones within Wei Wucheng's body. Chapter 1226. Suddenly, Blood Sword and another Blood Spirit clan disciple soared into the sky. One was at the first heaven of the divine realm, the other at the second heaven of the divine realm. Almost absolute strength. However, these two disciples weren't coming to save Wei Wucheng, they were fleeing toward the Huang family territory. They intended to leave Kunlun Void through the boundary wall, departing via the spatial teleportation array. Are you kidding? With Yi Chen's strength, he was at the seventh heaven of the divine realm. They couldn't handle him. Elder Wei Wucheng had already been captured. If they didn't run now, when would they? Did I say you could go? Come back! Yi Chen roared. Qi and blood transformed into sharp Dao swords, seemingly piercing through time and space, impaling Blood Sword and the others, pulling them back. He waved again, fingers shooting out, streaks of radiance flying. The blood-colored radiance was like sharp swords, piercing through the meridians and dantians of Blood Sword and the other person. The pride of two Blood Spirit clan members. Their dantians were directly crippled, a lifetime of cultivation rendered useless. No. My cultivation. The two fell before Han Yun and the others. The immortal artifacts on their bodies also fell to the ground, a 4th-grade immortal artifact and a 3rd-grade immortal artifact. After more than 20 years of painstaking cultivation, their accomplishments were abolished. The blow and physical injuries caused them to faint, unable to resist. Han Yun. Yi Lingtian, capture them and torture them thoroughly. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he looked at Wei Wucheng. A cold smile curled at his lips as he said, "Old man, if you want to die, I can't grant that. Does this feel particularly familiar? You said the same thing before. Now, I'm returning it to you. I'll make you wish for death more than life." After saying that, Yi Chen grabbed Wei Wucheng and brought him before the crowd. He bound Wei Wucheng to 2 crossed spirit tool stakes, took out a sharp knife, and began to stab Wei Wucheng one by one. Wei Wucheng's cultivation was high, but his physical state wasn't. He was only at the dominating body stage. Not yet at the golden body level, blood gradually staining, extremely disheveled. Yi Chen, I beg you. Let me go. I'll give you whatever you want. Wei Wucheng looked at Yi Chen's cold eyes, only remembering the words, mad devil. He kept shouting, I beg you. For the sake of my age, I beg you, give me a quick death, ah. I'm sorry, I'm a devil, I won't let anyone go. Don't even think about escaping a single cut. Yi Chen destroyed Wei Wucheng's dantian with one punch. Soon, Wei Wucheng's screams spread throughout the city. Once upon a time, 3,000 years ago, there were similar screams of skinning and tendon pulling that shook the world. However, the protagonist back then was Han Yun, a man of Kunlun Void. This time, it was Wei Wucheng, a member of the Blood Spirit clan. High and mighty Blood Spirit clan members. Today, Yi Chen was repaying them in kind. Good, well done. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, good work. Han Yun nearly laughed maniacally as he stepped forward and said, Can I also give him 100 cuts? Good. Yi Chen handed Han Yun the spirit tool's small knife, stood to one side, and said, The Han family was destroyed by this man. I'll give you 100 cuts to vent your anger. Good. Han Yun picked up the knife. Finally having a chance for revenge, he couldn't help but say, Yi Chen, thank you very much. Without you, I would never have this opportunity. When he looked at Wei Wucheng again, he gnashed his teeth. Han Yun personally wielded the knife, subjecting Wei Wucheng to Ling Qi. Generally speaking, Ling Qi is divided into 3 levels, 1,000 cuts, 2,000 cuts, and 3,000 cuts. Yi Chen directly defined Wei Wucheng to the 3rd level. He would scrape 3,500 cuts from him while keeping him alive. It seemed cruel, but at Wei Wucheng's level, his entire body wouldn't die even if his flesh and blood were crushed, as long as his bones and golden body remained. The so-called Ling Qi was just pain. Wei Wucheng wouldn't die. At most, he would spend some time recovering Wei Wucheng's body, then perform punishments like skinning, tendon pulling, and branding. Compared to these, the Blood Spirit clan's methods back then weren't cruel enough. Han Yun. Han Yun, you old bastard. Wei Wucheng was tied to a cross, placed at the center of Thousand Ju Square. The high and mighty Blood Spirit clan member had become a prisoner. No, a slave would be more appropriate. He glared angrily at Han Yun, feeling the flesh on his body being sliced off cut by cut, the pain excruciating. Han Yun, if you have the guts, kill me. Kill me, you bastard. What's the point of torturing me? I should have known. He was determined not to come to Kunlun Void. Thinking he could crush Kunlun Void's people. Never expected to be crushed by Yi Chen instead. Now he was in such a state, unable to live or die. Self-destruct. His dantian was crippled by Yi Chen, his meridians severed. He couldn't mobilize qi and blood throughout his body. Soul explosion. All souls were obliterated by Yi Chen, not 1 in 100 remained. Even more impossible. Now, even if Wei Wucheng wanted to die, it was impossible. An ordinary person could at least bite their tongue and commit suicide. He couldn't even die by biting his tongue into pieces. Ha ha ha. Keep shouting, I'll return the insults you used to hurl. Yi Chen, thank you very much. On the other hand, qi and blood, Wei Wucheng's qi and blood couldn't be cut, only Han Yun's qi and blood could. Golden body. Truly tough. Hall Master. I'll go too. Yi Lingtian clasped his fists, gesturing to Yi Chen, saying, The Blood Spirit clan has insulted us, killed so many of our predecessors. He glanced at the other 2 Blood Spirit clan members to the side and said, I request that those 2 be tied up and subjected to lingering death. Don't worry. Yi Chen's indifferent eyes fell upon one of them. At the 2nd heaven of the divine realm, he knew a lot about the Blood Spirit clan. For Yi Chen, it was necessary to understand the Blood Spirit clan, especially information about the Divine Realm and Divine King Realm. In this regard, Nia Baijian hadn't emerged from battle yet, so they wouldn't pay attention. Knocking information out of Wei Wucheng's attitude wasn't good. Even if extracted, it might be false information. In an instant, Yi Chen grabbed the man. His cold eyes were like demons from the 9 hells, the demon's eye between his brows faded. Which sect are you from? What is your sect's situation? What is the surrounding pattern? Ha 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 ha, Yi Chen, I am already a man destined to die. Do you think I'll tell you information? The Blood Spirit clan member showed a helpless smile. Though held by Yi Chen, he didn't show much fear. After all, his dantian and meridians were crippled. Even if he returned, he'd be a cripple. Tell me. I can spare your life, keep you imprisoned, waiting for the day when I level the Blood Spirit clan and make the Blood Spirit clan a subordinate territory of Kunlun. Then I can let you return and restore your dantian for you. Yi Chen narrated all this plainly, seemingly indifferent, yet it greatly impacted those around him. Yi Chen knew Wei Wucheng was just the beginning. The fall of these people in Kunlun would surely enrage the real powers behind them. He had to prepare. And he wanted to know where the 100 great powers were imprisoned. Chapter 12:27. The man's deep, blood-colored pupils stared at Yi Chen as he asked, really? Naturally, he wanted to live. To live meant there was still possibility. Otherwise, all his years of cultivation would turn to nothingness. Of course I mean it. If I don't kill you, you pose no threat to us. Yi Chen looked down at the other from a position of superiority, his eyes indifferent. At the moment, the opponent's combat power might not even reach the Dao Source realm. Good. I'll tell you. The man's ears rang with Wei Wucheng's screams. He didn't want to suffer the same fate. He said, we took the teleportation array to Kunlun Void Spirit City. There's a spatial transmission array there leading to the Blood Spirit clan. We come from a lower sect of the Blood Spirit clan, belonging to the Northern Palace family. This family is one of the families that led the attack on Kunlun Void back then, and there's a Star Bridge Realm expert in the family. Star Bridge Realm, what realm is that? Yi Chen suddenly asked. Although he knew there must be higher-level experts in the Blood Spirit clan and had heard of the Star Bridge Realm, he didn't know what kind of realm it was. The man said, after the Emperor Realm comes the Divine Realm, the Divine King Realm, the Chaos Realm, the Harmony Realm, the Creation Realm, the Star Bridge Realm, the Sealing Gate Realm, and the Taishu Realm. Above the Harmony Realm is the Creation Realm, and above the Creation Realm is the Star Bridge Realm. It's said that among the top families controlling the Blood Spirit clan, there are even stronger ones with higher and deeper Sealing Gate realms. As for the legendary Taishu realm, I'm afraid no one knows if such an existence exists. Yi Chen, for the sake of not tormenting me, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't think about making enemies with our Blood Spirit clan. The Emperor Realm members of our Blood Spirit clan are just the most trash existences. There are more powerful experts at the Divine King, Chaos, Harmony, Creation, Star Bridge, and Sealing Gate realms. If you oppose us, you'll die sooner or later. His gaze swept over the thousands of Kunlun Void people as he said with a smile, they will die sooner or later too. In the First Great War, it was the Northern Palace family that attacked you, the other major families didn't take action. Otherwise, wiping you all out would be a matter of a blink. Crack! Crack! Yi Chen took a step forward, the man's body instantly produced cracks all over. Yi Chen said coldly, no need for your reminder. In 5 years, I went from the Qi Condensation Realm to the Dao Source Realm, and I can kill Divine Realm experts. Even if it's the Star Bridge or Sealing Gate Realm, I'll reach it within 10 years. He added, how many sects like yours are under the Northern Palace family? Which sects are mainly responsible for Kunlun Void? Blood Sword Sect, Mad Blood Sect, and Chaotic Blood Sect, the man said intermittently. These 3. But I don't think that's what you're really interested in. What do you want to know? Yi Chen was startled, not expecting this man could see through things. Not wanting to waste words, he clasped his hands behind his back and asked directly, in the ancient war, I heard the 100 great powers were imprisoned by your blood spirit clan. Where are they imprisoned? He had thought Yi Chen's ambition was merely to protect Kunlun Void. Now it seemed Yi Chen's ultimate goal wasn't Kunlun Void. It was the 100 imprisoned top experts. This guy was insane. Before he could react, he felt a cold hand clasp his neck. I want to hear the truth. You only have one chance. If you dare deceive me, I promise, your head will leave your body. The man felt Yi Chen's cold killing intent, hesitated for a few seconds, then said, my status in the Blood Spirit clan isn't high, but the place where the 100 great powers are imprisoned is no secret. The prison is the Demon God Valley. There are top experts from the Blood Spirit clan guarding the Demon God Valley. There are formations there that even the heavens can't contend against. The Demon God Valley is also called the Valley of Death because anyone who steps into it will undoubtedly die. Don't say it's you. Even Chaos and Harmony Realm experts would vanish in the blink of an eye upon entering. It's a nightmare, the formations and the powerful experts bullying there. Ants are not qualified to step in. Low-level trash is not qualified. After saying that, the next moment the man was thrown out by Yi Chen. Yi Chen instructed Yi Lingtian, imprison him in the highest level heavenly prison, indefinitely. Indefinitely. Indefinite imprisonment, the man immediately paled. What did that mean? Would he be imprisoned until his lifespan ran out? I'd rather die than stay in prison that long. Yi. The man still wanted to speak, but in a flash, he was tied up by Yi Lingtian and handed to Ancestor Yi Feng, who had arrived. The Hall Master's order, imprison him in the highest level prison, forever. Good. Yi Feng took the man. He had long been displeased with the arrogant Blood Spirit clan members. A few big ear slaps landed, then he left with the man. As for the other Blood Spirit clan member, he wasn't so lucky. His life was worse than death. Even his flesh and blood became food for many demon beasts. Demon God Valley? I want to see what can stop Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was filled with lofty sentiments. He took a black stone out of his pocket. The stone flowed with a strange light. This was the vessel of the Samsara Cemetery. From the moment Yi Chen opened the Samsara Cemetery, it meant Yi Chen must trample the Blood Spirit clan and go to the Demon God Valley to rescue the 100 great powers. The thoughts these people left behind had moved Yi Chen countless times. Teachers. Seniors. How could he be ungrateful when they helped him time and again? How could he let these people suffer in dire straits? Of course, all this was still too far away. The fall of these Blood Spirit clan experts would surely be detected by the powers behind them. Not much time was left for Yi Chen. The next time the Blood Spirit clan came, it probably wouldn't be at the Divine Realm. Yi Chen must take the initiative. But before the Blood Spirit clan, there was a more important matter for Yi Chen to resolve. That was the whereabouts of Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue. Clearly, the disappearance of the two girls shouldn't be related to the Blood Spirit clan. Had they really been taken away by other powers? Had they really gone to that mysterious place called Spirit City? Yi Chen couldn't believe the Yi family's words alone. He must prepare for the worst. Yi Lingtian. Phoenix, 100 battles. Yi Chen immediately called 3 people and said, issue orders to search in all aspects of Kunlun Void and Huaxia for the whereabouts of Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue. If anyone dares harm them, regardless of identity, kill them. With Ji Xiqing's early cultivation at the Emperor Realm, to capture her would probably require a top expert. Perhaps Ji Xiqing had fallen into a secret realm, like the place where he had cultivated before, or the Blood Spirit's secret realm, and couldn't be contacted from the outside world. Chapter 1228. Yes, Hall Master. Understood, Hall Master. The 3 men quickly left, spreading the news to all members of the Hall of Light, mobilizing a large number of people to search for the 2 girls. As for Wei Wucheng and the other person, they were still being executed in Thousand Ju Square. People in Thousand Ju City had learned of Yi Chen's slaughter of the Blood Spirit clan and came to witness it. Thousands of people stared at the 2 being subjected to lingering death, shocked at heart, finding it hard to articulate. Was this still the high and mighty Blood Spirit clan? No, these were slaves. The most dramatic expressions were on the Huang family ancestors and the current Huang family head. From excitement to despair in one day, then excitement again, then despair, their emotions were like riding a roller coaster, finally crashing into the valley bottom, unable to climb back up. The great figures of the Blood Spirit clan had been defeated. The Huang family's greatest reliance, their mountain of support, gone. Now, the devil god Yi Chen was no different from a Kunlun void divine being. With combat power at the early divine realm, who could resist? Ancestor. What should we do? The Huang family head wore a bitter expression, as if he'd eaten several genes of bitter melon. He said calmly, the Blood Spirit clan has lost, and Kunlun void won't be in turmoil for a while. Elder Wei Wucheng is being subjected to lingering death. Let's surrender. If we don't surrender, I'm afraid our fate won't be better than Wei Wucheng's. This Yi Chen, I've seen some signs. He just used a trump card and erupted with at least double the combat power of Elder Wei Wucheng. Unless our Huang family has several elders comparable to Wei Wucheng, we might still have a fight. But now, fighting means death. Although we have many Emperor Realm experts, it's useless. There was no more mountain to rely on. Rely on ourselves? The Huang family did have many Emperor Realm experts. The key was, it was useless. Even if all members fought, their strength was too far from Yi Chen's peak. At most, they'd last a day before having nowhere to run. This. Surrender. The Huang family ancestors looked as if their children had died. Don't surrender. That could mean the entire clan's extermination. Fight? Going up to fight, even without Yi Chen, I'm afraid Yi Wudi, Yi Feng, plus Han Yun and the others could handle it. All members of the Huang family, heed the order. Assemble the troops, come with me, to see the Hall Master. The Huang family head roared. Emperor Realm experts from all sides emerged, emperors from the Huang family whose early and middle stage cultivation was quite poor. Soon, over 100 Emperor Realm experts gathered. Led by the Huang family head, they came before Yi Chen and the others, including the Huang family ancestors. They knelt down and said, Huang Qian, along with the Huang family head, brings the entire Huang family, all sincerely submitting. We beg Hall Master Yi to spare our lives. This time, we will defend Kunlun Void to the death, never betraying. The Huang family surrenders so quickly. Yi Chen turned around, looking at these Emperor Realm areas. The Huang family truly deserved to have relied on the Blood Spirit clan. Over the past 3,000 years, they had cultivated a large number of Emperor Realm experts. Only, the early Emperor Realm was easy to cultivate. For the middle and higher stages, improving the embryonic form of the Tao required urgency and talent, so 80% of these Emperor Realm experts were at the early Emperor Realm. Such a war, if the monster races from the body refining land came out, it would be enough to deal with the Huang family ancestors. The other Emperor Realm beasts were mostly at the middle stage, which could indeed suppress a large number of Huang family emperors. Moreover, monster skins were rough, flesh thick, with more qi and blood. 1 against 2 wouldn't easily fall into disadvantage. There would be casualties, and not small. But, it would be a tragic victory. Whoosh! Whoosh! A line of monsters soared into the sky, powerful auras sweeping over the Huang family Emperor Realm territory. These were the Emperor Realm demon and monster races from the Hall of Light. At least 300 Emperor Realm experts. Now unified into human forms, they landed behind Yi Chen. Led by the 9 Nether Elder, they clasped fists and bowed, saying, King, we have sent elders and Dharma protectors. Does the king need us to kill these defeated soldiers before us? The voice was icy and clear. As long as Yi Chen gave the order, the Emperor Realm demon clans would attack without hesitation. Even if outnumbered, as long as the king ordered, we would go, dying in battle would be glory. At this moment, the gazes of the surrounding people, dozens of mid-sized sect masters, many major family heads, etc., all converged on Yi Chen. As for the rebellious minor sects, their masters had been intimidated by Yi Chen's might. At this moment, everyone awaited Yi Chen's choice. Kill or spare. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another group of people arrived, soaring into the sky, the 12 major sect people. There were 9 top sects and 3 mid-sized sects. The leaders were the former Kunlun sect master, now the Hall of Light's Kunlun branch pavilion master, the Dao pavilion master, the Green Luan pavilion master, the Blood Saber pavilion master, the Ruah sect master, the Azure Sky pavilion master, the Blood Leaf pavilion master, and so on. All were powerful Emperor Realm experts. There were even 18 ancestors at the 8th heaven of the Emperor Realm. These were the ancestors of various sects, but now they had become the supreme elders of the Hall of Light. From the 1st to the 18th, all were within the Hall of Light's sphere of influence. They led over 300 powerful Emperor Realm experts to gather. Previously, when the Blood Spirit clan arrived, they hadn't had time to form arrays, and Han Yun and Yi Chen had ordered them to disperse and hide. Now, 6 Blood Spirit clan members had been killed and captured by Yi Chen. At this time, how could the 12 branch pavilions not come quickly? We, the 12 branch pavilion masters, pay respects to the Hall Master. The Kunlun pavilion master led the 12 pavilion masters, rising to kneel before Yi Chen, eyes filled with incomparable fervor and worship. Yi Chen, from today onward, was the embodiment of Kunlun Void. He had even crushed Elder Wei Wucheng while fighting above his level. All these things, forget the younger generation being no match, even the old-timers who had survived for thousands of years in Kunlun were not Yi Chen's opponents. For Kunlun Void to have such a prodigy in charge was a great blessing. The 12 branch pavilions Emperor Realm experts also knelt together with the 300 demon clan generals. For them, Yi Chen, the Hall Master of Light, was a man among men, needing reverence and worship. Kneeling before Yi Chen at this moment was an honor. Even the powerful Blood Spirit clan members probably weren't qualified to kneel before Yi Chen. Hall Master, we have arrived. White Mist Alchemy Sage, Lingy Alchemy Sage, leading the Emperor Realm and Dao Source Realm experts under Dan Void Town's jurisdiction, arrived together. In such a prosperous era, with the execution of the Blood Spirit clan and the Huang family's surrender, the forces supporting Pill's supply naturally came. They were also members of the Hall of Light, subordinates of Yi Chen. Previously, they had been ordered to separate. Now, the Blood Spirit clan crisis was resolved. With thousands of Huang family emperors here, fearing a battle, how could they not come? The 2 alchemy sages and Luo Wuyuan landed. Lingy Alchemy Sage clasped fists and said, Hall Master, under Dan Void Town's jurisdiction, there are 27 Emperor Realm experts and 170 Dao Source Realm experts. All have come. As long as the Hall Master orders, we will annihilate the Huang family this instant. Chapter 12:29. Immediately, over 100 Emperor Realm experts said in unison, Hall Master, as long as you give the order, we will annihilate the Huang family. The Huang family turned pale. Looking at all this before them, over 600 Emperor Realm experts. These were Yi Chen's subordinates. In just over a year, Yi Chen had truly become the master of Kunlun Void. If these 600 Emperor Realm experts truly attacked, even if the Huang family had 1,000 experts, they would be wiped out in a short time. Moreover, this was only most of the Hall of Light's power. The others were the Emperor Realm demon clans and Emperor Realm experts from the major branch pavilions, stationed in all directions. Counting it all up, Yi Chen commanded a terrifying number of Emperor Realm experts. Such a scene had probably never occurred in Kunlun Void's history. A prodigy at the 7th heaven of the Dao Source Realm, commanding over 100 Emperor Realm experts? What kind of concept was this? The people of Thousand Jew City stared blankly at the scene. The legendary Yi Chen was not only the devil god Yi Tian but also the Hall Master of Light. Yet they never expected him to be so powerful. We shouldn't have betrayed Yi Chen. Yes, we shouldn't have waited and watched. It's too powerful. The Hall of Light is too powerful. Some of the detained minor sect members looked at everything with deep regret. In their eyes, Yi Chen was a lone wanderer. That was because Yi Chen alone was enough to fight any force. At most, some of his subordinates would surround the enemy. However, they never expected the major forces under Yi Chen's command had reached such a level. Hundreds of Emperor Realm experts. If they formed arrays, they would have the power to fight the 6 Blood Spirit clan members. Moreover, there was a chance of victory, not a small one, but a tragic one. Hall Master Yi. My Huang family is sincere. From now on, we dare not disrespect you anymore. The Huang family ancestors knelt on the ground, foreheads beaded with sweat as big as beans. He said, "We are also a force. We know more about the Blood Spirit clan situation. If you accept us, we can serve you. In the future, when you must fight the Blood Spirit clan, we are willing to be your pawns." Pawns? Not necessarily at that time. Anyway, survive first. At the moment, dozens of people of the same level had locked onto him. If he resisted, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have time to use an immortal artifact before being killed on the spot. Everyone, rise. You are here. I understand what you mean. It's just that Kunlun Void has been too impoverished these years. If we kill these people too, it will be a loss for Kunlun Void. Let them kill the Blood Spirit clan in the future. If they survive, they can naturally clear their sins. If they don't survive, they will have merited their deaths. Yi Chen turned to look at the Huang family, his expression cold. If you want to live, you can accept the Soul Seal and hand over the immortal artifacts given to you by the Blood Spirit clan. We will. We agree. All the Huang family members assented one after another. The next moment, the Huang family heads and ancestors, along with the Huang family emperors, threw out their immortal artifacts one after another. In an instant, first-grade immortal artifacts, second-grade immortal artifacts flew out, all landing at Yi Chen's feet. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. So many immortal artifacts? It seems the Blood Spirit clan has given you many rewards over the years. These immortal artifacts could help Han Yun break through realms. Hall Master Yi. Some of these immortal artifacts were obtained by Huang family disciples taken by the Blood Spirit clan to certain places to participate in battles and receive rewards. For example, Yi Nantian of the Yi family went to Beta City and obtained 1 or 2 immortal artifacts. The Huang family ancestors said honestly, over the years, some immortal artifacts were given by the Blood Spirit clan, and some were accumulated by us. Now they have all been handed over. We hope Hall Master Yi will spare our lives. Yi Chen had Yi Lingtian collect these immortal artifacts. He glanced at all the Huang family members and said, the Huang family can be accepted, but the family head, the ancestor, and the 2 supreme elders need not survive. Instantly, a cold frost enveloped Thousand Ju Square. Aside from the wails of Wei Wucheng and his disciples, the remaining Emperor Realm experts looked at the Huang family ancestor, head, and the other 2 supreme elders at the 8th heaven of the Emperor Realm. The next moment, some of the Hall of Light's supreme elders acted. The supreme elders of the 12 branch pavilions attacked simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! They only saw dozens of cold lights, sword auras, and blade killings, then heard the sound of flesh tearing. 3 Huang family emperors at the 8th heaven of the Emperor Realm, including the family head, were killed before they could even rise to fight back. Their flesh had turned into pieces scattered across the ground. Whoosh! 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 Silence. All the Huang family Emperor Realm experts half knelt on the ground, no one daring to look up, not a single person speaking. They all knew that if they looked up at this moment, they would follow in the footsteps of the ancestors and elders. Yi Chen's Hall of Light was invincible. Those who led the Huang family to join the Blood Spirit clan back then have now been executed. From today onward, the Huang family name is abolished. The Emperor Realm experts are disbanded, soul seals are placed, and they are incorporated into the Hall of Light. Yi Chen's expression was plain, like an emperor proclaiming, from today onward, the 12 branch pavilions, the Han family, the Yi family, and a few major families under the Hall of Light will all be merged into the Hall of Light. A separate pavilion will be established for the demon clans in the body refining land. Henceforth, the Hall of Light will be renamed the Hall of Light. All forces of the Dark Hall are merged into the Hall of Light, opening another pavilion, the Dark Pavilion. So far, the 15 pavilions under the Hall of Light have been completely transformed into the people of the Hall of Light. All previous sect names and family names are abolished. From today onward, you will enter a state of cultivation, ready to face the Blood Spirit clan at any time. As his voice fell, Yichen looked at the Huang family members. Soul power erupted, forming a series of heaven and earth sword seals that sealed all Huang family members above the early Emperor realm. Those at the early stage would not be used, this level posed no threat. He said, the Huang family members are sinners. Those at the mid-stage and above have been soul-sealed by this Hall Master. From now on, anyone with the slightest thought of betrayal will be killed on the spot. Bang bang bang. Bang! Instantly, over 10 physical bodies among the Huang family Emperor realm experts burst apart. The surrounding people looked shocked. Yichen said blandly, those who betray Kunlun Void and my will, their flesh and souls will burst on the spot. Upon hearing this, the remaining Huang family Emperor realm experts fell completely silent. Now, it was impossible to be a villain. At any time, they might explode on the spot, so they had better follow Yichen obediently. The early stage Emperor realm experts are merged into the Baijian Pavilion. Elder Baijian is in charge of management. Simultaneously, the Huang family Emperor realm experts are mixed with the demon clans. Anyone discovered to have different intentions can be killed directly. Chapter 1230. Yes, my lord. Elder Baijian knelt with clasped fists. He had now been promoted to the leader of the Demon Pavilion. As for the original Qingjian Demon Emperor, Yi Chen's war puppet held no official position. This had almost become an acknowledged situation. Many high-level members of the demon clans probably guessed some of the circumstances. Han Yun, Han Shuang, Shui Hongtian, and other family heads and sect masters also clasped their fists, saying, "We obey the Hall Master's orders." Henceforth, there will be only the Hall of Light in Kunlun. All the ancestors and family heads tacitly agreed to all this. Moreover, with all being powerful experts, having a big tree to lean on meant help and support when acting, they were no longer alone. Good. Yi Lingtian, how many immortal artifacts have we harvested this time? Yi Chen asked. Yi Lingtian had quickly tallied the immortal artifacts and replied, there are 92 first-grade immortal artifacts, 35 second-grade immortal artifacts, 2 third-grade immortal artifacts, 2 fourth-grade immortal artifacts, and 3 fifth-grade immortal artifacts. Most had been seized from the Blood Spirit clan. Especially Wei Wucheng, who had 3 immortal artifacts but was suppressed by Yi Chen before using them. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, Nie Baijian within the Samsara Cemetery said, Yi Chen, using different grades of immortal artifacts for breakthroughs also affects cultivation speed after entering the divine realm. How so? Yi Chen had naturally noticed this clue, such as with Chen Peng and Luo Fen. If they hadn't possessed 4th-grade immortal artifacts, they wouldn't have entered the divine realm. Otherwise, given their conditions, they would definitely have become divine realm experts. Nie Baijian said slowly, the grade of immortal artifacts is mainly determined by the arrays depicted on them and the power contained within. A first-grade immortal artifact depicts 3 arrays. This level can enable the peak of the Emperor realm to break through, transforming the physical body to be equivalent to the second tier of the golden body. Similarly, attack power is primarily based on the inner arrays. He paused, continuing slowly, as for second-grade immortal artifacts, they depict 5 arrays. After using them for a breakthrough, the physical body is equivalent to the second class of the Golden Mountain body. Third grade depicts 10 arrays, the Golden body is third class. In this way, the level of Qi and blood can be increased after the physical transformation. Similarly, after reaching the divine realm, they mainly use the internal power to nourish Qi and blood, cultivating the Tao and the body. The higher the grade of immortal artifact used for the breakthrough, the easier cultivation will be after entering the divine realm. After listening, Yi Chen looked at the peak Emperor realm experts and began to ponder. It might be a pity, Kunlun Void's virtual realm experts, suppressed for many years, used first, second, or third grade immortal artifacts. Their foundations were good. If they used high-grade immortal artifacts, they would possess strong strength after breaking through. Master, is the Forging God King's whereabouts in the Huang family's territory? Let the Forging God King teach me how to forge immortal artifacts. I should be able to forge 7 or 8 immortal artifacts, right? Yes. But there are material limitations. Currently, Kunlun Void doesn't have many materials for crafting immortal artifacts. As for the materials for crafting Divine King artifacts, they were probably looted by the Blood Spirit clan back then. Nya Baijian said, back then, the Divine Alchemy Monarch's cultivation place was also in the Huang family's territory, seemingly adjacent to the Forging God King. During this period, I observed the Samsara Cemetery, and the Divine Alchemy Monarch's tombstone also had some reaction and could be awakened. You awaken them. One teaches how to craft immortal artifacts. The other teaches how to refine Emperor Realm or even Chaos Realm pills. Good. By awakening these two great powers, Yichen could greatly enhance Kunlun Void's and his own strength. He suddenly asked, Master, Ji Siqing and Xia Ruoxue haven't been heard from for some time. Can you probe their whereabouts? I can't. Nya Baijian sighed. I've had this divine thought for a while and have given you strength, so my power isn't enough to activate the secret art of scanning Kunlun Void and the lands of Huaxia. You can let the Divine Alchemy Monarch help you. In the past, the Divine Alchemy Monarch once had a formula called Pursuit for 1,000 miles. No matter how far away a person is, as long as you use something that has been touched by the other's aura, you can use this formula with high-grade Essence Blood. With the power of Essence Blood, you can scan the entire world. No matter where the other party hides, they will be traced. Nya Baijian suddenly laughed. Back then, the Divine Alchemy Monarch spent hundreds of years figuring out a skill to find a commodity that hadn't repaid a debt. After using it, he successfully found the opponent in a rift valley of Kunlun and gave him a beating. This skill requires the cooperation of Essence Blood. We are all spiritual bodies, we can't use it. But you can have him pass it to you and activate it with your Essence Blood. As long as they are in this world, they will be found. However, your cultivation isn't too high and may not be accurate. Good, thank you for telling me. Yichen felt somewhat relieved. As long as he awakened the Divine Alchemy Monarch, he could find Ji Siqing and Xia Ruoxue. Immediately, he looked at the people before him and reiterated the situation regarding breakthrough with immortal artifact grades. He said, Everyone, I'll take one of the 5th grade immortal artifacts. You can distribute the other immortal artifacts yourselves, they can be used to break through realms. Of course, I will find a way to forge higher grade immortal artifacts, then you can have a good breakthrough. At the same time, I will also obtain pills for refining Emperor Realm or even higher level pills. At that time, I'll need the 2 alchemy sages to assist me. The 2 alchemy sages naturally nodded. Hall Master. I'll use a 4th grade immortal artifact. The Kunlun ancestor sighed. I've been stuck in this realm for 2,300 years and don't want to wait any longer. I'll break through this time. When the Blood Spirit clan comes again, I'll help you too. Good. Yichen threw a 4th grade immortal artifact to this ancestor. Hall Master. I also want to break through, a 3rd grade immortal artifact will do. Han Shuang said slowly. He was the Supreme Elder of the Dao Pavilion and had been stuck at the peak of the Emperor Realm for over 2,000 years. Lonely Sword, the Supreme Elder of the Azure Sky Pavilion, also said, I'll also break through, 3rd grade is fine. We old guys can't wait that long. The immortal artifacts forged later can be given to the younger generation. We'll use them first. At least the next time the Blood Spirit clan returns, we'll have the power to fight a battle. Yichen threw 2 3rd grade immortal artifacts over. He looked at Shui Hongtian, the Supreme Elder of the Blood Knight Pavilion. Somewhat wanting to stop, he asked, Do you want to break through? Shui Hongtian nodded and sighed, I've been in this realm too long. I want to break through. Whoosh! A 5th grade immortal artifact was thrown over. Chapter 1231. Yichen originally intended to keep a 5th grade immortal artifact and a 4th grade immortal artifact. He threw them to the two supreme elders and said, "All of you, break through. Once you break through, Kunlun Void will have a bit more self-protection. I have matters to attend to later. With your breaking through should take about 10 days. Thank you, Hall Master." The 6 Peak Emperor Realm experts expressed gratitude. Yi Chen looked at some other Peak Emperor Realm experts, including his ancestors Yi Feng and Yi Wudi, and said, "I will return in half a month. By then, there will be a way to forge immortal artifacts." "Thank you, Hall Master." "Thank you, Hall Master." The crowd clasped their hands in thanks. Yi Lingtian, take down Wei Wucheng and his disciples. You and astronomy are responsible for handling them. Yi Chen explained all this and went to treat Yi Luo'er. Yi Luo'er's injuries weren't light, but fortunately her bloodline was strong, she wouldn't die. Feeding Yi Luo'er some Dao Source pills could only ensure the wounds didn't worsen, but it was difficult to heal them completely. A divine level elixir was needed. He could only go awaken the divine alchemy monarch. A day later, Yi Chen left Thousand Ju City and stepped into Huang family territory. Although the Hall of Light had many matters to resolve, he didn't have the time. It was enough to hand them over to Pavilion Master Bai Zhan and Han Yun. Originally, the Huang family's disciples were numerous, but now they were all incorporated into the Hall of Light. Following Nie Baijian's guidance, Yi Chen tried to open the other 2 tombstones in the Samsara cemetery and came to a mysterious place. The formations here seemed a bit strange, just like the location of Nie Baijian's former residence. It couldn't be reached from the ground, one needed to go through underground rivers and currents, find the passage within the dark current, and then use the channel to pass through. The channel was very long, even Yi Chen walked for a day before emerging from it. "Kid, is this place nice?" Nie Baijian said, "Back then, it took us a long time to find such paradises as our own residences." Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed. With Nie Baijian, did they all prefer staying in such places? When young, out fighting. When old, return here to retire and be a fisherman. Not bad. Yi Chen simply responded, then saw a room on a mountain surrounded by formations. Just as he was about to approach, he was stopped. An old man stopped Yi Chen, saying righteously, "Little brother, you're probably from outside. There are gods living up there. Don't disturb them. We hope they can be at peace and not fight with the outside world anymore." Hearing this, Yi Chen didn't know how to respond. Simply, in a flash, he arrived at the mountain instantly. Just as he stepped into the room's vicinity, he felt dozens of powerful auras around. Instantly, these 12 auras locked onto Yi Chen. It wasn't a human aura, nor a demon clan aura. The pure aura of immortal artifacts. That's right. At least 12 immortal artifacts independently locked onto Yi Chen. They seemed to be the immortal artifacts left by the forging god king back then. Once a powerful individual approached, they would automatically defend the old nest. 12 immortal artifacts. 6 8th grade, 6 9th grade, forming an array, such a configuration, impressive. Yi Chen sighed. The forging god king should be considered the wealthiest among divine king level experts. A master specializing in crafting immortal artifacts and divine king artifacts. In Huaxia's terms, this was an arms dealer. No wonder he was so rich. They're all immortal artifacts. You're thinking too simply. Nie Baijian said dismissively, his old nest outside Thousand Ju City back then had not only 12 9th grade Divine King artifacts but also 6 Chaos Immortal artifacts and 3 Dao artifacts. That was a truly powerful array. What a pity. When he went out to war, he took them all with him, and as a result, he shattered the Blood Spirit clan's entire Chaos Realm formation with a single slap. Nie Baijian even had a sarcastic tone. Master, you're mocking. Yi Chen asked, Master, can the Forging God King craft immortal artifacts? Of course. Nie Baijian said slowly, back then, the Forging God King would throw a bunch of Chaos Immortal artifacts at others as soon as the war started. He even often blew up Chaos Immortal artifacts to attack people. Others rely on strength, he relies on immortal artifacts. Using Chaos Immortal artifacts to smash people? blowing up Chaos Immortal artifacts to injure people? Yi Chen listened, his heart aching. Back then, we had many experts at the Harmony Realm. There were many major families, including the ancient Yi family, with many members at the Chaos Realm. Nye Baijian recalled, however, it took a Chaos Realm expert hundreds of years to obtain a Chaos Immortal artifact. The Forging God King could make one in 3 months. It was like wholesale, but he sold them at exorbitant prices. A lot of people wanted to hit him. But he took Chaos Immortal artifacts and smashed them all over the sky, chasing many away. Kid, after waking him up later, you'd better take him as your master. Maybe after a while, your entire body, even your clothes, pants, and shoes, will be Chaos Immortal artifacts. Then you can learn from him to smash people with Chaos Immortal artifacts. Smash people with Chaos Immortal artifacts? Yi Chen had thought about this, it was truly extravagant. But forging Chaos Immortal artifacts probably required the Chaos Realm, at worst, the late Divine King Realm. There was still some time before reaching that level. Yi Chen didn't speak further and entered the house. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of Tao force breaking through the air came. 6 immortal artifact long swords, 6 immortal artifact great cauldrons flew and darted. They were the immortal artifact spirits controlling and attacking Yi Chen. With the immortal artifacts launching, the surrounding large formation also shimmered with various lights, a 7-star formation. Instantly, the halos of 7 5-pointed stars rose from the sky, blessing the 7 immortal artifacts as they attacked. I'd like to test how powerful independently attacking immortal artifacts are. Yi Chen was unarmed. As he threw a punch, violent airwaves erupted, colliding with the tip of an immortal sword, bursting into bright radiance. Fortunately, the aftershocks were contained by the formation and didn't spread, otherwise, the entire mountain would have shaken violently. Bang bang bang! Bang! Yi Chen's body flickered. With each fist strike, pure chi and blood strength, no use of extinction force. Each punch was almost Yi Chen's true strength, yet it could only force many immortal artifacts back, unable to damage them at all. 8th grade and 9th grade immortal artifacts are truly powerful. Even if I erupt with full strength, I'm afraid it would take about 10 punches to break one. Yi Chen's figure flashed as he wandered around the room, avoiding the immortal artifacts while thinking, it's not worth breaking them. These immortal artifacts aren't complete sets, but they can be taken back for breakthroughs. He didn't need these immortal artifacts to break through, he hadn't reached that point. In the eyes of others, these might be worth millions for breakthroughs. But in his eyes, they were far from enough. He was the Samsara Cemetery Master. He needed something top-tier to match. He wanted to craft his own immortal artifact. A unique existence. One that could crush the Blood Spirit Clan. Chapter 1232. Yi Chen had been using weapons from the Blood Spirit Clan all along. Although the Blood Spirit Clan's weapons were powerful, they weren't suitable for Yi Chen. What suited Yi Chen best were the 9 Nether Sky-Killing Spear and the Dragon-Slaying Heaven-Asking Sword he had crafted himself. It's a pity that as Yi Chen's strength improved and the enemies he faced grew stronger, the ranks of the sword and the 9 Nether Sky-Killing Spear were no longer sufficient. Currently, only through the inheritance of the Forging God King could he be qualified to craft his own weapons. Moreover, the experts around Yi Chen needed top-tier weapons if they wanted to be qualified to fight the Blood Spirit Clan. These weapons had to be made by him. Yi Wudi and Han Yun were old monster-level existences who had accumulated for thousands of years. Once they used 9th grade immortal artifacts to break through, they would likely directly advance to the 3rd or 4th heaven of the Divine Realm, increasing their combat power at least tenfold. This was accumulated over thousands of years. When they were young, they were prodigies but didn't dare to break through. Once they used 9th grade immortal artifacts, their combat power would increase dramatically. If the enemy dared to come a year later, they would suffer heavy losses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. The 7-star Chi array was also primarily defensive. When one of the rings struck Yi Chen's body, only the sound of metal clashing was heard. The aura automatically cracked, unable to shake Yi Chen's golden body. No more entanglement. Fist seal of Buddhism. Yi Chen gave a low shout, a fist sacrificing, shaking the surroundings. Qi and blood surged wildly, the fist seal condensed and struck the center of the formation at the back of the room. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. Explosions erupted one after another. The 7-star formation shattered. Yi Chen suppressed the 12 immortal artifacts at an extremely fast speed. The immortal artifacts had spirits. With the collapse of the formation, it was impossible for them to continue resisting. He took a deep breath, collected the immortal artifacts into the cemetery, and opened the house door. At first glance, it looked very simple, but upon closer inspection, it felt extremely luxurious. Every single wooden stool was made of mahogany that had been burning for thousands of years. The wooden table was actually crafted from the trunk of a 10,000-year-old star tree. The messy wooden bed was made of top-grade wood, the quilt was also top-grade silk. What luxury! Yi Chen clicked his tongue, then saw a rusty sword on the edge of the bamboo wall. When he picked up the sword, the Samsara cemetery trembled violently. The tombstone of the forging god king cracked, the spirit was released. Then, soul-stirring words entered his ears, extremely shocking. Who in the world can compare with me? I am number 1 in the world in terms of immortal artifacts. 9 out of 10 weapons in the world are made by my own hand. Bold words lingered in Yi Chen's ears. Listening, it was extremely shocking, but listening carefully, it felt somewhat like showing off wealth. 9 out of 10 weapons in the world came from him. This was largely true. Within the Samsara cemetery, the figure of a white-robed man appeared. He wasn't tall or long-haired, instead, he was a white-robed Taoist. A halo floated behind his back. Beneath the halo were 18 long swords, seemingly chaos immortal artifacts. Yi Chen frowned slightly, carefully observing the forging god king. An invisible pressure enveloped him. Yi Chen didn't waste words. He immediately clasped his fists and said, I am Yi Chen, the tomb master of the Samsara cemetery. I pay my respects to you, senior. I hope you can lend a hand. Currently, Kunlun Void is so weak that we can no longer forge immortal artifacts. Master, take me as your disciple. I will strengthen Kunlun Void, pacify the Blood Spirit clan. The forging god king was stunned. He looked at Yi Chen and Nye Baijian, saying, Do you think I will take you as my disciple? I, the forging god king, am very strict about accepting disciples. No trash, no waste, no mediocrity. Now, looking at you, you seem to satisfy all three. Not even having stepped into the Emperor realm. I truly don't know where your confidence comes from. Upon hearing the forging god king's words, Nye Baijian still stood up to speak for Yi Chen. I disagree with what you said. At the 7th heaven of Tao Source, he can slaughter those at the 5th heaven of the divine realm. Such individuals were rare even in ancient times. The forging god king was slightly surprised. Oh? So powerful? The 7th heaven of Tao Source, even qualified to face the 5th heaven of the divine realm. That's 16 minor realms. The forging god king's eyes changed slightly. He naturally didn't think Nye Baijian would lie about this. Not bad, not bad. There was no such genius back in those days. Suddenly, with a smile, he said, As for accepting a disciple, I'll take him, I'll take him. Playing with a slender sword, he said with a smile, Has Kunlun Void's situation deteriorated to this extent? Disciple, there's a sword in the outer room. It's called the fishing sword. My master used it when fishing. I'll give it to you as a gift for acknowledging me as your master. Don't look at me as your master, there are chaos immortal artifacts around me. But they're simulations of the mind, not real. I can't give them to you. The forging god king said with a smile, I am Chen Onping. Back in the day, I didn't have much, but I had so many immortal artifacts, divine king artifacts, and chaos immortal artifacts that my family couldn't afford them all. If you had been my disciple in ancient times, I'd have given you 100 or 200 divine king artifacts. If you didn't like them, you could just throw them over and blow them up to kill the enemy. Yi Chen was somewhat stunned. This master seemed extremely unconventional. When other masters emerged, they were all more ostentatious. Later, they were convinced by him. However, this master didn't take the ordinary path. As for the fishing sword, using a Divine King artifact as a fish fork, such luxury. Chen Anping was the richest man in Kunlun back then. Divine King artifacts were used as fish forks, Chaos Immortal artifacts were thrown everywhere. If this spread in current Kunlun Void, Han Yun and his colleagues would probably be so ashamed they'd slit their own throats. Over 1,000 or 2,000 years of hard accumulation, they couldn't even get a single immortal artifact. Yet this new master was so extravagant. Yi Chen went to pay his respects as a disciple. Beside them, Nya Baijian explained the current situation to Chen Anping, the forging god king. After a long time, Chen Anping was filled with indignation. When I used Chaos Immortal artifacts as bombs, the Blood Spirit clan, those bastards, actually abandoned Kunlun Void's body refining and also destroyed my weapon refining lineage. Those bastards! Yi Chen, you are now Laozi's chief disciple. I pass you the 10,000 soldiers forging decision. Remember it for me. When you encounter the Blood Spirit clan, don't fight with chi and blood or flesh bodies, just take out the immortal artifacts and blast them. As expected, Yi Chen sighed. Before Yi Chen could react, Chen Anping had already used the soul transmission technique to impart skills to Yi Chen. The name wasn't just powerful, the content was even more powerful. There were many weapon forging methods, ordinary long swords, long sabers, great cauldrons. There were even methods for weapon fusion, special soul weapons, and special body-breaking weapons. Chapter 1233. This was an encyclopedia of weapon crafting. As long as one's strength and materials were sufficient, there were records for whatever weapon one wanted to craft. What kind of weapon, what array to depict, how to depict it, even the forging circumstances before and after were clearly recorded. Simultaneously, this skill was also divided into 5 levels. First level, Spirit Tool Crafting Methods. Second level, Immortal Artifact Crafting Methods. Third level, Divine King Artifact Crafting Methods. Fourth level, Chaos Immortal Artifact Crafting Methods. Fifth level, Combined Dao Artifact Crafting Methods. Everything was included. This skill alone was enough to revive Kunlun Void's weapon refining art. No wonder Chen Anping was known as the Forging God King back then. He was at the 9th heaven of the Chaos Realm, with status higher than many experts at the Harmony Realm. Just as Yi Chen was receiving the martial art, in the Blood Spirit clan's territory, an old man with a terrifying aura suddenly opened his eyes, sweeping across thousands of miles. Tens of thousands of disciples at the Emperor Realm and Divine Realm spat blood on the ground. The old man himself spat a mouthful of blood, his pupils filled with extreme rage. These trash, dead again. Wei Wucheng, trash among trash. Kuelong, come see me immediately. Previously, Wei Wucheng and the others had set out for Kunlun Void, and he had secretly planted a source mark on each. Now, several of them had shattered, meaning those people were dead. Naturally, he had also been affected. In extreme rage, he summoned Kuelong, who was specifically responsible for Kunlun Void. A middle-aged warrior quickly arrived, kneeling on the ground with incomparable respect, clasping his fists. Ancestor! Something has happened in Kunlun Void. Send someone to investigate immediately. Wei Wucheng is almost dead. The old man's icy voice brooked no doubt. The middle-aged man Kuelong was stunned. He knew something about the previous incident in Kunlun Void. What kind of spray could emerge from a low-level plane? He thought Wei Wucheng could solve it in minutes. But he never expected Wei Wucheng to have an accident. Simply unbelievable. A trash land actually had the power to suppress those Blood Spirit clan experts. Was there a powerful expert in Kunlun Void? I'll go right away, Kuelong said in a trembling voice. Just as he was about to leave, the old man suddenly said, "Stop." Kuelong froze. He turned stiffly and asked curiously, "Ancestor, what else can I do for you?" The old man snorted coldly. His fingers formed a seal, forcing out a drop of essence blood. Simultaneously, an array disc flew out. Kunlun Void, a mole ant land, has little spiritual energy. It hasn't changed for thousands of years. Why do incidents keep happening? There must be something wrong with it. Now, I will use essence blood to activate the heaven reversing array. I want to see what exactly happened in Kunlun Void. Wait here. It's not too late to break into Kunlun again after the results come out. I want to see how a group of mole ants could kill my blood spirit clan experts 3 or 4 times. Kuelong was so shocked he didn't dare to breathe. He never thought this revered elder would use his essence blood to check the situation of a low martial plane. Naturally, Yi Chen in Kunlun Void had no idea the crisis was approaching step by step. He was completely immersed in the 10,000 things forging decision. After an unknown period, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Calculating, he had thoroughly comprehended the 10,000 things forging decision. He had also acquired a vast amount of knowledge and methods for crafting various weapons. He couldn't help but ask, Master, nowadays, Kunlun Void's weapon refining art is almost completely lost. Now, all spirit tools are made by individuals according to their own proper methods. Crafting one's own weapons. However, they also suited one's own usage methods. Spirit tools were more intimate and handy for oneself. Yet their power was certainly not as great as the spirit tools forged by the 10,000 things forging decision. Even at the same level, the former's power was at least 1 tier lower than the latter's. If 2 martial artists of almost equal strength used the 2 types of spirit tools, the latter would definitely win. Moreover, Yi Chen couldn't possibly refine weapons for people all the time. Materials for Divine King artifacts and Chaos Immortal artifacts had to be obtained from the Blood Spirit clan. These materials were basically woods over 10,000 years old, even special star sand. Waiting for Kunlun Void to naturally form them would take tens of thousands of years, or at least ensuring they weren't damaged would take tens of thousands of years. Given Kunlun Void's current situation, it was almost impossible to achieve. Pass it on to others? Chen Onping stroked his beardless chin, appearing very satisfied. He said slowly, yes, but you can only find a few trusted individuals, accept them as disciples, and pass it on to them, letting them specialize in refining spirit tools and immortal artifacts. Of course, you can simplify the 10,000 things forging decision and spread it on a large scale. It's just that this kind of forging method can't be understood by those without talent. Enough! Yi Chen's eyes brightened. This way, Kunlun Void could produce some Divine Realm martial artists. Master, I'll take those 12 immortal artifacts outside. Take them. Those inferior goods are just to prevent some troublemakers. Chen Onping didn't care. He was playing with a dagger, having his own style compared to Nye Baijian and Blood 7 Knights. Many thanks, Master. Then I will go to the Divine Alchemy Monarch. Yi Chen took the fishing sword with him. He truly felt the name wasn't very good. When he had time to combine the sword with a Divine King artifact, he would rename it. After all, taking a fishing sword out to fight wasn't very face-saving. He had just walked out when he saw a mountain opposite from a distance, also at the peak. However, what was on this mountain wasn't an ordinary house but a magnificent palace. In the villagers' words, this was the Heavenly Palace. The next moment, Yi Chen arrived at the Divine Alchemy Monarch's palace. Looking carefully, the palace's exterior was made of 1,000-year gold-plated iron. For the pillars, a large amount of fir stone was used. This fir seems to be from the Divine King realm. Well, this is indeed the Divine King's land. As Yi Chen walked, he looked at the carpet underfoot, feeling the residual power in these monster fur carpets to judge the combat power of the monsters before they died. Hundreds of square meters were covered in fur. In appearance, it looked like mink, but it could remain unchanged for thousands of years. It still used the belly fur of a monster. A monster's belly was extremely fragile, so most scales were condensed for defense, with a small part exposed. It was the softest part of a monster and the most suitable for carpets. What kind of demon clan had been killed here? Chapter 1234. Or were they bought? After all, He was the top alchemist of Kunlun Void in ancient times. Martial artists could do without weapons, but they couldn't do without pills. Especially ordinary people, after entering the Divine and Divine King realms, they needed to comprehend the Tao and improve themselves. The Chaos realm and Harmony realm involved cultivating the power of laws. To avoid hundreds of thousands of years of arduous asceticism, one could buy pills. The Divine Alchemy Monarch was likely one of the most skilled alchemists in Kunlun Void. Chaos pills, Harmony pills, and even Tao pills, he could probably refine many. Wasn't that equivalent to being a local tyrant? Even richer than the Forging God King. Yi Chen swallowed hard. Nya Baijian saw this and said, "Kid, don't be jealous, you can also reach that level in the future. Think about it, you've obtained Chen Anping's unique weapon forging skill. Once you learn the Divine Alchemy Monarch's alchemy methods, your cultivation and strength will grow terrifyingly fast." Nya Baijian spoke with a hint of envy. Although he was a Harmony realm expert, all his artifacts were made by Chen Anping. Breakthrough pills were also related to the Divine Alchemy Monarch. He depended on others' goodwill. It could even be said that in ancient times, the vast majority of experts worked for the Forging God King and the Divine Alchemy Monarch. If they obtained a treasure by chance, they sold it to buy materials, then spent money to ask the two of them, or their disciples, to craft the desired weapons or refine highly effective pills. Yi Chen had gone much further than he had. A luxurious palace, looking up, it had several floors. On the palace's plaque were several large, flowing characters, Divine Alchemy Palace. Divine Alchemy Palace. Since it was such a palace, there should be many pills left behind. Surely enough to heal Yi Luo'er's injuries. Yi Chen came to the hall door and pushed gently. Suddenly, he felt that all 15 war puppets within the palace quickly activated, attacking with various immortal artifacts. Their auras were even stronger than those of the 12 immortal artifacts. 15 war puppets. 7 at the 3rd heaven of the Divine Realm, 8 at the 4th heaven of the Divine Realm. Such a lineup would be hard to find an opponent for outside. But for the Divine Alchemy Monarch, this was probably just one of his many old nests, its function similar to the Forging God King's future residence. Moreover, in ancient times, who dared to attack the territory of the Divine Alchemy Monarch? Bang! Yi Chen's fist blasted a 3rd heaven Divine Realm puppet flying. Currently, he was barely able to fight. This was feedback from the demon's eye after awakening part of his bloodline. His power had significantly improved. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of Tao force breaking through the air erupted. 3 4th heaven Divine Realm puppets joined forces to attack Yi Chen, sending him flying dozens of meters. Other war puppets also came behind Yi Chen, launching fierce assaults. They seemed to be a set of war puppets, cooperating with each other in an orderly manner. For a time, Yi Chen wasn't afraid of a single war puppet, but dealing with all 15 war puppets fighting together was somewhat difficult for Yi Chen. Bang bang bang! Bang bang! Yi Chen was blasted dozens of times in succession. He was bruised and battered, his face slightly pale. He hesitated no longer. Quickly drawing the long sword obtained from the Blood Spirit clan, he slashed horizontally through the air. His chi and blood sword. He left a dark trace in the air that didn't dissipate for a long time. He also sent a war puppet flying, one of the 7 at the 3rd heaven of the Divine Realm. But it was useless. The war puppets aren't afraid of injury. It's truly troublesome if they don't retreat. Yi Chen dodged a war puppet's fist at the Divine Realm. However, a large hole was blown in the wall. Seizing the opportunity, he split the formation with a sword strike. He directly split the war puppets onto the carpet and kicked them off. 2 masters, how were these war puppets refined? Do they rely on spirit stones as operating energy? Or can they independently absorb external spiritual energy? Refining war puppets. Also divided into 2 types. The first was consumptive. It completely destroyed the enemy's soul power and dantian, transforming it into a central area where high-grade spirit stones, even immortal stones, were used as energy to sustain the war puppets. Once the immortal stone's power was exhausted, these war puppets would stop. The other was enduring. The principle was to completely erase the enemy's soul power but not destroy the body. A portion of soul force was inserted, equivalent to a second body. It was just difficult for the war puppet to improve, but its flexibility was much higher than the first type. It had the ability to absorb external spiritual energy and independently generate qi and blood, though its power wasn't great. The Qingjian Demon Emperor belonged to the second type. It had a trace of Yi Chen's soul, possessing some discernment ability. This thing. It's from my lineage. Within the Samsara cemetery, the forging god king looked carefully and said, "It can be seen it was made by disciples of my line. In a consumptive manner. Their energy comes from the heart, you just need to take it out. But be careful, the center is the left heart. Don't take the wrong one." When these war puppets were refined, many explosive substances were added to their bodies. Once they were about to be destroyed, they could self-destruct to kill the enemy. If Yi Chen took the wrong stone, the puppet would explode directly. I understand. Yi Chen grabbed the war puppet he had killed earlier. With his left hand's 5 fingers forming a claw, he aimed at its heart, piercing through the puppet's skin and flesh. He grabbed a white stone resembling a heart. Then its aura vanished, becoming a dead object. The white stone glittered with brilliant radiance, the spiritual energy contained within far surpassed that of spirit stones. It was an immortal stone. Generally speaking, a single immortal stone was enough for early divine realm experts to cultivate for a period. They could also be divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. In the past, purchases of pills or weapons by Chaos Realm and Harmony Realm experts in Kunlun Void were paid with immortal stones. Immortal stones, called such, were actually stones with spiritual energy concentration over 10 times that of spirit stones. They were usually produced in large scale or veins. However, Kunlun Void's large scale or veins were looted by the Blood Spirit clan early on. This item could only be obtained from the Blood Spirit clan, it wasn't produced in Kunlun Void. Yi Chen discarded this war puppet. His body moved like lightning, sweeping over 7 or 8 war puppets, seizing their immortal stones. He drew his sword to split 2 puppets, attacking swiftly. Soon, the core immortal stones of all 15 war puppets were in his hands. As for these war puppets, they were at least combat power. Yi Chen also stored them in his own storage ring, increasing the Hall of Light's strength. Creak. Chapter 1235. Yi Chen opened the palace gate. When he truly looked inside, it was very frugal, only 2 tables and a few stools. However, they were all made of high-grade blood jade, extremely luxurious. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he passed a room with some immortal stones inside, but the grades weren't high. As Yi Chen explored further, the tombstone of the Divine Alchemy Monarch in the Samsara Cemetery became more and more intense, even developing several cracks. It was about to emerge soon. Divine King Realm War Puppet. Yi Chen stared at the middle-aged man standing at the stair entrance, carefully observing him, and found the other wasn't moving at all. Upon further probing, he discovered the immortal stone on the war puppet's chest had exhausted its energy and couldn't move. However, if it were to be used, it would likely require a mid-grade immortal stone. If there was one in the palace, it could be used briefly but not for long. When Yi Chen stepped onto the top balcony, a stone tablet suddenly exploded in the Samsara Cemetery. The Divine Alchemy Monarch's consciousness was released, followed by shocking words that appeared in Yi Chen's ears, making his body tremble. All divine pills in the world come from my hand. In the vast world, who can compare with me? As these words entered Yi Chen's ears, he couldn't help feeling shocked. The voice was very strong, carrying a sense of hegemony and imperial authority. Gradually, an image appeared in his mind, a figure wearing a crown, the Divine Alchemy Emperor's aura lingering all over. Divine Alchemy King. No! It should be called the Divine Alchemy Emperor. This should be the peak of the Chaos Realm. Upon entering the Harmony Realm, one could be called Divine Alchemy Emperor. All divine pills in the world, from his hand. What are divine pills? Chaos divine pills can help comprehend the laws of space. Harmony divine pills can help comprehend the laws of time. Even Yichen felt the word emperor wasn't enough to compare with him. In ancient times, there were many alchemists in Kunlun. But the alchemy lineage, with the strongest refining ability, the largest number, and the most disciples, was none other than the divine alchemy monarch. Divine alchemy king and forging god king. One mainly engaged in alchemy, the other in weapon forging. No wonder the Blood Spirit clan prioritized attacking them. They were unwilling to kill them. Instead, they imprisoned them in the Blood Spirit clan's heavenly prison, likely wanting to recruit them. Otherwise, such peerless talents might be extremely rare even among the Blood Spirit clan. If both were promoted to the peak of the Harmony realm, they might be able to refine pills of immense benefit to those at the Nature realm. Samsara Cemetery. A middle-aged man named Emoshur appeared slowly, wearing a 9-striped dragon robe, a crown on his head, a sword at his waist, his feet shimmering. It was the Divine Alchemy King. Old Wang, your consciousness has emerged too. Chen Anping joked, back then, you refined 18 Chaos Realm War puppets and 7 Harmony Realm War puppets? Is there any residue left in Kunlun? This is the owner of the Samsara Cemetery. We need to rely on this person to escape from that place. The Divine Alchemy King Qian Tian shook his head slightly, looking at everything before him. Finally, his gaze fell upon Yichen. Not every deity knew the secret of the Samsara Cemetery. He said, Dao Source Realm, controlling Kunlun Void? Has Kunlun Void weakened to this extent? No. Yichen said slowly, currently, Kunlun Void's peak is the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. He slightly extended his left hand, his arm shaking, his skin turning crimson gold. A powerful stream of chi and blood bloomed as he said, although I am at the 7th heaven of Dao Source, I can fight against the 5th heaven of the Divine Realm. Therefore, I am the master of Kunlun Void. Chi and blood are good, but the realm is too low, insufficient. Can you take us out of that place? Ridiculous. He looked around, closed his eyes as if sensing something. Probably receiving some information about the Samsara Cemetery. After an unknown period, he opened his eyes and said to Yichen, originally, my origin and divinity were severed by this Samsara Cemetery. And you are the Tomb Master. By rights, I should help you. It's just that I excel at alchemy, not combat. When I was alive, I refined many war puppets that could fight at the peak of the Harmony realm. The Divine Alchemy King sighed. It's just that all the war puppets were destroyed by the Blood Spirit clan's experts. I didn't leave any backup in Kunlun either. The only things left are the Divine King realm war puppets in this palace, the only remaining consciousness of this place. It's just that there are only a few mid-grade immortal stones left. At most, they can unleash combat power at the 6th or 7th heaven of the Divine Realm for a short time. That's already wonderful. Yichen said bluntly, the seniors in the Samsara Cemetery are all my masters. Therefore, you are also my master. Currently, Kunlun Void's weapon forging lineage is destroyed, and the alchemy lineage is half broken. The 5 great alchemy sages in Dan Void Town. In truth, they had obtained some alchemy knowledge from ancient ruins. However, it wasn't complete, so it was extremely difficult for them to refine ancient elixirs. They were all reluctant to call themselves alchemists at the Dao Source realm. Most importantly, there was no one to guide them, no direction to advance. They all relied on their own exploration. If Yichen transmitted the divine alchemy skills to them, they would be able to refine many pills. I see. The Divine Alchemy King's power probed the outside world a bit, then nodded. Since the external alchemy lineage has been destroyed, I don't wish to see Kunlun Void's people without divine-level pills to take. Therefore, I will pass on the alchemy skills to you. The next moment, he raised his arms, fingers shooting a stream of aura into Yichen's brow. A stream of alchemy knowledge poured into Yichen's mind. 10,000 pills art. Similar to the 10,000 things forging decision, it contained refining methods for pills from the Virtual King realm to the Harmony realm. It was extremely detailed, with attainments far surpassing Lingyi Alchemy Sage and Baiwu Alchemy Sage countless times over. Master! I wish to spread these skills. After all, I cannot specialize solely in alchemy. Yi Chen said slowly. Yes, the first 5 levels, items below the Chaos Divine Pill, can be passed down. The Divine Alchemy King said, the refining methods for Chaos Divine Pills and Harmony Divine Pills must not be disclosed. Otherwise, there will be a continuous stream of Chaos and Harmony realm experts coming to kill and seize the secret formula. Formulas that can refine pills to comprehend the laws of time and space. Many powerful experts would surely come to seize them. When the Divine Alchemy King was in power, he was at the peak of the Chaos realm, with many puppets, disciples, and guards under his command. Therefore, no expert dared to covet his secrets. However, if it were Yi Chen, he would be 100% besieged. Thank you, Master. Yi Chen clasped his fists and said, additionally, please teach me the 1,000-mile tracking technique. Chapter 1236. Looking for someone. The Divine Alchemy King examined Yi Chen and nodded slightly. It's easy to find someone using your essence blood. He slightly raised his arm, directly transmitting the skill to Yi Chen with the power of Qi and blood. After thanking him, Yi Chen took the items from the Divine Alchemy Palace and returned to Thousand Jew City. Now, Thousand Jew City had become the base camp of the Hall of Light, the top force in Kunlun Void. He ordered, Yi Lingtian, summon the chief and deputy pavilion masters of each major branch pavilion, as well as the supreme elders. Especially Lingyi Alchemy Sage. After that, he went to the room, took out a healing pill obtained from the Divine Alchemy Palace, and gave it to Yi Luo'er. After Yi Luo'er took the healing pill, more than half her injuries recovered. After all, it was a Divine King level pill, its efficacy was very good. Brother Yi. Yi Luo'er stared at Yi Chen, not speaking for a long time, her face flushed, finally lowering her head, showing a hint of shyness. When Yi Chen withstood Wei Wucheng's most powerful strike, her bloodline had partially awakened. She vaguely knew something. She came from the Blood Spirit clan. Once she knew she had become someone Brother Yi hated most, she naturally felt too ashamed to face Yi Chen. Yi Chen stroked her hair and said with a smile, it's okay. I've known your identity for a long time. At least, it's far more powerful than Wei Wucheng's. But don't worry. No matter your identity, I don't mind. You will always be my Luo'er. I can't treat you as an enemy. Brother Yi. Yi Luo'er felt somewhat inferior. You know I am a member of the Blood Spirit clan. She felt very uneasy inside, thinking, if everyone knew I was a member of the Blood Spirit clan, what should I do? Although I haven't hurt them. But my people are so cruel to them. They also hate the Blood Spirit clan. Will this cause trouble for Brother Yi? Should I leave? Silly girl, what are you thinking? Only a few old-timers know about your bloodline power, I'll beat them up. Besides, you might be my secret weapon. Yi Chen patted Yi Luo'er and said with a smile, don't worry. Now I am the master of Kunlun Void. Who dares to touch you? Moreover, even if they know your identity, you've never hurt them. You grew up in Kunlun, they won't deliberately make things difficult for you. After all, there are so many people cultivating. If they can't even think this through, I'll just kill them. Hating the Blood Spirit clan didn't mean every Blood Spirit clan member must be killed. If other Blood Spirit clan members don't harm Kunlun Void's people, there's no need to cause trouble for them. Okay. Yi Luo'er said, Brother Yi, after using my bloodline, I have some memories in my mind, including a martial art manual. The memories are very confused, only a few dozen fragments, also incoherent. But that martial art manual seems to be called Holy Dragon Art. Can I give it to Brother Yi? Her delicate palm condensed a mass of soul power, wrapped around the skill, and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't accept it and said, no, this is your family's martial art. I don't have the Holy Dragon bloodline, so I can't practice it either. True skills and formulas aren't kept in written form. They are transmitted to others through Qi and blood power or soul power. Simultaneously, he knew that truly top families could leave their skills in their descendants' minds, allowing them to practice independently even without a teacher. This situation was similar to the dragon, phoenix, and beast clans. The dragon and phoenix clans were natural beings. Once born, they carried inherited memories containing all sorts of unique skills and techniques, ensuring that even if only one dragon and one phoenix remained in the world, given enough time, the two demons could cultivate to the level of top demon kings. Yi Luo'er was also in this situation. Once injured or using her original bloodline, she would trigger inherited memories and obtain inherited martial arts. Within the Samsara cemetery, Nya Baijian said, "This girl is not bad either." Giving the Holy Dragon clan's unique knowledge to Yi Chen, good. Originally thought this girl would be a variable, but it seems she poses no threat to the Toon Master. If she were a threat, would she sacrifice her life to save the Toon Master? Then hand down her unique knowledge to the Toon Master? Impossible. Nya Baijian looked at Wang Qiantian and Chen Anping, smiling. Haven't you seen such a blood spirit clan member? Haven't seen one, so naive. Chen Anping said slowly. So generous, giving it to others at will. Yes. Wang Qiantian, however, was somewhat worried. His eyes were deep as he said, "This girl is from the Holy Dragon clan. Maybe you didn't see before her bloodline awakened. The clan is very powerful and could be dangerous to the Toon Master." The Holy Dragon clan was more powerful than the Northern Palace clan. Even ancient Kunlun Void didn't dare to provoke them. What is there to fear? If the Holy Dragon clan comes to take her, it might be okay. If they want to harm the Toon Master, I'll destroy them even if I have to take action. Nya Baijian's voice was cold, his body like a divine sword. Once unsheathed, it would shake the world, making ghosts and gods weep. At this moment, Yi Luo'er outside thought of something and said, "Brother Yi. My bloodline awakened, and I feel someone calling to me. It might be my people from the Blood Spirit clan who have found me." Yi Luo'er said worriedly, "Maybe they'll come to take me. I don't want to leave Brother Yi." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, extremely firm. "It's okay. If your clansmen come to pick you up without malice, you might as well follow them, improve your strength, and come back to help me later. After all, Kunlun Void is currently weak, and few can help me. If there is malice, I'll kill as many as come. Alright, rest first. I'll go out to handle matters." Yi Chen left the room, preparing to combine alchemy and weapon forging. He selected several inheritors, adjusted his state after finishing. In the evening, he would use the power of the stars to activate his essence blood to find Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue. After Yi Chen left, the door closed, but a trace of strange blood color flashed in Yi Luo'er's eyes. The blood color was cold, even deep. Yi Luo'er naturally saw herself in the mirror. She closed her eyes, countless images collided in her brain. She was in great pain. Her face even twisted. After an unknown period, her eyes suddenly opened, extremely frightened. Because she had just seen an image. This image concerned Brother Ye's life and death. Brother Yi was in danger. Chapter 1237. Yi Luo'er was frightened and no longer hesitated. She opened the door and rushed outside. Yi Chen wasn't far away. "Brother Yi. Wait a moment." Yi Chen's body halted. He turned around in confusion, looking at Yi Luo'er. "Luo'er, what's the matter? Are you still feeling unwell?" Yi Luo'er shook her head like a rattled drum, quickly telling Yi Chen about the intermittent image she had just seen. "Brother Yi, in the coming month, promise Luo'er you'll hide away the whole time, okay? Otherwise, you really are in danger. This is a danger Luo'er has never seen before. Top-tier powerful enemies." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Though he didn't know the basis for Yi Luo'er's premonition, upon careful thought, perhaps she still harbored lingering fear from that day when Wei Wuqing severely injured him. His fate was beyond his own control. What basis did Yi Luo'er have to predict it? Not wanting Yi Luo'er to worry, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Okay, I promise you. Once I find Ruoxue and Xiqing, I'll hide away." With that, Yi Chen patted Yi Luo'er's head and turned to leave. Yi Luo'er watched Yi Chen's departing back, biting her lips. Brother Yi doesn't believe me. What should I do? The next second, she thought of something and headed straight to her room. Currently, since she had awakened some things, the most important task was cultivation. Only through cultivation could she avert disaster. She had to become stronger. Now! The 1,000-ju square was gone, replaced by a massive Hall of Light palace. The Grand Palace resembled an imperial palace from ancient times. It was surrounded by spiritual energy, all sorts of miraculous herbs were planted here. The cultivation speed here was several times that of the outside world. In the palace hall, there were 70 to 80 people, including the chief and deputy masters of the 15 branch pavilions, plus supreme elders Lingyi alchemy sage, Baiwu alchemy sage, Yi Feng, etc. Upon seeing Yi Chen arrive, they all clasped fists and bowed, calling out, "We welcome the Lord." Yi Chen nodded. His gaze swept past. The ancestors who had taken immortal artifacts seemed to have begun breaking through and hadn't come. He said, "Everyone, I have obtained higher and deeper formulas for weapon forging and alchemy. Weapon forging can produce immortal artifacts, divine king artifacts, even chaos immortal artifacts. Alchemy can produce Dao source level, emperor level, immortal level, divine level, and divine king level pills. For weapon forging and alchemy, I will select 3 individuals each as inheritors, passing on the skills of both lineages, letting them forge weapons and refine pills. Of course, they can take disciples and restore both lineages to their ancient peak." "Thank you, Hall Master." The people looked very excited. The weapon forging and alchemy lineages being passed down could definitely greatly improve the current situation. At least, there would be 20 or 30 individuals entering the divine realm. Other emperors would be at the 8th or 9th heaven of the emperor realm. The cultivation speed would be faster, a flourishing era would arrive. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the men before him. "Lingyi alchemy sage, Baiwu alchemy sage. Your subordinate is here. Your subordinate is here." The 2 alchemy sages immediately stepped forward, clasping fists, their pupils filled with blazing light. The alchemy master's methods? Long ago, the master's alchemy skills were above ours, even far surpassing us. Now, the Hall Master has found a higher-level alchemy method. If passed to us, we could probably refine Emperor-level pills soon, right? No. What's Emperor-level? The skills given by the Lord are Divine-level pills and Divine King-level pills. We can refine those too. Yi Chen slightly extended his hands. His palms curled, erupting with an icy blue radiance that swam about like dragons and snakes, gradually condensing into 2 spirit pearls. They contained the first 5 chapters of the 10,000 Pills art, including pills for refining at the Virtual King, Dao Source, Emperor, Divine, and Divine King levels. The pearls were formed from soul power. Top-tier skills were inherited through soul power, not through written words, greatly reducing the possibility of leakage. This skill is the 10,000 Pills art. I am a disciple of the ancient divine alchemy monarch. Yi Chen's eyes were full of gravity as he slowly said, "Now, I pass it on to you too. Henceforth, you two are of the same lineage as the divine alchemy monarch. Simultaneously, you can be considered my fellow disciples. I will teach you on behalf of my master. The skills herein are sufficient for you to refine divine king-level pills." His gaze swept over his many subordinates. "From now on, whoever dares to covet this skill, kill them. Of course, after they refine the pills, they will provide them to you first, enabling you to step into the divine realm. We obey your orders. The Hall Master's orders shall be remembered by all of Kunlun Void." Yi Feng, Yi Wudi, Xue Qi, and others responded with clasped fists one after another, the blazing heat in their pupils hard to describe. Pills. Divine-level pills, Divine King-level pills, we have them too. We can also refine them. Finally, we also have a way to rise. With so many immortal artifacts obtained, we believe the future Hall Master will lead us to attack the Blood Spirit clan and achieve victory. Yi Chen's gaze fell again on the 2 alchemy sages, then threw out the 2 pearls. He said, "Do not forget, strengthen my divine alchemy lineage." After comprehending the skill, do not be too greedy for wealth, do not deliberately raise pill prices. Moreover, seek 5 talents with excellent and suitable aptitudes to pass on the divine pill refining methods. Let them grow into divine-level alchemists as soon as possible. You too will be specifically responsible for refining king-level pills. Kunlun Void's weakness wasn't an inability to advance, but the path forward had been severed. Now Yi Chen continued the path, bringing back pill refining methods above the divine level. After this, martial artists at the divine realm could take pills when cultivating, they wouldn't have to spend time improving realms like Emperor Realm experts. Hall Master. The 2 alchemy sages quickly knelt, saying, "No, Master. If the Hall Master passes skills to us, you are our Master. We cannot presume to be the Master's junior brothers." What is the Hall Master? The Great Lord. Passing skills to us, we should be the Hall Master's disciples. We will never forget this inheritance for thousands of years. As long as we live one day, we will do our utmost for the Hall Master and the Hall of Light. Good. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Seeing the 2 alchemy sages begin to comprehend the 10,000 pills art, he let them go to independent cultivation rooms to comprehend. The pills brought out from the Blood Spirit secret realm by the Patriarch and the Sacred Herb Hall were sufficient to refine several batches of divine-level pills. In less than a year or 2, Kunlun Void would surely have many divine realm martial artists. Next, this Hall Master will select inheritors for the weapon forging lineage. Yi Chen's words were plain. I have obtained the ancient method of the forging god monarch, the 10,000 soldiers forging decision. I will also find suitable individuals to inherit it, letting everyone forge weapons. It's just that my accomplishments aren't very high. Who is willing to be responsible for weapon forging? Chapter 1238. My lord, I will. The Lord of Sweki Pavilion immediately knelt down and said, My foundation has been damaged, and it is difficult to enter the god realm for decades. Therefore, I apply for the special forging program. At the side, Yi Lingtian also clasped his fist and said, My lord, my strength is hard to improve in a short time. He thought, so, I want to open a new branch for forging, specifically for the Palace of Light, and even for Kunlun Su, to craft immortal tools. My lord. My lord. My lord, I. For a moment, more than 10 pavilion masters and ancestors at the 8th level of the Emperor Realm applied to join the forging program. Perhaps they were genuinely interested in forging. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and said, Yi Lingtian, Sweki, and Shueha, the 3 of you shall join the forging program. He condensed 3 spirit beads in his hand and said, I am a disciple of the forging god king. That ancient forging lineage was destroyed. Now we establish a sect anew. Yi Lingtian shall be the pavilion leader, and the other 2 shall be deputy pavilion leaders. Another elder from Shueya Pavilion shall be chosen to replace its pavilion master. Then, he implanted the 3 beads into their minds. Next, he took out 12 immortal tools. These were given to Han Yun, Yi Feng, Yi Wudi, the ancestor of Zuimin, Baijan, and others. Elder Baijan has now stepped into the Emperor Realm. Yi Chen gave him a pill, and his path of destruction advanced rapidly, reaching the peak of the 9th level Emperor Realm in a single day. 12 top experts, using 12 supremely powerful immortal tools to break through. Their breakthrough time would be between half a month and 2 months. After 2 months, at least 7 or 8 would be at the 4th level of the spirit state, with several reaching the 5th level of spirit. Each of them had a profound foundation, accumulated over thousands of years. Aided by 8th and 9th grade immortal pills, their conditions were far better than Wei Wucheng's. Naturally, once they broke through, they could rival or even surpass Wei Wucheng. Wei Wucheng and the other blood spirit clansmen endured the agony. It was a pity that no reliable information could be extracted from them. Yi Chen killed them with a single punch. At night, he came to the star observation platform at the highest point of the Palace of Light. To use the blood power, essence blood, and stellar power to track Ji Siqing, we need all 3. Now, the conditions are ready. Why use stellar power? Only at night, when countless stars appear, can one use essence blood to stimulate each star, producing a function similar to satellites. Using these stars to search across all of Kunlun Su and Huaxia makes finding someone possible. It is midnight. Yi Chen whispered, when the stars are at their peak, we can begin. Blood threads coiled around Yi Chen's arm, and a blood-red pupil emerged between his eyebrows, the devil's eye. The reincarnation power within his body gradually awakened. Though only a portion of the blood power stirred, it was sufficient. In the next moment, with a surge of qi and blood, the blood on his arm turned into purple threads, gathering like serpents in his left palm. A purple orb appeared, transparent like a crystal ball, reflecting the scenery before him. Then, Yi Chen mobilized the qi and blood in his body, condensing several drops of essence blood. 7 drops of essence blood hung in the air, emitting an intense and powerful pressure, faintly trembling in the void. Even uncontrolled, this essence blood was enough to shock and kill practitioners at the Source Realm, even weak Emperor Realm experts. Essence blood that could shock and kill a weak Emperor. Yet currently, Yi Chen had not yet been promoted to the Emperor Realm. With such combat power, if he advanced to the Emperor Realm or even the God Realm, he could face a divine kingdom in battle. Fuse. Essence blood, blood power, fuse. Yi Chen murmured like an emperor, his voice deep enough to startle the heavens. He controlled the 7 drops of essence blood with his right hand, then took out a long sword used by Ji Xiqing and jewelry worn by Xia Ruoxue. He absorbed their auras and crushed them into the purple orb. To perform the pursuit of all things, several stringent requirements must be met. First, one needed items tainted with the aura of the person being sought. Any object would do. Second, the caster must have potent essence blood to scan heaven and earth to find the person. If the essence blood was not strong enough, not only would the spell fail, but the caster would also be severely injured. Third, one needed to use the stars as a medium. The myriad stars surrounding Kunlun Su and Huaxia, using them as a medium, naturally made finding someone easier. Search. Yi Chen murmured, and the purple orb erupted with an extremely powerful qi. Instantly, it swept across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, its aftershocks forcing surrounding warriors to retreat repeatedly. Even Blood Contract and Yi Lingtian, who had just left seclusion, were shocked into retreat. Yi Lingtian looked in shock at Yi Chen on the star observation platform and whispered, "My lord, what is he planning to do? This astonishing skill has never been used by the Hall Master before. Is he combining essence blood and blood power to kill a powerful enemy? Are the Blood Spirit clan coming again?" "No." The master of the Blood Contract Pavilion shook his head slightly, his eyes profound, and said, "I sense the next wave of Blood Spirit people should not arrive yet. I think the Hall Master wishes to find someone." He thought, after all, it has been 2 days since the news of Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue was received. In these 2 days, hundreds of emperors under our command have scoured Kunlun and Huaxia several times. They could not find the 2 ladies, and their whereabouts are unknown. The Hall Master must be activating a heaven-defying spell to search for them. Earlier, the Hall Master's qi surged to the God Realm threshold. It should be feasible. In Kunlun Su now, aside from our Temple of Light, is there another God Realm? None at all. Therefore, the Hall Master must be searching for someone. In the reincarnation cemetery, the Pill King nodded slightly, his eyes full of approval. Yes, very gifted. So proficient on the first use. This mastery is almost catching up to mine. Oh? The Forging God said, Yi Chen is at the 7th level of the Source Realm. Will using this skill injure him? He stroked his chin and thought, if one's blood power is strong, anyone can be traced. But to scan the entire world, if a mistake occurs, one will be injured. Even if successful in the end, it will consume a great deal of lifespan. The Forging God King knew that the pursuit of all things was indeed a heaven-defying power. However, the backlash was equally formidable. Yi Chen only used it in this situation because he was the overlord of Kunlun Su. His aura scanning the world, no one dared to resist, and no one had the power to break his aura. But if in a place with stronger experts, if some old monster directly shattered the aura, Yi Chen would be severely injured. It's fine. We are still here. Which old monster would dare to touch our disciple? Chapter 1239. The Pill King thought otherwise and then observed Yi Chen's use of the spell. On the star observation platform, Yi Chen erupted with qi and blood all over his body and struck the purple orb with his fist. Whoosh! 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 Boom! The purple orb released an aftershock that once again sent many experts staggering back. The next moment, the orb shot out a purple wave of light that soared into the heavens. It suddenly divided into thousands of smaller light waves, each flying toward a different star, rapidly turning the stars purple. Before long, all the stars were lit, many glowing with purple light, connecting to each other. Soon, the stars in the sky linked together, appearing like a vast purple net. A wave of aura descended like a curtain of rain, covering every place in Huaxia and Kunlun. All the experts felt a surge of qi sweep past them, as if possessing a sentient presence, searching for something. On the observation platform, Yi Chen stared at the purple orb, which displayed a series of rapidly changing scenes. From the Han family's territory, to the Huang family's land, then to Thousand Refinement City, Danshu Town, and so on, one scene after another was revealed within the purple orb. He whispered, "What a formidable technique! It seeks out every scene, searches every corner. From the places where I've practiced to other secret realms I've never been, all are being probed. No wonder it's known as the long-distance pursuit. It's not just thousands of miles. As long as I'm strong enough, I can track people even tens of thousands of miles away." He continued to channel qi and blood into the purple aura, scanning every place between heaven and earth. Gradually, Yi Chen frowned and said, "No, every scene has been explored twice, and they are not there. Masters, why can't I find their whereabouts? Kunlun, Su and Huaxia, you've searched them all. Clearly, they are not in these two areas." The Pill King's expression deepened as he said coldly, "Yi Chen, I'll show you myself. I want to see who dares to touch my disciples' women." After that, the Pill King performed the same actions as Yi Chen just had. The difference was that he used Yi Chen as the medium, ultimately channeling an even more powerful force through the purple orb in Yi Chen's palm. Whoosh! 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 Boom! Suddenly, the world changed colors. The purple orb erupted with countless brilliant rays, hundreds of millions of light waves flying out, even connecting with stars in deeper space, thereby probing locations at a much greater distance. Earlier, Yi Chen had only connected with and triggered a ring of stars outside Kunlun, Su and Huaxia to search for Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxua. However, the Pill King activated several layers of stars further into the depths, with the number of stars being at least 10 times that of Yi Chen's, and the scope of exploration was far larger, such as Spirit City, locations near the Blood Spirit clan's border, towns, and so on. While Yi Chen and the Pill King were conducting their search, the people below were completely stunned. Yi Lingtian widened his eyes, looking at Yi Chen glowing with purple light on the star observation platform. He swallowed hard and said, "Lord Hall Master. Is this the reincarnation of the Ziwei star?" "No, the Ziwei star is not as powerful as the Hall Master. So many purple light waves. Could they instantly crush Wei Wuching to death many times over? This must be the peak of the spirit state. Is this a search for someone?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Why does it feel like long-distance killing? This qi pressure is too overwhelming." Before, there were thousands of purple waves. It was estimated that each could kill experts at the King Realm or the Return to Void Realm. But now, there were hundreds of thousands of light waves, each possessing a qi pressure capable of killing Void Kings. How powerful was this? Could the Hall Master now single-handedly challenge all the experts of Kunlun Su? It wouldn't be a problem. Yi Feng, Yi Wudi, Han Yun, and other old fossil-level figures were preparing to break through their realms. They hadn't yet begun their breakthroughs when, at this moment, they saw the sky filled with purple light originating from Yi Chen. They were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. This aura! It was overwhelmingly powerful. Could it be that even experts at the 8th or 9th level of the God Realm weren't this powerful? How powerful was the Hall Master? Up to now, he had never been defeated. No matter how high the realm of his opponents, he had always been invincible. Regardless of the generation of outstanding talents, even the old antiques and fossils surviving from ancient times were no match for the Hall Master. The stronger the Hall Master, the more confidence we have in dealing with the Blood Spirit clan. This was a great thing. Just as they were thinking this, a bloody halo burst out in the sky, annihilating all the purple light. Yi Chen spat blood and was blasted back 3 steps. His body swayed, and his eyes showed slight confusion. How? Pfft. In the reincarnation cemetery, the Pill King spat blood and was blasted back dozens of steps. Slightly alarmed, he said, Yi Chen, don't probe further. You cannot trace them. Master, what was that halo just now? It didn't feel all that powerful. Yi Chen sat cross-legged, healing while inquiring. The Pill King wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and said, that halo just now should have been caused by a backlash from an old monster above the Dao integration level. However, it seemed there was no intent to kill. Otherwise, you and I would at least be severely injured, and even your golden body might have exploded. But fortunately, that person merely severed my investigation. Some residual waves flew over, it was just a natural halo. An old monster? Yi Chen's expression turned cold. Master, do you mean an old monster has captured Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue? Not necessarily captured. The Pill King sat in his chair, took a moment to catch his breath, and then said, I have a faint feeling that this old fellow should at least be at the creation realm, or even the starry sky realm, the man who defeated us the first time. An old monster of that level wouldn't need to personally capture 2 women in the spirit state. At this time, Nye Baijian frowned slightly and said, I've seen Ji Xiqing before, she has high talent. The other, Xia Ruoxue, also has good talent. Perhaps some old monster saw them and took them away. That's the best scenario. The worst is, I'm worried about the secret purpose for which that person took them. Ji Xiqing was at the Emperor realm, Xia Ruoxue's realm was lower. Female warriors of this level. For those old monsters, their status isn't low, comparable to that of ancestors. With cultivation at the creation realm or transformation realm, someone of the Blood Spirit clan with great status and influence, how many beauties could they want? They wouldn't deliberately capture them. Otherwise, Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue must possess secrets worthy of his attention. But if it's about secrets, couldn't this old monster see it? Or can he? Taking in disciples? Taking them away without permission, that's not the act of accepting apprentices. Chapter 1240. Yi Chen's pupils gradually turned cold. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to touch his woman must die. No matter who. Even the Beigong family, if they dared to do this, they would be destroyed. Master! Have you detected any information? Where have they gone? Moreover, you were at the Blood Spirit clan in the past year, right? Do you know which old monster it is? Yi Chen asked anxiously, paying no attention to the subordinates constantly calling to him outside. His mind was now entirely in the reincarnation cemetery. The Pill King frowned, thought for a while, and said, I will probe once more. Immediately, he used Yi Chen's body as a medium to launch the long-distance tracking art again, but this time with extreme caution. He did not want to be countered again. Yi Chen's mind was currently communicating with the Forging God King and Nye Baijian. The Forging God King said, Kid, you don't have to be too anxious. The one who could injure old Pill King is very powerful. As far as I know, it is at least an ancestor-level figure from the Blood Spirit clan. At the Starry Bridge realm within the Blood Spirit clan, he is at least an overlord. He would not lack beautiful women. You don't need to worry about this. Nye Baijian also said, Ji Xiqing's talent is outstanding, even surpassing Qing Jian, Heiyao, and Rohan. If placed in the Blood Spirit clan, she would reach the 7th or 8th level of the Divine Realm within a few years. With good resources, it's not impossible to break through to the Divine Kingdom realm. Kid, calm down a bit. Don't worry, let me have a thorough probe. Nye Baijian hesitated. Back in those days, they had not reached this realm. Of course, they hadn't cultivated for very long. In Kunlun Su, the 100 Swords God King, the Pill King, the Forging God King. All could be called the ancestors of their respective schools, even peerless experts who climbed to the peak. However, within the Blood Spirit clan, they could only be considered middle-aged martial artists, or even youths. After all, upon stepping into the divine realm, lifespan increased greatly. At the Hunyuan realm, there was even a lifespan of 100,000 years, and at the Dao integration realm, over 100,000. In contrast, their defeat in the war was understandable. After all, they were only a few thousand years old, without top-tier experts to hold the fort, yet they were attacked by a group tens of thousands of years old, or even over 100,000 years old. Whoosh! 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 It's detected. The Pill King regained his strength, took a long breath, and said, I know who took them away. She is an old female expert, named Lingyun Shenzuan. The old witch is powerful, but she left a trace. Lingyun Shenzuan. Shenzuan. Yi Chen's pupils blazed. Shenzuan, one who could be called an immortal venerable, must be an immensely powerful figure. Upon stepping into the Divine King realm, martial artists would create their own titles and act upon them. They also placed great importance on their names. Like Nye Baijian, known as the 100 Swords God King. Wang Qiantian, the Pill King. Chen Anping, the Forging God King. Xue Qia, the 7 Knights God King. However, all those with such titles were giants of their regions. Even so, they only used the names God King and Monarch. Yet, this Lingyun Shenzuan dared to take the name Shenzuan. She was truly formidable. What is a Shenzuan? The venerable of immortals, superior to immortals. She was indeed a powerful expert. Whoever dares to rob me will be killed sooner or later. She will kneel and beg for mercy. The Pill King seemed to read Yi Chen's mind and said, this Lingyun Shenzuan is a powerful expert from the higher realms. She travels to many low and medium-level martial arts worlds, but she originates from the high-level martial arts world, from the Lingxian Imperial Palace of the Blood Spirit clan. Once, 5,000 years ago, Lingyun Shenzuan came to Earth. He recalled, at that time, I was merely in the spirit state. Fortunately, I met her once, so I remember her aura. Otherwise, I wouldn't know who she is. It's just that back then, I remember Lingyun Shenzuan taught many people of Kunlun. Though they were considered her disciples, at least 1/10 of the monarchs who participated in the ancient war were inspired by her. She doesn't seem like a murderer or someone from the Beigong family. Therefore, your two little lovers should be fine. Lingyun Shenzuan likely came to Earth traveling. After all, this old woman often roams the myriad worlds. It is said the bottleneck in her realm hasn't broken, hence this. Moreover, Lingyun Shenzuan didn't harm the people of Kunlun Su back then. There was no need for Yi Chen to offend the Lingxian Imperial Palace. Lingxian Imperial Palace. Lingyun Shenzuan. Yi Chen clenched his fists and said, without a word, she took my people away. Blood Spirit Clan, Lingxian Imperial Palace, I will definitely go. Where was the last trace severed? Spirit City. The Pill King blinked his eyes and sighed, I never expected that Spirit City, as a transit city, is now known throughout the martial world. Yi Chen, if you want to go to the Blood Spirit Clan, you can only take the path through Spirit City. After recovering from his injury, he stood up and said. And Spirit City is the most mysterious place in Kunlun Su. The space teleportation array leading to the Blood Spirit Clan is in Spirit City. The light wave I probed was in Spirit City. I found the last traces of Xia Ruoxue and Ji Xiqing. It seems they were left a few days ago. Yi Chen nodded and said, Spirit City it is, then. I will definitely go. Taking Spirit City as the transfer point, I will go to the Blood Spirit Clan again. Spirit City. It is not the same as Blood Pool City or other cities. It is an absolutely sealed city. Yi Chen also knows of this place, but entering it is truly difficult. One needs an entry token. It is a legacy from ancient times. There are only 3 in the entire Kunlun Su, and other forces in the small plains near Kunlun Su have only one or two. It is for peers to use. After all, there are many factions and forces in Kunlun Su. They all wish to seek opportunities in this foreign land, even enter the higher plane of the Blood Spirit clan or other higher planes to cultivate. The chance to go to other planes and foreign lands is extremely coveted by any prodigy. Looking at the people of the Huang family and Yi family in the past, as long as they went to a foreign land, treasures were everywhere, high-level techniques and all kinds of immortal tools. As long as one had strength, one could obtain heaven-defying techniques and wealth. For improving strength, it was simply a broad road. However, to prevent the vast majority of geniuses from going to other planes, many great powers in ancient times joined forces to seal off Spirit City where the space teleportation array is stored. They created some external tokens, and only after a certain period could someone take the spirit token, use the space teleportation array, and go to other planes. Master, does Kunlun Su have a spirit token? This is crucial to me. I must go to Spirit City in Kunlun Su. Chapter 1241. Seeing Yi Chen's agitation and resolve, the Pill King shook his head and said, I know those two girls are very important to you, but the spirit tokens must have been used up by generations of prodigies. After all, entering requires a spirit token, which is too precious. Most people won't give them up. Hearing these words, Yi Chen's mood immediately sank to the bottom. However, at that moment, a voice rang in Yi Chen's ear. Not necessarily. Kunlun Su originally had 3 spirit tokens. The Forging God King pondered, once every 1,000 years, the 3 spirit tokens can allow 3 people to leave. If all 3 return alive, the tokens can be used again next time. If they die, the tokens become void. That person should have 1, if he's still alive. Hearing this, the Pill King's eyes narrowed slightly. He clearly thought of someone and said, I know who you're talking about. There is a mountain peak near Kunlun Su. This mountain is called Blood Demon Mountain. The Mountain Lord of Blood Demon Mountain possesses a spirit token. At least before we were defeated by the Blood Spirit clan, I knew the Blood Demon Mountain Lord had a spirit token. Blood Demon Mountain? Yi Chen decided firmly, alright, I will prepare to go immediately. Wait. Do you know what level the Blood Demon Mountain Lord is at? The Pill King fixed a sharp gaze on Yi Chen and said, Blood Demon Mountain is extremely dangerous. It is perennially garrisoned by all sorts of powerful demons and covered with various formations. With your current cultivation, if you go, I'm afraid you'll be directly devoured by those formation monsters. Even if the formations can't kill you, the evil energy on Blood Demon Mountain will corrode your body and even your soul power. That's enough to kill you several times over. He said coldly. Secondly, the Blood Demon Mountain Lord is even more powerful than Wei Wucheng. Over the past few thousand years, he may have even reached the Divine Kingdom realm. We will not help you casually, especially if you're seeking death yourself. We definitely won't help. Yi Chen's eyes turned cautious. He had thought his strength was enough to crush everyone in Kunlun Su. Now it seemed there was always someone stronger beyond the mountains. After thinking for a few seconds, he still said, Master, this time I don't need your help. With my combat power and the king's weapon in my hand, it's enough to deal with him. At worst, I still have a king-level battle puppet. Even if its combat power is somewhat lacking, blocking him won't be a problem. 4th level of Spirit Realm? I don't fear it yet. With my current strength, smashing into the 4th level of Spirit Realm, whatever it is. Fine. If you want to go, I won't care if you die. Sacrificing your future for the sake of 2 women is stupid. If you want to reach the 4th realm, you should not venture into a 5th realm territory for a long time. Now, Yi Chen was willing to bury his future for 2 women. This lowered the Pill King's favorable impression of Yi Chen by several points. Of course, Yi Chen was the master of the reincarnation cemetery. If he wasn't absolutely clear-headed, he would die early. The Pill King said nothing more. Yi Chen exited the reincarnation cemetery, opened his eyes, and saw many experts gathered around him. Yi Wudi asked anxiously, What happened, Hall Master? Just now, after such a powerful attack, we all thought the Blood Spirit clan had come again. What happened? Hall Master. Yi Lingtian flashed over and said, all the imperial palaces have been prepared, including those in seclusion at the 9th level. Has a powerful enemy attacked? Are we preparing for a bloody battle? Yi Chen was startled, looking at the square below the star observation platform, densely packed with Emperor Realm martial artists. These emperors stood in orderly ranks, clad in spirit armor and armed with weapons. They looked like an army ready for battle at any moment. Feeling Yi Chen's gaze upon them, they immediately clasped their fists and declared, please give the order, Hall Master. No matter who the enemy is, we are prepared to fight with our all. They were the emperors of the Palace of Light. They were the embodiment of invincibility. Their Hall Master was Yi Chen, who had created countless miracles. No matter who attacked Kunlun Su, they were not afraid. Even if defeated. Even if the enemy attacked their Hall Master first, they would fight to the end. This. Ahem. Yi Chen coughed up some congestion. Clearly, these people had misunderstood. Earlier, he had exerted great effort in the pursuit of all things, and the master behind him had also used an even more powerful spell. When Lingyun Xianzuan erased the traces, the residual power release turned into aftershocks that attacked him, which obviously alarmed all the Emperor Realm experts. However, Lingyun Xianzuan was truly not weak. The mere aftershocks wounded both him and his master. Aftershocks. In the past, it was the aftershocks of his own battles that shocked and even injured many emperors. Unexpectedly, today he was injured by someone else's aftershocks. Everyone. Earlier, I was merely probing a powerful expert. Some conflict broke out, but it's fine. That person has left. Everyone may disperse. Hearing Yi Chen's words, many of the Emperor Realm martial artists then dispersed, returning to their secluded cultivation. Han Yun, Yi Wudi, and the others were somewhat surprised. Han Yun asked, Hall Master, that attack just now. No harm done. Moreover, I will probably be away for a while. Yi Chen thought and said, I will first go to Blood Demon Mountain, then to Spirit City. After all, only there can we find more resources for breakthroughs and cultivation. Given Yi Chen's current situation, Kunlun Su's resources were insufficient for him. He had to go to Spirit City. Moreover, Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue had also been taken away by Lingyun Xianzuan. He had to go to the so-called Lingxian Imperial Palace to demand an explanation. How dare an immortal venerable take his people without permission? Hall Master, is the Spirit City you speak of the place with the space teleportation array? Isn't it too soon? Hall Master, you should advance your cultivation to the Emperor Realm before going. Hall Master, I fear your cultivation level is too dangerous. Hall Master. Han Yun, Yi Wudi, and the others began to persuade Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen's talent was at the 8th level of the Source Realm. Although he could fight into the Divine Realm, it was too conspicuous. They feared it would attract the prying eyes of powerful experts. No problem. By the time I reach Spirit City and use the space teleportation array, I should already be at the Emperor Realm. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the crowd and he said, in the Palace of Light, Hall Master Qingjian will temporarily act as Hall Master. Yi Lingtian, Han Yun, and Sueki will serve as Deputy Hall Masters. The other experts shall all follow their orders. Lingyi and Yi Lingtian, you must develop the weapon forging and alchemy branches as soon as possible. Chapter 1242. If you meet suitably talented disciples, you can teach some. Strive to create a large number of immortal tools and divine-grade pills as soon as possible. Those who wish to break through now can take them first and break through on their own. For those at the 9th level of the Emperor Realm, the grade of the immortal tool used during their breakthrough determines their combat power afterward. If one enters the Spirit Realm using a low-grade immortal tool, at most, they will have a superficial understanding of the heavens. Similarly, if a warrior uses a 9th-grade immortal tool to break through, they will likely be at the 4th or 5th level of the Spirit Realm after breaking through. Therefore, Yi Chen did not ask the many 9th-level emperors to use 1st or 2nd-grade immortal tools to break through. But before long, Lingyi should be able to refine divine pills. Even if one or two great immortal tools are used to break through, taking pills afterward can rapidly enhance combat power. At least let Kunlun Su possess some power of self-protection. We obey the Hall Master's order. Please rest assured, we will manage the hall well. 3 people and 1 demon bowed simultaneously. Yi Chen also gave a final instruction and then left directly, transforming into a shadow and disappearing from everyone's sight, heading straight for Blood Demon Mountain. On the star observation platform, Hanyan gazed at Yi Chen's receding back and sighed. The Hall Master is venturing into the mysterious lands and Spirit City to buy time for us. We should speed up our own progress and enhance our strength. In the future, we can also do our utmost to assist the Hall Master and deal with those brutes of the Blood Spirit clan when we truly engage in battle. This is the Hall Master. There is a high likelihood things will turn dangerous. But when the Hall Master returns, we will definitely let him see a brand new Palace of Light. A Palace of Light filled with countless powerful experts. Only such a Kunlun Su is worthy of a powerful figure like the Hall Master. At the same time, in a magnificent palace, an old woman with gray hair opened her eyes. An ethereal immortal aura faintly emanated from her entire body. If a powerful Blood Spirit clan member were here, they would certainly recognize that the clothes and accessories on the old woman were priceless treasures. This indicated an extremely high status in the martial world. One could see how terrifying this person's identity was. The old woman stood up, a cold light flashing through her eyes. The corner of her mouth even revealed a strange smile. Kunlun Su is merely a low-level martial world. How could such a powerful technique be used to probe me? If I didn't have a magic treasure on my body, I would have been seen through by that person. But judging from the aura of the technique, that person likely found me because of the 2 girls. Could it be that these 2 girls are not as simple as they appear? Lingyun Shenzhuan thought to this point and proceeded to a room. With a wave of her hand, the restrictions on the door were lifted. The door opened, and 2 beautiful figures appeared in Lingyun Shenzhuan's sight. Either of these 2 figures was a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms and cities. If Yi Chen were here, he would certainly recognize them as Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue, whom he had been desperately searching for. Seeing Lingyun Shenzhuan, Ji Xiqing's eyes turned cold. What are you doing here? You've imprisoned us here. I won't thank you. If you want to kill us, do it quickly. I, Ji Xiqing, am no coward who fears death. Xia Ruoxue also wanted to say something, but knowing her strength was too weak, she shook her head helplessly, turned around, and said nothing more. Lingyun Shenzhuan looked at the stubborn expressions of the 2 and shook her head helplessly. Why must it be like this? I saved you initially, naturally for a reason. As for killing you, I am no cold-blooded killer. My request is very simple. You 2 shall become my disciples. You must understand, I never accept trash from the lower realms. If I hadn't discovered your good fortune and hidden bloodlines, I wouldn't be doing this. Make no mistake, this is your greatest chance to change your destiny. Perhaps the only chance. Lingyun Shenzhuan stood with her hands behind her back, exuding an immensely powerful aura. Though she didn't deliberately exert pressure, it still made Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue breathe rapidly, extremely uncomfortable. Ji Xiqing's eyes turned frosty. I said, I have a master. I don't wish to take you as my teacher. Moreover, there are no forced discipleships. How absurd. Xia Ruoxue could no longer listen. She turned around and glanced at Lingyun Shenzhuan, saying, if you truly wish for us to become your disciples, granting us freedom is the best choice. Besides, I want to see someone. That person was naturally Yi Chen. During this period, Xia Ruoxue had heard many stories about Yi Chen from Ji Xiqing. She couldn't imagine what kind of suffering Yi Chen had endured to reach his current state. She missed Yi Chen. Missed him like crazy. You dare negotiate terms with me? Are you sure you have the qualifications? Xia Ruoxue did not lose her composure at all. She stepped forward, her calm voice ringing out, I never intended to negotiate terms with you. I merely wish to see someone. That is all. Lingyun Shenzhuan snorted coldly, if I'm not mistaken, the person you wish to see is that piece of trash who probed for me earlier. It's a pity he overestimated his abilities. I'm afraid he's severely injured now. He might even have perished long ago. Such trash, I truly don't care about. Xia Ruoxue was stunned, never expecting Yi Chen to have met with an accident. She had witnessed Yi Chen's people-tracking technique back in Huaxia. It was monstrous. Now it seemed Yi Chen's techniques were useless against this mysterious woman. Xia Ruoxue raised her head, her gaze incomparably serious. He won't have an accident. I know him. If you don't grant us freedom, he will find us. And then you will meet a terrible end. I am certain of it. Hearing Xia Ruoxue's firm words, Lingyun Shenzhuan almost laughed. How powerful could a piece of trash possibly be? And capable of giving her a terrible end? How ridiculous! With a wave of her hand, she released the restraints on Xia Ruoxue and Ji Xiqing, ordering, I don't wish to waste more words. Since you won't change your minds, I'll take you to a place. I believe once you arrive there, all your decisions will change. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, the three figures vanished completely. As if they had never existed. Yi Chen, following the location given by the Pill King, had been traveling and faintly arrived at a place in Kunlun shrouded in clouds and mist. Before entering, Yi Chen sensed the terror of the surrounding formations. The key was that not just one formation lay nearby, but countless arrays. The person who established this place must have been a top-tier talent proficient in formations. The outer formations weren't too difficult for Yi Chen. He could gather the power of the blood dragon and break them directly. Yi Chen took a step inside. After entering, Yi Chen discovered it was a hidden world within. There were many structures. To Yi Chen's surprise, he wasn't the only one here, there were other people as well. The key was that these people were not weak. Chapter 1243. Brother, are you also going to see the Demon Mountain Lord? Yes, now it's less than 1,000 years until the next opening, and we can't use the spirit token. We can only seek the Blood Demon Mountain Lord. The Blood Demon Mountain Lord is so powerful. And he has a strange temperament. I'm afraid climbing his devil's ladder won't be easy. We can only wait until tomorrow to climb together. Perhaps with more people, the pressure from the devil's ladder will be less. That's also. Yi Chen listened to the conversation between the two warriors and grew somewhat curious about the devil's ladder. These two were also young warriors at the 5th or 6th level of the Emperor realm. Logically, warriors like these in Kunlun Su should be extremely arrogant. Unexpectedly, they had no confidence regarding the devil's ladder. This devil's ladder. Better to learn something about it. Yi Chen quickly arrived at an inn and booked an elegant room. He ordered some food from the waiter, then took out a piece of exquisite spirit stone and handed it to the bartender, saying, I've just arrived here. I need to understand the situation of this place. Top-grade spirit stone. Upon seeing it, the bartender swiftly put it away and said with a smile, if you want to ask me any news, I'll tell you everything I know. Yi Chen nodded slightly, feeling a bit bitter inside. Currently, the bartender before him was also at the 8th level of the Source Realm. I never expected someone of this level could only be a servant in this place, whereas in Kunlun Su they would at least be an overlord. It seems this place should not be underestimated. I haven't reached the level where I can run amok. You can tell me about the Blood Demon Mountain and its surroundings. Of course, also the situation regarding the Blood Demon Mountain Lord. The bartender pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Brother, you must have come from outside Kunlun Su. My bloodline is a bit special. I can sense things outsiders can't detect. I found that although brother, you are at the Source Realm, your combat power is at least comparable to the 6th or 7th level of the Emperor Realm. Such a prodigy is truly formidable. No wonder you can come here. He saw through Yi Chen's realm at a glance, then explained in detail, our place is close to Spirit City and receives some of its radiance, so there are many reclusive families from Kunlun Su. The key point is not only martial artists from Kunlun Su but also from other places. Some are from mid-level martial worlds, some from high-level martial worlds. After being severely injured, they need to find a quiet place nearby to recuperate. Coincidentally, many such seniors who retired due to injuries have gathered here. Many of them wish to enter Spirit City. To enter Spirit City, you need a spirit token. The bartender swallowed and continued, currently, among the powerful who possess spirit tokens, only the Blood Demon Mountain Lord remains. The Blood Demon Mountain Lord has set up the 100-step Blood Devil ladder to screen out those young warriors who covet his spirit token. There are many powerful experts here. Do they have spirit tokens? Yi Chen asked. In the past, some old experts did, but their spirit tokens were used continuously. The next use requires waiting 1,000 years. The bartender explained in great detail. There are also some powerful experts whose spirit tokens were lost with the fall of the younger generation in the higher martial worlds. Therefore, most are eyeing the Blood Demon Mountain Lord. Moreover, every year, these prodigy warriors organize a grand gathering themselves, attracting a large number of young warriors to climb the Devil's Ladder together. This kind of group climbing reduces the difficulty somewhat, but since the emergence of Blood Demon Mountain 1,700 years ago, the highest anyone has reached is only the 60th step. Other prodigy warriors can't withstand the pressure and fall. Or during the climbing process, they are attacked by monsters and poisonous snakes. Moreover, even if you successfully climb, I heard the Blood Demon Mountain Lord's temperament isn't great, so you should be careful, little brother. Yi Chen asked, what cultivation level is the Blood Demon Mountain Lord? I don't know. The bartender shook his head and said, the Blood Demon Mountain Lord hasn't made a move for thousands of years. I heard he retired after being injured. I'm afraid only the top figures know the Mountain Lord's specific strength. Thank you. Yi Chen let the bartender leave, also pondering the matter of Blood Demon Mountain. The Blood Demon Mountain Lord possesses a spirit token but has never let others use it. Is he worried that prodigies will die in foreign lands and he'll lose the spirit token? Or are there other concerns? Why does he have hidden injuries? Does he have enemies? So he doesn't dare to let others use the spirit token, afraid of being discovered and hunted down? Yi Chen didn't dwell on the problem. Instead, he gathered information around the mountain's foot. At the foot of Sword Gate City. Yi Chen was listening to intelligence from Kunlun Su. However, few people from Kunlun Su entered Sword Gate City. This place and Blood Demon Mountain are forbidden areas of Kunlun Su. No one is allowed to set foot in. Stepping in means seeking death. The city lord of Sword Gate City is at the 6th level of the spirit realm. Additionally, there are many martial artists at the spirit realm. Their overall strength far surpasses that of Kunlun Su. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the city is extremely rich, its foundation far greater than that of Kunlun Su and Huaxia. It seems Kunlun Su cannot be underestimated. Yi Chen murmured, then began to sit cross-legged and cultivate in his room. He had a sense of impending breakthrough. I'm afraid climbing Blood Demon Mountain tomorrow won't be easy. One day later, hundreds of prodigies collectively left the city, arriving outside Blood Demon Mountain. Blood Demon Mountain is a mountain tens of thousands of meters high. It looks like a mountain composed of magnetite. From the mountain, a continuous stream of crimson blood flows down, and a powerful sense of killing and slaughter lingers for hundreds of miles. Other mountain peaks have streams flowing down, but Blood Demon Mountain has blood. It's hard to imagine how many warriors and monsters have died on this mountain. Yi Chen gazed around Blood Demon Mountain, detecting a great deal of residual soul power. At least 100 Emperor Realm experts, thousands of monsters have fallen here. Extracting the blood of these people and monsters and sprinkling it on the mountain causes the blood to flow down. On the mountainside and at the foot, there are remains of fierce beasts and humans, some even golden bones. There are also several people who died here during the Sovereign Realm. The strength of the golden bones isn't high, the deceased should have been at the 1st or 2nd level of the Sovereign Realm. No wonder the Pill King warned him of the danger. The Blood Demon Mountain Lord seems to be a demon. Even when killing people, he drains their blood, removes their bones, and places them on the mountain as ornaments. As for the killing intent and blood energy around the mountain, it's enough to kill Void King martial artists. However, hundreds of prodigy warriors were undaunted. They gradually arrived at the eastern side of Blood Demon Mountain. Bearing the intense killing aura around them, they found a ladder leading up the mountain. The ladder, made of pure black basalt rock, extended from the mountain foot to the mountainside, the highest and lowest points having a drop of at least 4,000 meters. Chapter 1244. Although it is a staircase, the distance between steps is not small. Moreover, monsters, poisonous insects, and snakes are all around. No wonder, after 1,700 years, no one has ever truly climbed the 100-step Blood Devil ladder. Its horror is evident. Someone from Kunlun-su. A young man in white recognized Yi Chen at a glance and said with a sneer, "How dare someone at the 8th level of the Source Realm come here?" He examined Yi Chen carefully and said disdainfully, "This kind of ant dares to come. I reckon he won't even make it past the 2nd step of the Blood Devil ladder," exploding from the pressure. Trash! What a joke! A trash at the 8th level of the Source Realm also wants to challenge the Devil's Ladder? Isn't that seeking death? The young man considered himself a heaven-gifted prodigy, a descendant of a great power from the Starry Sky Realm. He was now at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm and still dared not underestimate the Devil's Ladder. He knew the Devil's Ladder was less of a trial and more of a suicide mission. Those below the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm don't even approach the Devil's Ladder. This is almost universally acknowledged here. The pressure of the Devil's Ladder is comparable to the 5th level of the ordinary Emperor Realm, and that's just the first 10 steps. The first step is the hardest. Its blood energy pressure can crush a warrior at the 3rd level of the ordinary Emperor Realm. And this guy from the 8th level of the Source Realm comes here, seeking death. Does he not want to live? You kid, you don't want to live. This trash really doesn't want to live. On the side, 2 men in white robes looked at Yi Chen with disdain. As disciples of the Star Sword Sect, the Star Sword Sect is one of the most powerful forces in Spirit City. Therefore, very few disciples of the sect can successfully climb the Devil's Ladder. This person from Kunlun-su is truly seeking death. Gathered around were hundreds of people, the vast majority at the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels of the Emperor Realm. A few were at the 4th level, some at the 8th or 9th level, and there were even 2 peerless talents who had entered the Spirit Realm. None present were below the 4th level of the Emperor Realm. And this person from Kunlun-su is only at the 8th level of the Source Realm? Is Kunlun-su so weak? What's your name? A young man in black approached slowly, a long sword engraved on his chest. He was a disciple of the Devil Sword Sect, Heijia. Heijia stared at Yi Chen, saying, Your cultivation is truly too low. Such trash should just go back. This is the Devil's Ladder. It's not a place a lowly piece of crap like you can come to. Go back. Don't mind this trash. Hey Jia, let's go up first. One of the men in white robes said. Then he drew his long sword, split the blood mist in the air, cleared a path, and slowly walked toward the Devil's Ladder. Under immense pressure, his body erupted with golden light, emitting a sonorous sound. Many other prodigies looked on in terror. This was the pressure of the Devil's Ladder, causing the other's body to roar. That was a peerless prodigy at the 6th level of the Emperor Realm. A true disciple of the Star Sword Sect. Yet, pressed by the Devil's Ladder, his body roared and resonated. I'm afraid it wouldn't be long before it cracked. Let's go too. Let's go together. Heijia shouted loudly, ignoring Yi Chen, and led dozens of young people to step onto the Devil's Ladder together. Bang! 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 Layers of blood energy erupted from the Devil's Ladder, rolling out like waves and tides, battering many young warriors. Manifest the golden body. Golden body. Manifest. 50 young warriors, including Heijia, simultaneously erupted their golden bodies. Golden bodies appeared, akin to Buddha's golden bodies, resisting the blood energy pressure with righteous power. The blood energy pressure of the Devil's Ladder is extremely insane, equivalent to the power of a top expert weighing 30 million jin. An ordinary 5th or 6th level Emperor Realm expert would be crushed and explode. Now, 50 young prodigies at the mid-stage Emperor Realm joined forces, barely resisting it, and only then dared to climb up one by one. As for the others, while they were still in shock, Yichen slowly stepped forward. With a slight surge of his blood energy, he shattered the blood mist and easily stepped onto the 5th step. Then he looked at the people on the 7th step ahead and said, "This is the so-called prodigy." Yichen threw a punch, blasting away the blood mist. He stepped up to the 7th step, standing on the same level as the 50 young people. At that moment, apart from the sound of blood waves rolling, all the prodigies were dumbfounded. Step 7. The 7th step of the Devil's Ladder, is it that easy to climb? 50 young prodigies joined forces, and all made it up. This man from Kunlun Su climbed up alone, and he's only at the 8th level of the Source Realm. How is this possible? If you are the so-called prodigies, that's truly disappointing. Yichen paid them no mind, nor did he suppress them. He simply walked up step by step, feeling the impact of the surrounding blood waves gradually strengthen, each inch of his skin being impacted as if his flesh were being washed away. The next moment, he suddenly threw a punch, dispersing the blood energy on the 8th and 9th steps of the Devil's Ladder, then ascended as if climbing ordinary stairs. On the 9th step was Heijia, watching all this in astonishment. He subconsciously looked at his own shining body, being eroded by the blood waves, and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the 8th level of the Source Realm? Is there such a powerful 8th level Source Realm? His flesh is much stronger than all of ours." Heijia, stepping out alone from the range of the group's combined power, was seriously injured by the blood wave and fell down. Getting up, he was as shocked as if he had nearly drowned. The pressure of this blood wave is equivalent to the power of the 1st level of the Spirit Realm. Moreover, even a 1st level Spirit Realm expert might not withstand this force. He is at the 8th level of the Source Realm. How can he withstand it? Not only withstand it, but also remain uninjured. Not only Heijia, but dozens of young people on the 7th step also stared dumbfounded at Yichen. This wasn't the 8th level of the Source Realm, it was at least the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. No, how is this possible? This man from Kunlun Su must be the reincarnation of some old monster. Or some old monster deliberately suppressing his cultivation. Otherwise, how could this be? On the 17th step, Kun Wu, the young man in white, was half kneeling. His entire body was covered in wounds, his golden body cracked and dripping blood. While recovering and resisting the blood wave pressure, he was shocked to see Yichen approaching. He thought he was seeing things, shook his head, but saw the other party was unharmed. He couldn't help asking, You, who are you?" Chapter 12:45. "I am Yichen." Yichen answered. He gently stepped across hundreds of meters, climbing to the 17th step. With a punch, he blasted apart the blood wave. He gazed at Kun Wu and said, "Your body can't handle it. If you keep going up, you will die." "Will die? As a true disciple of the Star Sword sect, I will die if I keep climbing." Kun Wu couldn't help wondering and asked, "Are you the one who just came from the 8th level of the Source Realm? A person from Kunlun Su?" "My name is Yichen. From Kunlun." Yichen didn't pay him much mind and continued up to the next step. Within dozens of seconds, Yichen had climbed to the 29th step. The blood energy pressure around him grew increasingly stronger, having reached the level of a 1st level Spirit Realm expert. Ordinary martial artists at the 1st or 2nd level of the Spirit Realm would suffer greatly coming up, yet Yichen was unaffected. Kun Wu, on the 19th step, could not accept this situation. "I am at the 6th level of the Emperor Realm. Golden body 3rd level. Yet I can't even compare to someone from Kunlun Su. Am I so weak? Or are the people of Kunlun Su too heaven-defying? I refuse to believe it. You, at the 8th level of the Source Realm, can reach the 29th step, but I can't get there yet. As a disciple of the Star Sword sect, I cannot be worse than you people of Kunlun Su." Blood's secret art. Kun Wu murmured, gathered his strength to rise, and an extreme surge of blood energy erupted from his body, enveloping him, making him like a devilish sword, extremely sharp, as he charged straight upward. Bang! 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 Boom! Wave after wave of blood energy was broken by him. He successfully reached the 14th step. Before he could steady himself, he was assaulted by an extreme stream of blood energy. It was like a blood general stabbing through the air, leaving him covered in wounds, and he fell directly. 20th step. 19th step. 18th step. 3rd step. 2nd step. 1st step. Kun Wu fell directly outside the devil's ladder. His body was covered in glaring wounds. He looked at Yi Chen, who had climbed to the 30th step, and was utterly shocked. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? I am no match for him. I am at the 6th level of the Emperor realm. He is at the 8th level of the Source realm. It's just a gap of 8 minor realms. Am I so inferior to him? He can do it, why can't I? Kun Wu. Senior brother Kun Wu. Quick, take the pill and recover. Several Star Sword sect disciples came over. One of them took out a divine pill and handed it to Kun Wu. The man examined Yi Chen on the devil's ladder with deep eyes and said, "This man comes from Kunlun Su. He is not simple. He is likely a disciple of one of the many great powers from Kunlun Su's ancient times, or has inherited the legacy of those great powers. Do not contend with him. The strength of his body and blood energy is 10 times stronger than yours." As soon as these words were spoken, some eyes shifted to a disciple who was half-step into the divine realm. Looking at Yi Chen again, the disdain and contempt in their hearts turned to shock. I ask you, who can, at the Source realm, rival someone stepping into the divine realm? Even in ancient times. Even in ancient times, I'm afraid there was none. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He still planned to go to Spirit City and report to his master. Kunlun Su has produced an extremely heaven-defying prodigy. Be more careful. Although Spirit City belongs to Kunlun Su, because of the space teleportation array, the people of Spirit City feel superior to those of Kunlun Su. Yi Chen paid no attention to the situation below the Devil's Ladder. Instead, as he kept climbing, he saw many people along the way. Some were old-school Emperor Realm experts, some half-step into the Divine Realm, and some at the 1st or 2nd level of the Spirit Realm, but their bodies were extremely strong. Like the old man on the 37th step, he was half-step into the Divine Realm, but his body was at the 4th level of the Sovereign Body. Surrounded by a strong killing intent, he was definitely an old-school powerhouse. Whoosh! 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 There was a lot of noise around. Yi Chen swiftly dodged, and a red corrosive liquid appeared on the ground, burning a small hole into the solid Devil's Ladder. Looking back, a scarlet snake, dozens of zhonglong, covered in bloody scales with short limbs, had a faint horn. It was a flood dragon. Having cultivated for over 2,000 years, it still carried venom. Judging by its aura, it seemed to be at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. The scarlet flood dragon was half-dragon but still retained its old venom. It must be a native monster of Blood Demon Mountain. After years of absorbing blood, it cultivated from a venomous snake to the flood dragon realm. Though its bloodline was impure, it was much stronger than some true dragons. Even the 100 Battles Demon King might not be its match. You've come just in time. I'll capture you to deal with those bastards of the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen showed no fear. Instead, he nimbly rushed forward several steps, dodging the flood dragon's venom. He struck it with a punch. The silent Buddha chanted scriptures in unison. Countless dark scriptures wrapped around his body, transforming into 2 silk ribbons that bound the scarlet flood dragon. The next moment, the seal arrived. With a bang, the scarlet flood dragon's head burst into flesh and blood, which corroded the surrounding scorched earth into ashes. In the middle of Blood Demon Mountain, there is a Devil's Ladder. On both sides of the mountain are scorched earth slopes. When walking, one must guard against attacks from fierce beasts or poisonous monsters. Roar! You human, damn you! The scarlet flood dragon panted and swept its snake tail. It was like a steel great wall easily avoided by Yi Chen. However, the old man half-step into the divine realm was struck. His body suddenly retreated, blood flowing out. The old man kept spitting blood. The aura of the Tao emerged on his chest. His golden body was actually corroded by the venom on the snake tail. He was furious and yelled, "You evil beast, I have not offended you. Why harm me? Old thing. If you don't want to die, get away from me." The Scarlet Flood Dragon was no pushover. Most of its body remained within the mountain and had not fully entered the range of the Devil's Ladder. Otherwise, it would be assaulted by the blood energy pressure. In contrast, Yi Chen could resist both its venom and the power of the Devil's Ladder. "Little brat. If you dare harm me, I will devour your flesh. If I swallow you, I will transform into a true dragon." The Scarlet Flood Dragon raised its head and rapidly spat out several clumps of venom. From time to time, its thick, short claws also attacked Yi Chen. "Beast! I originally intended to subdue you. I held back just now, but I didn't expect you to seek death yourself. Fine, I'll send you back to heaven." Yi Chen gave a fierce shout. His entire body flashed with rolling demonic energy. With one punch, countless Buddhist scriptures lingered around, dazzling like the scorching sun, unparalleled in terror. It blocked the space and cut off the Scarlet Flood Dragon's retreat. Chapter 1246. The Scarlet Flood Dragon roared, and a pale green flame shot from its mouth, seemingly its life's true flame. True dragons possess reverse flames, and flood dragons also have some techniques. Its scarlet pupils stared at Yi Chen, gradually sensing a crisis. The person before it had very low cultivation, but he was not simple. He couldn't be treated as trash from the Star Sword sect. Crack! Click! The seal composed of countless golden Buddhist scriptures shattered the light green dragon flame and smashed half of the Scarlet Flood Dragon's head. The Scarlet Flood Dragon gazed in panic at the flying fist seal and yelled, "Master, spare my life. I am willing to follow you, Senior." The Scarlet Flood Dragon anxiously pleaded, its huge dragon eyes fixed on the approaching fist seal. At this moment, it truly felt Yi Chen's power. The fist seal already possessed combat power at the 3rd level of the spirit realm. How could it possibly withstand it? Moreover, Yi Chen was only at the 8th level of the source realm. If it could follow him, it would be a great opportunity. Whoosh! Boom! The seal in the air dissipated. Yi Chen looked at the Scarlet Flood Dragon and said with a smile, "Since you are willing to submit, I shall set a seal upon you." Willing to submit? The Scarlet Flood Dragon bowed its head and lay obediently on the ground. Its blood-red scales and limbs made it look like a quadrupedal snake. It could only be said to be an incomplete version of a true dragon. Its bloodline wasn't strong, but its combat power wasn't bad. At the 8th level of the Emperor realm, it was comparable to the 2nd level of the Spirit realm. 2,000 years of cultivation was also quite rare. Boom! A sword mark of heaven and earth flew out, imprinting itself into the Scarlet Flood Dragon's mind. It was completely sealed. If it dared to have even a trace of rebelliousness, it would directly explode and die. Master! Master, are you from a high-level martial world? So powerful! The Scarlet Flood Dragon slowly crawled out of the mountain, came to the Devil's Ladder, and asked, "Master, your combat power is that of a warrior at the 4th level of the Spirit Realm. What can I do for you? Yet you are only at the 8th level of the Source Realm, able to fight across dozens of minor realms. Which high-level martial plane are you from? I want to follow you back. The Master's background is too profound. I have been on Blood Demon Mountain for over 1,000 years and have never seen such a young prodigy. I'm afraid even the Blood Demon Mountain Lord at this level wasn't as powerful as my master." Seeing the Scarlet Flood Dragon's attitude, the old man at the side who was half-step into the divine realm was shocked. He had cultivated here for decades, relying on the blood energy to aid his practice, hoping to obtain the spirit token. Yet he never expected to witness this scene. He couldn't help but whisper, "This person's realm is not high, but he is a generation's pride. Realm may not represent his combat power. Over a dozen minor realms. This isn't the Divine Movement realm or True Origin realm era back then, where crossing over a dozen minor realms was nothing. But this is the Source Realm, the Emperor Realm, and the Divine Realm. Each realm is a world apart. Often, it takes hundreds of years to advance a single level. But this young man has the ability to cross dozens of minor realms. Which school did he learn from? Not a high-level martial world. I'm from nearby Kunlun Su. Yichen asked, in this place, are there many bloodthirsty beasts? Reporting to Master, I have cultivated on Blood Demon Mountain for over 1,000 years. There are fierce beasts all around, and the situation is similar to mine. The Scarlet Flood Dragon responded, only, in the 1,700 years since, no one has stepped onto the 61st step. There may be more powerful array beasts guarding it. It paused for a moment, then said, but even if you ascend the 100-step Devil's Ladder, you may not be able to see the Blood Demon Mountain Lord. The Blood Demon Mountain Lord encountered powerful enemies in the past, so he arranged many formations on the mountain peak. If Master wishes to see the Blood Demon Mountain Lord, I'm afraid it will take considerable effort to obtain the Spirit Token. Over the years, many people have come to climb the Devil's Ladder. However, the higher the Devil's Ladder, the more fierce beasts guard it. Those breaking through must not only resist the blood energy pressure at each step but also withstand attacks from the surrounding fierce beasts. Of course, there are also some who linger midway, finding suitable spots to absorb blood energy for cultivation. However, they dare not continue climbing upward. The higher you go, the closer to death. 900 years ago, a prodigy who stepped onto the 60th step, a being who had entered the Divine Realm, faced with blood energy pressure and attacks from a horned flood dragon, had to retreat. Still recovering from his wounds, he has aged from a youth to a middle-aged man. I'm afraid he can't obtain a spirit token from that man in this lifetime. The spirit token of Blood Demon Mountain is the only one usable in nearly 1,000 years. But it's also the rarest spirit token. Countless prodigies have died on the Devil's Ladder. Every time Yichen ascends 1 or 2 steps, he sees dozens of prodigy skeletons. Their blood stains the mountain, their limbs removed and placed around, leaving only their torsos lying on the stairs. As Yichen climbed, he thought, this Blood Demon Mountain Lord, could he be mentally unstable? Crushing all prodigies, dismembering their corpses. Is it truly because of past injuries leading to mental confusion, hence this behavior? When he climbed to the 57th step, he looked at the Scarlet Flood Dragon at the side. Unable to bear it, he said, you cultivate here, absorb the blood energy. I will continue upward. I'm sorry, Master. The Scarlet Flood Dragon's scales burst, blood flowing down the stairs. Though not attacked by fierce beasts, the Scarlet Flood Dragon nearly died under the blood energy pressure. It stared at Yichen's receding back as he continued upward, gradually feeling emotional. Indeed, my strength is still too lacking. Can't follow the Master up. No, I must strive to break through. At least when the Master descends, he can look upon me favorably and take me to a high-level martial world to cultivate. Yes, encountering the Master is my great opportunity. Opportunities, when met, cannot be sought. I must seize this opportunity. Soon, the Scarlet Flood Dragon also began to cultivate. Its scales shattered and regrew repeatedly, enhancing its body strength and blood energy. Now, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's main goal was to improve its strength and follow Yichen. Yichen reached the 60th step, encountering 7 or 8 old men and young people along the way. Most of their cultivations were between the 9th level of the Emperor Realm and half-step into the Divine Realm. They all had the ability to cross realms but dared not ascend further. Those standing at the forefront watched the array beasts. Yichen couldn't help but smile. This level of array beasts wants to block me? After that, Yichen struck several punches with the Buddhist kingdom. He pummeled the half-step Divine Realm beast until it exhausted its lifespan, then broke through the blood energy pressure with his body. He successfully stepped onto the 61st step and continued upward. Chapter 1247. His seemingly light and casual behavior, however, shocked the people below. He Jia ignored the concerns of his fellow disciples and exclaimed excitedly, the 61st step. The 61st step. The 900-year record has been broken. The record has been broken. quickly informed the master, a peerless prodigy has appeared in Kunlun Su. 900 years. The 60th step record of the Devil's Ladder has been broken. It's a miracle. This outsider Yi Chen is expected to successfully climb to the summit. This Yi Chen, having ascended to the 61st step, is not only unscathed but also seems to be growing stronger. 900 years ago, that prodigy was nearly fatally injured upon reaching the 60th step and was finally beaten down by the blood energy. That one was an absolute prodigy at the second level of the spirit realm, with combat power surpassing even a few city lords. Yet, even he was beaten down. Yi Chen is still climbing. Most importantly, unharmed. In full view of everyone, Yi Chen climbed to the 70th step of the ladder. Soon, the 71st step. 72nd step. 73rd step. 79th step. 80th step. Still continuing upward, every step of the ladder is as if he's walking normally. I'm afraid even the strongest experts at the 4th or 5th level of the spirit realm couldn't do this. What a formidable young man. His sword intent is strong, his aura steady. At the mountain's foot, the city lord of Sword Gate City and the sect master of the Star Sword sect also heard the news, quietly observing Yi Chen. This young man is too powerful, he sighed. His physical body is at least at the 5th level of the sovereign body. A young warrior not yet 30 has actually achieved this. Could he have descended from a higher realm? He stroked his beard and said slowly, a prodigy from a high-level martial world, coming to Blood Demon Mountain due to severe injuries and a fallen realm, yet his physical body remains. But he cannot enter Spirit City. It seemed only this reason could perfectly explain Yi Chen's current situation. If Yi Chen truly only had the cultivation of the 8th level of the Source Realm, they would rather die than believe it. Their own prodigies at the 6th or 7th level of the Emperor Realm could generally reach a few dozen steps, peerless prodigies could reach around 30 steps, like He Jia and Kuan Wu. But reaching 60 steps, or even 80 steps upward? Impossible. Gradually, a large number of warriors gathered at the foot of Blood Demon Mountain to witness the grand event of ascending the 100-step Devil's Ladder. 1,700 years. The strongest was only the prodigy from 900 years ago, who reached the 60th step. Other prodigies, even with the strongest strength, never exceeded 54 steps. Now, the 100-step Devil's Ladder is about to be conquered. This is a grand occasion unseen in thousands of years, a moment worth remembering. Yi Chen, about to conquer the Devil's Ladder, will also be recorded in history and passed down through generations. The spirit token of Spirit City. It is estimated to belong to Yi Chen. When he returns, if he gives it back to the Blood Demon Mountain Lord, I'm afraid there won't be another prodigy like Yi Chen for hundreds of years, let alone replicating Yi Chen's grand occasion. The commotion at Blood Demon Mountain, Yi Chen paid no mind. He stepped onto the 95th step, his body clanged under the pressure, but at the same time, his physical strength gradually increased. His blood energy also slowly rose. As long as the path of destruction advanced, he could break through at any time. This Devil's Ladder is not only a barrier but also an excellent place to temper the body. Now, I'm afraid upon reaching the 5th level of the Golden Body, I can advance to the 6th level. By then, my strength will double once more. Yi Chen murmured to himself, then his body erupted in flight. He stepped onto the 96th step in succession. His flesh gradually tore apart, seemingly unable to bear the pressure. One step short. One more step. Physical body, undergo transformation for me. Yi Chen took out the energy liquid obtained from Wei Wucheng and sprinkled it on his body, using the energy liquid's power to temper his physique. This energy liquid should have been extracted from the bodies of Spirit Realm warriors. Its effect is far better than the essence blood of sovereign body monsters. The next moment, Yi Chen's torn body began to gradually recover. Boom! Yi Chen erupted with a burst of blood energy, his body bloomed with infinite golden light. With a single strike, he shattered the blood energy pressure before him. He successfully stepped onto the 100th step. At this moment, his physical body also transformed, truly reaching the 6th level of the sovereign body. Ancient Sanskrit scriptures swam within his body, dazzling and brilliant. Upon reaching the 7th level of the sovereign body, one can absorb vigorous chi, temper the body, and then easily enter the vigorous phase. Master! Are you there? Yi Chen looked around Blood Demon Mountain, seeing numerous formations. The mountain peak was a plain covered with all sorts of arrays, hundreds of them, such as the Star Formation, the Heaven-Earth Separation Fire Formation, the Dual Jia Reverse Demon Formation, the Di Kuei Sky Formation. They exuded endless killing intent. Even early-stage spirit realm martial artists might fall at any moment upon arriving here. He looked ahead. Behind the formations was a small hut. He called out, "Master 10,000 demons, this junior Yi Chen has come to request the spirit token, to enter Spirit City and save my friend. I implore you to part with the token and grant me the spirit token." Whoosh! 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 A gust of evil wind swept from all directions, carrying scarlet blood within. The blood energy faintly condensed into a human shape. A tall, thin man in black stood before Yi Chen, wearing a mask. His face and age were indiscernible. However, he gave off an abyssal feeling, as if staring at him was staring into an abyss. He was the Blood Demon Mountain Lord. A river of blood floated behind the Blood Demon Mountain Lord. The smell of blood permeated the mountain peak. It was hard to imagine how many people he had killed. Yet, he formed a smile with evil charm on his lips. He examined Yi Chen carefully and said, "Your blood energy and killing intent are very strong, equivalent to the combat power of an ordinary spirit realm expert. But you are at the 8th level of the source realm. Compared to the 5th level of the spirit realm, that's a difference of 17 minor realms. It's hard to believe you could cultivate such power beyond your realm. However, I don't think you have much comprehension of the power of Tao. You likely haven't cultivated for long, otherwise, you would have greater understanding of the power of Tao. The power of Tao and the embryo of Tao mainly determine a martial artist's realm. The strength of blood energy and soul power determines a warrior's combat power. Of course, the power of Tao and the embryo of Tao can also enhance blood energy strength. For example, the Path of Destruction not only possesses extremely strong power but can also deplete others' longevity upon striking them. This is a special ability. The young man before me is a bit strange." Chapter 1248. His blood energy strength is so powerful, ordinary people cannot cultivate such strong combat power without entering the spirit realm. Boy, your aura is extraordinary. Your inheritance likely comes from those great figures in Kunlun Su. The Blood Demon Mountain Lord spoke slowly, "Who is your master?" "The 5 powerful experts at the Hunyuan and Tao integration realms. They are all giants of their domains. Which one's legacy have you inherited?" The Blood Demon Mountain Lord's eyes were extremely sharp. He could directly perceive special essences within Yi Chen, such as sword intent and the path of killing. This didn't mean weak individuals couldn't see these things. Yi Chen was alarmed. He even suspected the other knew of the reincarnation cemetery. Otherwise, how could he mention so many masters in one breath? These people were related to him. That was terrifying. Suppressing his shock, Yi Chen said, "Master, there's no need to mention from whom I learned. I come here only to obtain the spirit token and enter Spirit City to save someone. I implore you to part with it willingly. This is a 5th-grade immortal tool. I offer it to you, Elder, in exchange for the spirit token to enter Spirit City." He took out a 5th-grade immortal weapon, which was Wei Wucheng's weapon. He was trading the magic weapon for the spirit token. After all, he didn't expect the Blood Demon Mountain Lord to give him the spirit token for nothing. With a wave of his hand, the Blood Demon Mountain Lord released a surge of demonic energy, striking the immortal weapon aside. He said fiercely, "I don't need immortal tools. You want the spirit token? Fine." The 108 formations are arranged according to the Zhou Tian stars, sun, moon, and earthly branches. If you can break through them, I'll give it to you for free. If you can't, considering you are the first person in 1,700 years to reach the summit, I'll spare your life. But you won't succeed. 108 formations. Even those at the 7th or 8th level of the spirit realm cannot break through. Ultimately, it's nothing more than the killing intent of the formations, just a bloody mist. Recalling that year, he also had dealings with those experts, gained some benefits, so he didn't kill Yi Chen. Master. Just break through the formations? Yi Chen examined these arrays. Though dangerous, he had to proceed. The Spirit City token. He would obtain it. Yes. Then go ahead. The Blood Demon Mountain Lord waved his hand, condensing a bloody token with demonic energy. He tossed it to Yi Chen and said, "If you don't want to die, crush this token, and you can teleport out. You cannot break this formation." Yi Chen pocketed the bloody token and entered the first formation alone. The sky was full of stars. Based on the 36 Zhou Tian stars, the formation transformed using stellar power. As long as the stars weren't extinguished, there would be a continuous stream of killing power. Upon entering the formation, the scenery around him changed drastically. Instead of a mountain peak, he saw a vast starry sky. At his feet were stars on red earth, emitting no light, extremely small, only enough for him to stand on. In the vast starry sky, 36 star array eyes were located in the southeast, northwest, and 4 directions, twinkling with dazzling golden light, like 36 suns. Then a strong wind arose. In the east, 9 stars shone even brighter. They radiated Taoist splendor, stirring up many stars. Each star array eye lit up, transforming into a divine sword, descending like a waterfall, endless and boundless. Golden body, sovereign body. Yi Chen murmured, his body glowing with crimson gold. He protected his head with his fists. If he wished to wield the sword, he first tested the sword's power, then sought an opportunity to destroy the star array eyes. To break the Zhou Tian star formation, one must blast all the star array eyes into silence. There was no dodging. Once you dodged, the star array eyes from the other 3 directions would also explode simultaneously. At that time, demonic swords would surround from all sides, leaving no escape. Therefore, when the eyes of one direction's stars erupted, one had to fight head-on. Couldn't withstand it? Then die. Whoosh! 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 Sword after sword attacked and killed, striking Yi Chen's body and shattering rapidly. Almost every second, dozens of swords collided, extremely terrifying. An ordinary first-level spirit realm expert entering. I'm afraid they wouldn't last long before being killed on the spot. Almost there. Destroy the star array eyes first. Yi Chen pushed off with his left foot, leveraging the stellar power beneath him, forcefully withstanding many demonic swords. His left hand suddenly erupted. Buddhist boxing. Whoosh! 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 Golden Buddhist scriptures poured out, gradually forming a golden Buddhist kingdom. Tens of thousands of Buddhas chanted scriptures simultaneously. Countless Buddhist texts crisscrossed like ribbons, wrapping the golden Buddhist kingdom. Along the way, demonic swords were smashed. Before the 9 star array eyes in the east, the Buddhist kingdom erupted with dozens of forces, entangling these star array eyes. Bang! With the fall of Yi Chen's voice, dozens of forces and countless Buddhist texts exploded. Bang! 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 The star array eyes burst, transforming into infinite stellar power, floating around the formation. Yi Chen swiftly leaped out, manifesting the path of destruction. He grasped this stellar power to perfect his power of Tao. Just at that moment, the 27 stars from the other 3 directions erupted simultaneously, as if to destroy heaven and earth. 3 enormous swords flew out from 3 directions, carving marks in the starry sky, as if following the passage of time. Yi Chen had just moved. While absorbing stellar power, he exceeded the limit. The other 3 star array eyes moved together, unleashing the strongest swords of slaughter. Pht! Blood flew. Yi Chen's shoulder was pierced by a demonic sword. He turned and shattered a demonic sword with his fist, then was pierced by a demonic sword from behind. Blood gushed out as he fell into the star array eye below, and the array eye burst. Not good. I must retreat. Yi Chen looked at the only 3 array eyes remaining in the east and the demonic swords attacking from the 3 surrounding directions. He had to return to the spot where he stood upon entering the formation. Only there would he not be attacked by the other 3 star array eyes. He pulled out the 2 demonic swords and crushed them into starlight, to temper his own path of destruction. The power of Tao could not only be cultivated by oneself. It could also be cultivated using external forces. However, few dared to do this, and few could accomplish it. Yi Chen was unique and the most special. Nourished by stellar power, the path of destruction suspended behind him gradually grew from 200 meters to 2,780 meters. If I capture more stellar power, I can break through to the 9th level of the Source Realm. Chapter 1249. Clang! 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 Only 3 star array eyes remained in the eastern sky. Yi Chen halted, simultaneously observing the formation. Advance, and you'll be killed by 3 sides. Retreat, and you'll be slain by 3 sides. No wonder it was called the Zhou Tian star formation. Such a formation required combat power at least at the 5th level of the spirit realm to break. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the starlight, the power of countless stars transformed into long swords. It was like an unending stream of water. The formidable sword intent shattered many obstacles, carrying destructive energy to annihilate Yi Chen. Buddhism in fist. Yi Chen murmured, throwing a punch. Countless silent Buddhist scriptures emerged, transforming into a sea of silence, extinguishing life and annihilating the star swords. He extended his left hand, revealing the golden body once more. Then he grasped the stellar power within and used it to temper himself. Path of destruction. Power of Tao. At this moment, the sea of silence manifested, like a sea of bitterness where birds cannot traverse and feathers cannot float. All things, including the star swords, would only transform into Taoist power, strengthening the sea of destruction. What of the star formation? What of the 4-direction star array? How can you kill me? You want me to fight? Then I shall use this formation to strengthen my path of destruction. Sword Gate, manifest. Out! Yi Chen drew the ghost-slaying sword, lifting it skyward with one stroke. Thousands of sword energies erupted, gathering above his head into a grand and magnificent sword gate. Before the sea of destruction, countless sword energies shot forth, slaying the last 3 stars in the east. Bang! A star array eye shattered. The stellar power was grasped by Yi Chen from thin air and cast into the sea of silence. The next moment, the sea of destruction boiled, and a force of annihilation surged into Yi Chen's body. It did not consume his longevity, instead, it nourished his body. Following that, he immediately struck, carrying the power of destruction. Whether fist, foot, or sword, striking the enemy could annihilate them. No matter the age of the old monster, whoever dared be Yi Chen's enemy would instantly turn to bleached bones. Bang! Bang! 2 more cracks. The remaining 2 star array eyes subsequently split, countless stellar power gushing out, all absorbed by Yi Chen and drawn into the sea of destruction. Path of death. Path of killing. Immortal sword Tao. Go! Yi Chen rose into the sky, the power of 3 paths suspended behind him. The 3 paths were like 3 Milky Ways spanning the starry sky, merging into one force to attack the other 3 star array eyes. Realm of Tao. Break for me. Yi Chen's entire body was haunted by streams of demonic energy, his body also brimming with magical power. He shattered 7 stars in the west with a punch from thin air, seized the immense stellar power, and merged it into the sea of destruction. The next moment, a force of annihilation surged around the formation, stars bursting one after another. Countless bright flashes of light erupted around the formation, even causing the surrounding stars to tremble violently. Clearly, they couldn't withstand the aura. However, Yi Chen also radiated an irresistible bloody aura. The path of destruction behind him extended 300 meters. Like the path of killing and the immortal sword Tao, it transformed into a river 3,000 meters wide. Countless swords of death, long blades, and immortal generals rushed out, attacking and slaying in 3 directions. Now, Yi Chen had broken through to the 9th level of the Source Realm. The path of destruction was completely perfected. As long as the 3 paths integrated, or all transformed, he could enter the Emperor Realm. The stars of the Zhou Tian. Just so. Yi Chen offered a sword, and the 4 directions fell silent. Sword energy gathered together. With one sword, he shattered the Zhou Tian star formation. Boom! The great Zhou Tian star formation exploded, countless fragments flying out, bombarding the surrounding formations. Bang! Bang! As expected, 2 formations couldn't bear the impact. 3 formations burst, the aftershocks layering upon each other, detonating 5 extremely fragile formations nearby. Thus, Yi Chen's one sword destroying the star formation was equivalent to destroying 8 formations with a single stroke. It seems the 108 formations aren't all extremely powerful either. The other 7 formations shattered by aftershocks. At most, they can only kill those at the 5th or 6th level of the Emperor Realm. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the formations before him. He had stepped into the 2nd layer. Ahead were 17 formations, each emitting a very strong radiance. Among them was an extremely powerful great formation, the Heaven-Earth Separation Fire Formation. Heaven-Earth Separation Fire Formation. It was a formation formed by the way of heaven and earth, combined with the power of separation fire. The way of heaven and earth was the path of heaven and earth, vast and boundless. It was also the most powerful Tao force in the world, encompassing the way of time, the way of space, the way of the 5 elements, the way of mountains, rivers, trees, and so on. No one in Kunlun Su had ever cultivated the power of heaven and earth. Because it was too grand, one needed to involve every law and thing in the world, comprehending the fundamental foundation of heaven and earth. Even for a peerless genius, this would take thousands of years for a preliminary understanding. But figuring out any specific Tao would likely take no less than 10,000 years. The Heaven-Earth Separation Fire Formation here. But it contains fragments of the way of heaven and earth. Merely fragmented power is enough to make me sense a crisis. The way of heaven and earth is truly formidable. Yi Chen stepped out of the formation, gazing at the brilliant radiance within, and said with a smile, "The way of separation fire is also an extremely powerful Tao force, but it can be broken and absorbed within. Perhaps I can break and absorb all 3. Break and then establish, forming the embryos of the Tao. With the embryos of 3 paths, my combat power would be 3 times that of others, and my growth rate would also be 3 times that of others. As for integration..." He paused for a moment, pondering on the side, integration might not be stronger. Better to wait until the power of the 3 paths transforms into true Tao, then merge to form an invincible path. The Source Realm leads to understanding the power of Tao. The Emperor Realm transforms it into the embryo of Tao. Upon entering the Divine Realm, one nourishes and cultivates the Tao, incorporating other laws and forces, then strengthens and extends it. One who enters the Divine Realm and then becomes a martial arts expert is determined by whose Tao is longer and whose Tao is broader. Simultaneously, the Tao also increases the power of blood energy and soul power. With the aid of immortal tools, Yi Chen was confident that upon entering the Emperor Realm, he could fight against experts at the 4th or 5th level of the Spirit Realm with his own strength. Hua! Yi Chen entered the Heaven-Earth Separation Fire Formation, surrounded by countless red and blue flames, like a pill-refining furnace. Chapter 1250. Above the head is a cauldron lid, surrounding the body of the cauldron, glowing red and shining with a cyan luster from the flames. Below is a sea of flames gathered together. In the middle are several floating fire-colored stones, and Yi Chen stands on one of them. This great formation primarily involves the way of separation fire. Supplemented by the power of the way of heaven and earth, a pill-refining furnace is formed. It appears as high as 100 meters, yet from the outside, it is merely a formation tens of meters tall. The power of the way of heaven and earth possesses the ability to enlarge and reduce. Whoosh! Whoosh! Within, 3 flaming dragons battle each other. The flames are lifelike, like true serpent kings. They open their mouths and spew fire, flying past Yi Chen's ear. Instantly, Yi Chen's ear is completely charred. His body cannot resist such flames. Hiss! Yi Chen draws a cool breath and dares not underestimate this formation. He brandishes the ghost-slaying sword, releasing numerous sword energies that rush in all directions, resisting the attacks of fire snakes and fire dragons. Reincarnation Cemetery. Sitting in meditation, the Forging God King observed the situation outside and said, "Not bad. The Heaven-Earth Separation Fire Formation. The blood demon who arranged this formation has an extremely profound cultivation of the way of separation fire. This formation likely wasn't arranged by him alone." Naturally. Nya Baijian shook his head slightly and said, "The 108 formations involve over 200 Dao paths, strong and weak. If this blood demon were serious, every Dao path's power would be involved, and he would at least be at the Starry Bridge realm. An expert at the Starry Bridge realm could destroy Kunlun Su with a single strike. Only such a powerful expert could comprehend so many great Dao paths. Obviously, the Blood Demon Mountain Lord is only at the 3rd level of the Spirit realm." Nya Baijian's eyes were extremely sharp. He could discern the Blood Demon Mountain Lord's situation. He said slowly, "The Blood Demon Mountain Lord seems to have been severely injured 1 or 2,000 years ago, falling from the Divine Kingdom realm. Currently, his cultivation is still declining, his injuries are very serious." "Yes. His Divine King Dao path is destroyed, but his Divine Sense remains, continuously mending his flesh and Divine King Dao path." The Pill King also saw this and said, "It's just that his formations require at least 100 experts at the Divine Realm or Emperor Realm to arrange." He continued, "Of the 108 formations, over 90 are weak. They can kill emperors but pose no threat to those entering the Divine Realm. Should we help the Tomb Master break the formations?" "Not for now." Nya Baijian's eyes turned blood red, as if able to see through time and space. He then said, "The Dao power contained in these formations is very inert, even dead. They can only attack according to fixed procedures and cannot change. Clearly, the Dao power was taken from others." "You mean?" The Forging God King's eyes flashed as he said, "His Blood Demon Mountain is covered with skeletons, corpses of Emperor Realm and Divine Realm experts everywhere. Before they died, he stripped away their Dao embryos, preserving the Dao power to set up the formations." "Interesting. Such a Blood Demon Mountain Lord is cruel and ruthless, having killed so many emperors and Divine Realm experts. Yet he has stood firm for thousands of years. He has some skill. However, why did he kill these people and seize their Dao embryos to set up formations? Does he want to build an impregnable fortress that even late-stage Spirit Realm experts cannot break? However, his wooden hut is behind the formations, and then there is the Nether Sea. No one else can come from the Nether Sea. The only path to the main wooden hut of Blood Demon Mountain is the road filled with 108 formations. This man is a bit crazy. Even somewhat confused." The Pill King pondered, perhaps to stop a powerful enemy. "We'll pay attention to this later. Although this man is only at the 3rd level of the Spirit Realm, he might burst forth with combat power at the mid to late Spirit Realm, even though he is only at the 3rd level of the Spirit Realm, using the broken Divine King Dao path and Divine King Blood energy. If he wants to kill the Tomb Master, there is danger. Then let's intervene. Don't worry." Nya Baijian's lips curled into a smile and said, "How can ordinary prodigies compare to the Tomb Master?" He stood with his hands behind his back, saying slowly, "The Tomb Master is invincible throughout his life. His combat experience is more abundant than that of the Blood Demon. It is impossible for him to kill the Tomb Master. Unless the Tomb Master wants to kill him. Otherwise, there's no need to pay excessive attention to him. Tomb Master. A person of reincarnation. How could he be attacked and killed by a half-useless fellow? Even if this fellow still possesses the Divine King realm, given the Tomb Master's lifestyle of the crouching purple dragon, this fellow cannot kill the Tomb Master. Look! The Tomb Master has broken the Heaven-Earth Separation Fire Formation. absorbed the power of the way of heaven and earth and the power of the way of separation fire. Nia Baijian was quite satisfied and said with a smile, worthy of being the master of the reincarnation cemetery. Such a formation capable of killing second-level spirit realm experts was broken in just a few minutes. Great! The forging god king couldn't stop nodding. Dozens of minutes. The 9th level of the source realm can fight across 2 levels of the spirit realm. If this isn't peerless, then what is? As expected, Nia Baijian didn't let us help. He knew the Tomb Master would absorb the formation's power to enhance himself. The Tomb Master's path of killing seems to have reached its limit. Has it not yet undergone transformation and stepped into the Emperor realm? Does he want the power of the 3 Dao paths to transform together, becoming the first to possess 3 Dao paths in the Emperor realm? Nia Baijian murmured softly, his eyes filled with a sense of awe. It takes hundreds of years for an ordinary Emperor realm expert to perfect a single Dao embryo. Even then, the increase in combat power is extremely limited. The Tomb Master intends to have embryos of 3 Dao paths simultaneously. Given the Master's talent, I'm afraid it will take some time to perfect. I'm afraid once the 3,000 spirits gather, it will achieve the ultimate power, capable of reaching the combat power of 6 levels of the spirit realm. This is equivalent to the blood energy power of the 6th level of the spirit realm. If at the 1st level of the Emperor realm, he possesses the combat power of the 6th level of the spirit realm. It's hard to imagine how terrifying that would be. If not for the perfection of the Dao embryos, the Tomb Master's realm would rise extremely quickly. Just as the reincarnation cemetery was still discussing, sword energy flew across Blood Demon Mountain, and 3 Dao paths hovered, carrying the power to destroy the world. Bang! Bang! Many formations were destroyed one after another by Yi Chen's sword. These formations lack the power to kill divine realm experts. They aren't worth Yi Chen charging into the formations. He simply breaks them from outside, then absorbs the Dao power within to nourish the 3 Dao paths.